Yes, yes. Check, check. Sound stuff. Sound stuff. Checking. 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 Check, check, check. I feel like my mic is a bit boom. Bit king boomy. Let's do big jam. Big joint. Why is that happening? Okay. Oh, I remember my game volume was a wee bit too loud the last time. All right, switch that off. Oh shit, wrong one. Switch that off. Switch that on. Actually, wait, give me un momento. Two minutes and I'll be good to go. Oh, wide. Sorry for the delay. Are we ready to play? I'm not gonna lie, the whole time after I said play play, I was actually thinking of something else to rhyme after play play, but it just, the brain wasn't braining, you know? Perhaps next time. Let's see. All right, let's log ourselves in. Okay, I noticed my camera is still, you know what? I believe it is time someday soon for a new camera. Ooh, big jam. Login bonus. Give it to me. Give it to me now. Actually, I shouldn't have accepted that. I should have done a quest first and used one and then got another one. Fool. Fool of a took. Fool of a took. Oh, hello. What we got there? 1122 11211. Oof Duna. Oof. We call him Oof. Alright, ain't no spicy quests available. Oof. Big oof. What we hunting? First of all, let me check me. Okay, we got 10 minutes on our meal. Let us make an adjustment on that. 10 minutes is not sufficient. Not even near, not even close, not even a little bit close.
We sure got here fast.
Ding, ding, ding. Where's the kitchen? Canteen, fill me up. Feed me. Is that screen tearing I see? No, it's not. It is not. Exploiter meal. All right, so we are. I took it all, you know. We are. Okay, what are we doing? Here we go. Reload. What investigations have we got? What we got? We got a raid Dow and a Reginald. A smelly Reggie. 35 minutes. We can do it. Actually, let's do Mizu and Reggie. We got one more though. So we need to enter that with our lightning. Lightning! Hit him with your bolts of lightning! Okay. Let's make sure we're wearing the right one. And let's queue that up. Investigations. You know what? I'm gonna high roll it and see if we get lucky. Shit, did I put it on SOS? Cannot remember. Guess we'll find out. Wait, hold on. Let me. Just let me. Right now we're in shuffle, but I got some new tracks that I want to prioritize first. Yes, definitely listening to that. Let us go into the wild. Into the wild. How far is Mizu? 120 something. Let's go. I wonder what the numbers represent in distance. Like, it's not, can't be meters. Oh, how did I get? Nope. Not spitting at me. Rude. Ah. Okay, he spat at me that time. I'll take it. We'll take those. Close range coatings. Tracer. Oh, I need to increase the sensitivity of my lock. My not lock on. My analog. We have we have con 5, right? Watch out! Dodged. Raw. Okay, dodge through that. Nope. No thank you. No Psycho Crusher for you. Ooh, should have known. Should have known.
Hey, shake it off.
Bit of focus struck there, but did not take advantage. Get the stun. Whoa, I dodged straight into that like an absolute fool. Loser. Let's try that again. That was very bad.
I'm glad you're all right. Don't worry, you'll get him next time.
I need to start putting on my...
Check your sacred.
Hi, guy. Start putting on my mantle at the beginning, since I'm not using much of it in many of these fights. Get them out. Hey. Ask and you shall receive. Sometimes. Okay, stab him up, stab him up. Acrobatics. Boom. Yes, I definitely did. Thanks. Thanks for the motivational words, young lady. Ooh. 1,000 dragons right in your forehead, and we have descended to the lower level because that is apparently going to increase our DPS by a huge amount. Unbelievable. Let's just run all the way back up because that's more exciting and fun than dealing damage. Unbelievable. Okay. Nope. Nope. Get the focus. Oh, too slow. Oh, I got him. Watch out. No Psycho Crusher for you. Oh, it's gonna hit. Okay. No, flash him, flash him, flash him, flash him. Flash, please. Radial wheel, you failed me.
All right, let's take stock of the situation.
Demon powder it up. Do I have any armor skins? No, I do not. But I restocked on that.
Over here!
Over here.
Not good! Fall back!
Great.
Hey, shake it off.
All right, let's get set up then. Echo bubble deployed.
Really? Okay, we'll try. I definitely need to increase the speed of my analog. It's not fast enough. Nope. Sidestepped. Okay. I feel like every time I announce my cool dodge, I get hit by the very next move. That's gonna hit me in it. going the other way. Get back, get back. Ooh, that hurt. Aim for the head though. Oh, forgot about. Look like the NPC bomb here. Can we set a trap? See if we can get him in there. Over here, buddy. Yep. Kind of. Just almost the right way. No water for you. Or bubbles. Did you get him? Into the trap. Yep, he's going in. Alright. Should be shooting that, right? Oh, that's actually a lot of damage. More damage, please. Big that. Wow, it does. I did not know it did that much damage. Add that to like the mini explosions. That's like 6k, close to 7, maybe 6. Oh, mistimed. Probably almost dead now. Can we flash? Yes, we can. Flash, please. Okay. Oh, nice. Fine trap. Log trap. That was quick. KO. Nice. No. Okay. Nice dodge. That's gonna hit if I shout. I don't know where he was. Okay, it's max potion. Went straight into that like an absolute loser. Okay, let's be a bit more careful. Ooh, that's bad. Shout outs to Guts for activating. Where? Where at? Where at? Oh, he's dead. DED.
Okay, what's our plan for the next target?
Should we... Let's restock. Go up here. I don't even think that's the nearest one. All right, off we go. Off we go.
Looks like the monster just lost something.
Oh. Okay, he's close. He's close. Hey, buddy. Sneak attack.
Ready to roll?
Yes, we ready.
Okay, let's up the pace.
The hell? Where were you going? That was extremely high. Can we get the rocks? Yes, we can. Did that not hit? What kind of nonsense hitbox was that? How? That needs a replay. Double roar? Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get for spamming. No spammers allowed. Try and... You dodged a gigantic rock hitbox and then you want to try roar twice in a row? Absolutely not. Nope. Okay. Watch out. Shit, I missed the opportunity there. Whoa. That was... Just grazed my eyelash. Watch out. Okay. Focus strike. Got him. Alma, can you not stand right? Need to get way closer. Oh, I mistimed that, but I got lucky somehow.
Trap installed and ready.
Oh, there's a trap. Nope. I usually miss that last shot, which needs to stop. Should get a stun soon, right? He's getting hit on the head quite a lot. Jeez. Hello, hello. Seaman Type 2, what's going on, buddy? How you do, how you be? How you... Whoa. I don't believe I've seen your name before, so... If you are joining for the first time, thanks for dropping by. Okay, coat up. Nope. Second one? Yep. I love how most of this fight as a bow player, your camera is just 70% of the time filled with a gigantic chicken monster. You can barely see anything. You just gotta stay up close. It's Momo. Don't know why it's changed to Vista. Oh, I have no idea. Interesting. How you doing? How you doing? Hoo-ya! Hoo-ya! Aha. Unfortunately for you, Seregios, I have mastered your stupid attack patterns. You ain't hitting me with your stupid diagonal strikes anymore. Not what? Okay, something hit me. Good. Good to hear. Been playing anything lately? Looking forward to playing anything lately? Where are you at? Why is he... Didn't somebody mount... Okay, let me not even... Let's just ignore what happened there. Okay, focus strikes. Big damn, incoming. Greetings, man like C4. Your thumbnail for your last video was jokes. Which one? Was that the... Which one was it? Was it the Legolas one, or... Or you mean my video? Like, not... You talking about the video, or... Like, not the stream, but the uploaded video? How you doing, C4? If you guys can let me know how I'm sounding as well. I feel like my mic is a bit boomy, a bit too loud. How's like the levels between the game sound? Game sound just needs to be in the background. Music needs to be felt, but not too loud. But I don't want my voice to be like super duper, you know, like the voice of God coming down, like ruining, well, not ruining, but being present overly present. Oh, that was not a dodge. Oh, the Omega discussion. Ah. Oh, yeah, that was... yeah, I had fun making that thumbnail. Ooh, yo, yo. You have to hang on. Don't get hit. Yeah, that was a funny thumbnail. But I haven't uploaded in a long time though, so I think the algorithm was not kind to me. So I did not get many views on that video at all. But maybe that will change down the line. Audio is good. I'm here for the yapping. Yes, let's yap. What you been up to? When is Tokon beta? Is it December 6th? If it's December 6th, there's Elden Ring Night Rain DLC that drops on the same day. And there's also a big Path of Exile patch coming very soon as well. I think it's even on the same day as that. Bro, this guy's getting dodged. He must be triggered right now. He's like, how is this guy dodging all my attacks? Like, what is this? What's happening here? What game is he playing? Nope. Oh, yo. Oh, that was too early. Second one. Okay. Oh, missed the opportunity. Get him. Got him. Shooting. The next week starting Thursday. I see. And it's it's like 3 days, right? I remember they got rid of the stupid like timed. You know how the last beta was like weird hour blocks, like 4-hour blocks or something like that. I remember they said they got rid of that, which is good. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna toy around with it. Definitely want to try play it more this time. I just hope there's a trainer mode. I understand why they're not putting a trainer mode for the beta, but I hope this time they add one. And I know in the previous beta you could just go into that tutorial mode and just beat up the NPC, but they would eventually die, and then you keep having to restart. And they were not a dummy, even though they were like level one NPC. It was still not the same as fighting a dummy. What, airborne? Bro, I'm gonna throw this flash bomb in your face and you're gonna be pissed. Not gonna lie, though, Invincible Versus might have turned my head like the meme with the guy holding the girl's hand and him. Oh, did you played the alpha? I saw some people. Well, I saw Max playing it, but I think gameplay wise, like for people that are, from what I've seen, it looks like more of a spiritual successor or more of a shit. If you are a person that wants something more Marvel-like, then that's going to be the game, right? Yeah, so I can understand. Like mechanically, it seems to be quite fun. I'm not too fond of the visuals or the characters, but you know, and I've seen all of Invincible. I remember when I was watching Invincible, like the whole time I'm watching it, I'm just waiting. Like I haven't read the comics, so I don't know what's in store. But like as I'm watching each season, I'm just waiting for Mark to learn some kind of new ability, right? Because obviously Omni-Man and to some extent Invincible himself is kind of like a, you know, a derivative of Superman, right? Like even Omni-Man being the whole evil Superman archetype. So the whole time I'm watching, I'm waiting like, okay, at some point somebody's got to learn some kind of laser eyes, frost breath. It doesn't even have to be the same kind of laser eyes. Like it could be like blue lasers or heat breath instead of, you know, ice breath. And this shit just didn't happen. And I'm like, so every fight is just punch harder. You know, that's one thing I didn't like about Invincible. Obviously, that's the source material, right? So it's not like they're staying true to the source material. But I think I was just quite surprised that combat in this show is literally just be fast, punch hard, hit somebody through a building, and then do it all over again. That was not what I expected when I first opened the door to trying out that show. Mechanically, the game is this game. Yeah, I've heard it. Not only have I heard that, but from what I see, I can see why that is the case too. Which is, you know, the pretty much one of the more important thing. Like if the game looked more appealing to me but wasn't mechanically sex, then it wouldn't it probably won't be able to stand the test of time, or wouldn't be able to. Oh yeah. He's not coming for me, right? Yeah. Wait, focus strike. Can we get him? No, nope. Watch out. Yeah, get dodged. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I mistimed that. I deserve that. We good though. Flash him out. Flash him out. Flash him out. Okay. You still at you? Bro, you're blinded. How you even know where I am? You fell into the Superman assumption trap. It will ruin the superhero drama for you, for real. But I think that was it was a reasonable, like me thinking that Mark would learn more abilities. I feel like that's a reasonable guess, you know, because it's not like I don't apply that to every superhero thing that I watch, like, you know. But yeah, I quickly learned that this is just not the power set that they gave him. Like, I think a lot of the power sets in Invincible are not that, like all of the Viltrum, like the only interesting Viltrumite is the lady that uses her hair, right? She's like the whole, who's the lady in, what's it, the one in Mortal Kombat, Sindel? Is it Sindel that uses her hair? Or like, what's her name? From Guilty Gear, Milia, right? Like that's cool. But then every other Viltrumite, at least so far in the show, like they're just variations of more power. I just found that a bit boring. I don't even mind, like if it was just Omni-Man that was just had no other ability, he's just strong, but other Viltrumites can do more. I actually think that would be more interesting, because like if there's 5 other Viltrumites that can do like bare other things, like, you know, super speed, create tornadoes or something, like laser breath, right? But then Nolan is the only one that's just the strongest, and he's the strongest even though all he does is punch and kick. I think that would be dope. But they all, except the lady with the Milia hair, all of them are kind of dry. Fula, oh that's her name. Most supers don't gain new abilities. It's not Pokemon. You mean supers in Invincible or in general? Or when you say supers, do you mean supers as in reference to Superman derivative characters, like Superman-like characters? Or superheroes in general? Fuck, there's something in my eye. Get flashed. Flash! Flash! Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Hanging on. Hanging on. That tracer shot did not miss, or did not hit. Wish it did not miss. Oh, get the focus striker. Also, what was it? Bro, I thought you were invincible during focus strikes. What do you mean? What do you mean you grabbed me out of that? Man thinks he's Zangief. Now I'm dead. Oh, I'm not. I lied. Shit. This guy's relentless. Supers as Supermans. Oh, I see. But I would actually extend that to any superhero villains unless they're magic wielding or mutants. No, but even there's plenty of non-mutants that. Just speaking of Marvel, I'm not speaking of. Well, even in DC, even with my limited knowledge of DC, there's plenty of superheroes with powers that aren't magic, right? Like, yeah, Doctor Strange is magic based, but and like Thor and I guess Shang-Chi to some extent. But sure, I'm sure there's Avengers. Wait, let me think. I'm trying to not think of any mutants. But in the Marvel universe, though, like, isn't you? I don't think you would be able to be like accept mutants, because I'm pretty sure in the Marvel universe, most characters with powers are considered mutants, right? Unless they're magic based. Like Doctor Strange wouldn't be considered a mutant. But yeah. But I don't think it would be fair or make sense to not include mutants, right? Because I'm speaking about like just superheroes in general. A lot of them have powers that are not just superpower and punching and kicking. That's part of the fun of superheroes, like what their abilities are. Like even in real life, when you ask people like, oh, if you could choose a superpower, what would it be? And most people, when you ask most people, if you could choose a superpower, what would it be? Not a lot of people are going to be like, oh yeah, super strength. Maybe you'll get super speed. Oh shit. You'll get super speed. You'll hear that, but it wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, I would just want to be strong. Like flying is a big one. Teleportation is a big one. Seeing through walls is a big one for obvious reasons. The list goes on. Oh shit, let me read these. Okay, this is bad. Bad. Not good. Trash. Terrible. Not good. OMG. I'm not getting anything good, am I? Handicraft free. Wow. Absolute garbage. Mutants are specific. Spider-Man isn't a mutant, for example. Mutants sometimes have a latent second power, like Emma Frost being able to turn into Diamond. Most characters don't get a new ability. Okay, yeah. But I'm just saying that I think like I wouldn't not include when talking about like how many superheroes have superpowers. I wouldn't not include mutants. It wouldn't make sense to not include mutants. Because even like when we don't look at Marvel, when we look at Marvel and DC, like the majority of superheroes in both universes, in both Marvel and DC content, have powers, right? It's very rare. They would normally just make a new version of the characters, like Spider-Man to Miles Morales. Yeah, right. I need to quickly do a sound check actually. 1 minute. Quickly. Rewind. Pause. Quickly check. I'm just checking my my sounds. Yeah, I think I can turn the game sound down by like 2%. I'm just being a perfectionist right now. Let me actually turn it down from here. Options.
Time to lay down some serious sound.
This is a sick remix, actually. Sick remix. Audio, where you at? Audio, master volume. Let's take it down to 55. No, let's do a whole number, 50. Yeah. Maybe I misunderstood. Are you saying you're surprised that Viltrumites didn't get a new powers as the story progressed? No, I was specifically talking about Invincible himself. But again, that was my incorrect assumption. For some reason, I just, as I was watching Invincible, like, because you're watching at the start of the show, like Mark, he's learning, right? Like, he's learning to become a superhero. He hasn't come into his full power yet. So with that in mind, like, as I'm watching the show, I was expecting Mark to learn something else. But then I realized that, like, in this universe, Viltrumites, they're not that kind of race. They're not that kind of superhuman race. The powers that they have seems to just be, super strength, super speed, super durability, and that's it, right? So, but I'm saying that because and this was before, because up until then, all is the only Viltrumites we see for a long time in Invincible is Mark and Nolan, right? Omni-Man. So, and because Invincible is like a Superman derivative character and Omni-Man as well, I incorrectly assumed that Omni-Man would have some other powers, or maybe Mark is special, like kind of like the Gohan thing, right? Because he's a half Saiyan. Like I thought, okay, maybe Mark is half human, so he's kind of like he's gonna learn something different to his dad, especially because like they became pretty much enemies. So I thought, like, how is Mark gonna overcome Omni-Man? Is he just gonna punch harder eventually? That's what I was wondering. Oh, I see Mark as oh, it's funny. You said that just as I said the same thing. I see Mark as Gohan, half-breed, but isn't really stronger due to powers, but because he has human tenacity. Kind of corny, but I get it. Yeah, but I think it could have gone another way as well. They could have done the Gohan thing because Gohan didn't become special because of his human tenacity. There was like this weird, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, Gohan being a half human kind of played into him being special in a different way outside of tenacity. It was like there was some kind of other special thing, or maybe he was just special because Toriyama just wrote him to be special, because it was more interesting to have Gohan have moments where he was just mashing up super strong people without much reason or without much explanation. But even if that is the case, even if Mark is like the Gohan, and even if Mark's half human nature makes him more tenacious, and his extra tenaciousness separates him from Omni-Man, that's fine. I still just think that from a visual standpoint, like from a combat standpoint, it started to get dry. Like when you're watching fights in Invincible, so many of the fights is just it became, for me, it became a bit dry, because it's just a bunch of punching harder, flying faster, hitting somebody through more buildings. And actually, one critique I have about Invincible, because of the way that they fight, it became quite easy for I say your, but let me speak for myself. It became quite easy for my eyes to just glaze over and lose interest in certain fights where, okay, in this fight, 10 buildings got destroyed because the character hit somebody through 10 buildings this time. But when the enemy got hit through the 10 buildings, they just got up like nothing happened. So in the next episode, if somebody gets hit through 15 buildings and they also just get up like nothing happened, at some point it's like the amount of buildings you're getting hit through, it doesn't matter. And so it feels like there's no stakes, like there's no reason, or there's no like incentive, or there's no danger, like, whereas I think another show or a better way to do it would be to make it so that if somebody gets hit through buildings, it feels like, oh wow, this person got hit through buildings, that must have hurt, he's losing the fight. But in Invincible, it's like, no, it doesn't really matter how many buildings you get hit through. This is just what they do. Like getting hit through buildings in Invincible is akin to breathing. It's just not a big deal. And for me, that made a lot of the action kind of, it just felt forgettable because there was no stakes behind every action or many actions. Like there doesn't need to be stakes for every action, but for many actions there was no stakes. So it just made combat start feeling a little bit dry for me. Would you apply this criticism? Yeah, I would to Dragon Ball Z for sure. Yeah, I feel the same about Dragon Ball as well. But at least Dragon Ball is a bit different because there were more different techniques. Although most of the techniques were just different colored beams, right? Like sure, you got your Destructo Disc, that was cool, your Solar Flare, Kaioken and stuff. But for the most part, it was just different colored beams, different colors of aerial destruction. So yeah, I would levy that same critique with Dragon Ball. But that's why I don't class Dragon Ball as like top tier when it comes to action. Like it's top tier when it comes to like action in terms of the viscerality of it, if that's even a word, because it's just so high energy, super masculine power fantasy, right? Like screaming and charging up for 5 episodes, right? It's top tier in that regard. But when it comes to like variety of action and different forms of combat, like it's not until Dragon Ball Super where they actually realize, you know what, we actually need to have different techniques similar to what they had back in Dragon Ball, like pre-Dragon Ball Z, right? Like they actually made a bit more of an effort to have techniques and martial arts and stuff, and they kind of moved away from that in Z, but then they seemingly went back to that a little bit in Super, especially when with characters like Hit, right, with the time stopping stuff and stuff like that. It seemed to make a bit more of an effort with trying to go back to that. Wait, I just cleared that quest and I didn't get any good any good decos? Unbelievable. Fair. I think the stakes in Invincible is not the individual fights, it's the what we're gonna do versus an army of these people. Yeah, that aspect of it is definitely high stakes. Like I don't mean to say that Invincible has no stakes, but and maybe even stakes is the wrong word to use, but there's probably a better term I can use to describe how disengaged I was at some point in Invincible with the fights, because of how the fights play out, you know. And I levy that critique with any, like there are quite a few shows that do that, you know. It's like in my mind, if you're gonna make, like, it's fine for somebody to get punched through a wall and then for that person to get up and then keep fighting like nothing happened. I think that's fine occasionally. But if that happens every fight and nothing, and there's never a moment where being hit through the wall matters, that's not good. That, in my mind, that shouldn't happen. If a person wants to make a show where the combat is more engaging and exhilarating and I don't know, varied, that in my mind, like if we're trying to like optimize the quality of the action, that should not happen. There has to be some kind of element where there are consequences to the fight. You know, the consequences shouldn't just come at the end of the fight, like who lost the fight or who died, right? I think a good fight has consequences throughout in terms of how the action, how this decision or how this moment in the fight leads into the other moment of the fight or the next moment of the fight, and it's based on what happened before. Like there's a progression, there's an evolution of how the fight is progressing. But in some shows, like it's just, oh, you're getting hit through the wall because of spectacle, you get punched through the building because of spectacle, you know, and I that just gets a bit dry after a while for me. Understandable. I like the creative brutality of the fights. Like, this is a hot take. This is definitely going to be a hot take. The people are going to disagree with me. in Invincible, that legendary episode, you know, the episode where the think mark, like where that meme comes in that near the end of the episode when Omni-Man and Invincible are going crazy, fighting each other. As crazy and cool as that episode was, there were moments where I think like the over the topness of it was a bit over the top for me. Like I think the scene when Omni-Man grabbed Mark and flew down into the underground, like the tube area, and then the train is coming, and then he just holds his face in front of the train, and then the train just comes through, and then like he's like, because they're so durable, he's just splattering, everyone just splattering around. I get why people say that's cool, and I get it, but like that moment, that became like it was just too much. It was just, okay, now this is just almost just grotesque, or we're just like trying to one up the previous crazy violent scene by just doing something like overly ridiculous. Like, again, I get why people like it. It's just that moment for me was like, okay, we're doing a bit much now. Like, okay, right, got it. Like, I don't know, it just became a bit much. But the episode was still dope. So Discord me. Okay, wait, hold on. Damn, I did say it was a hot take. Again, I'm not saying the episode was bad. I'm saying that moment was it was just a bit much. Oh, my mouse disconnected. Shit, I need a better USB hub. God, everything's flickering, bro. Come on. Can we not? Jeez. Okay, let me check if my Discord sound is on. Oh. Okay. Output. I don't want to switch anything. Okay, calling. I'm gonna call you in Chrome's room or our room in case Chrome wants to join. Okay, voice call. All right, calling. I don't know why the Discord ringing sound is not coming through.
Hello?
Greetings.
Red Lorry Red.
Yeah.
Oh, I already messed up. I'm so tired that you said that. I can't even do my thing.
Oh, my
Can't do
bad.
my thing.
Wait, what? Oh, the red lorry yellow. Yeah.
Yeah,
We've already confirmed that you can be heard. You can still say it though.
I don't want to say it. I want to talk about this tape that is
Just
outrageous.
Outrageous take. All right, hit me. What have I done?
You know why I think this take is more outrageous coming from you is because you're a dancer, right?
Right.
So I remember, I can remember the point of where I was learning how to break, and I was like, I'm not going to be a powerhead. That's just not me.
Right.
I can do more about the footwork, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember when I used to watch. Did you ever watch BC One, the Red Bull?
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would see like the French normally because of Junior and other people, and then I remember watching them do stuff like flares, thinking that's the peak. It's
Right.
not getting any praising than that for power. And then I saw an air flare, and I was like, you're defying science. Like,
Right.
now this is sorcery.
Yeah.
Then I kind of dropped off because I thought, well, I've seen the craziest stuff. There's only so much your body can do,
Yeah.
a human body can do. Then people get more creative in terms of like combining people to do stuff.
Right.
It was kind of like street dancing is, where you get individual street dances, some are better than others, but when it's done together, it's more like, oh my God, that's crazy how in time they are.
Yeah.
And the trust you have in another individual to throw you 10 foot in the air and you to land on your feet, right?
Yeah.
That's how I see Invincibles. Or not even Invincibles, most fights, like fighting superheroes. It's a
Right.
case of, okay, I know that Wolverine's going to cut and Hulk's going to smash. Literally,
Yeah.
right? That is all they're going to do. But
Yeah.
their fights are always hype because the creators will find a way to make their generic old school power look or be used in an interesting way.
Yeah.
That is the train. The train is we all know the Superman archetype: super strong, super durable, blah blah blah. And for me, maybe I'm being super generous.
Mm.
The point of Omni-Man doing that to Mark was not to hurt Mark. It was for him to make Mark hurt humans.
Really?
was
I
the
don't think
point.
that was. I disagree. I think the point. What I think so much of that sequence, not just the train sequence, but the sequences around it as well. He was trying to show Mark how insignificant and ant like that humans are. So to kill them in that way and to crush them in front of Mark, he was, to me, he was trying to show him that. Yeah, he's just trying to prove how insignificant they are.
Yeah, but I think he's doing it with Mark's body. He's like literally using Mark. So
Yeah.
it's like he's using him as like Cap Shield, and he's
Yeah.
using Mark as the defender of humans to kill humans because Omni-Man literally could have just dropped a rock on
Right.
a bunch of humans, right?
Yeah.
Or smashed the building, and yeah. But he wanted to use Mark as the person killing the people.
Yeah. I
He
mean,
wanted to do
like that was the intent, but I don't think like that was the intent literally, as in like I'm gonna use you as a shield to kill these people. But I don't think his purpose was to vet, like, because it sounds like you're saying he did that so Mark would then feel guilty about being used in that way. But later in the show, Mark does feel guilty, but he feels guilty because of the destruction that they both caused. He didn't feel guilty because Omni-Man like kind of forced his body to be used in that way, right? Because there's parts in the show where Mark is he sees how much destruction he caused and how much other lives were lost during that skirmish.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, when I'm making that point, I'm saying it for the watcher. I think there's a word for it. When there's a message being portrayed to the people watching, not to the character in the show. So I didn't expect Mark to be like, "Oh my god, my dad made me kill humans."
Mm.
It's a case of when he's making the point that look who you're protecting, you can't protect them. You can't
Right.
protect them because you are the person harming them. Because you should be convincing the humans to bow to us. But you protecting them is going to get them killed. And he's using the physical aspect of him killing them as you are the problem. You are killing these humans, not me. Because we're giving them salvation with the tech and bowing to us. And that could be me being super generous.
Mhm.
Could be.
Okay. Possibly. I'm not super convinced, but I think it's a reasonable analysis. I don't think it's like wrong. It's just not what I got from it, I guess. But with the like, okay, I agree that like with your analogy using the breaking air flare comparison, right, to kind of discuss like the ultimate pinnacle of like the extreme version of the flare, right? Like I agree that the train is that for Invincible. I guess maybe I should have clarified. I just meant that it was too. Okay, you know how everybody has a line for like violence, right? Like
Yeah.
even in fantasy, right? Or some people love to watch action movies, people dying, being blown up, but then if there's like a baby being killed on camera or a dog being killed, like for some people that's just their line, right? And then
Yeah.
for some people there's like a line of like maybe too much blood. Like even in Mortal Kombat, some of the fatalities to me are just it's just too much in the sense of it's too grotesque. Even though I understand that is the point of Mortal Kombat, right? But even though that is the point, for me, there's still a line where it's like, all right, I get this is the point, but come on now, that's just disgusting in a way that is not really, in my mind, benefiting Mortal Kombat. And I think for that the train scene, yeah, maybe it's a boring like thing to say because I don't think you'll disagree, but I'm basically saying that it was just too much in the sense of it was too grotesque and a bit over the top. Even though I understand that was the point, but sometimes the point can be to go over the top, but you make the audience feel like you've gone over the top in a negative way.
Did you feel that with the boys?
In some scenes, maybe in some, but mostly, I mostly for some reason don't feel that way with the boys. Maybe it's because of the execution or because of the kind of show that the boys is. I think it's a little bit easier to get away with certain things because of the kind of show that it is. You know, Invincible and the boys are similar in ways, but they're also very different.
What Do you know what the symmetry breaker is? Because
I think it's the tone, like it's the tone of the boys. I think gives room for more ridiculous things to happen and for it to be more passable in the boys. But I think, okay, for me, off the top of my head, from what I remember for the boys, the what was that episode, the sex one with the when they went to there's a name for it, all Herogasm, right? I think it's called.
the freak off.
Yeah,
the freak off.
the freak off episode. Like I think there's a scene where the guy with the big dick like wraps his dick around mother's milk or something like that. There's some scene where it involves that character. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I thought you were talking about the guy that can shrink, but you're talking about the other guy. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the guy that can shrink, and he went up somebody's. What did he do? He went in their penis hole, right, or something?
Yeah, the madness.
Yeah, like I think any over the topness or critique that I have for the boys is probably around like those moments. But even then, it's like I acknowledge that the boys has already set the standard for having that kind of scene, and whether I'm on board or not is just whether it crosses my personal line or not. But I do think that the premise of the boys creates a landscape where a lot more of those over the topness things are permissible for me. Whereas Invincible, the tone and the premise of the show, it can be over the top, but the boys allows its over the topness to flourish even further because of its tone and its subject matter and the premise.
Okay, so I actually think the boys is more over the top than Invincibles.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
And when you talk about the premise, I remember you know ketchup and mustard, right?
Ketchup and mustard. Yeah.
Yeah. Should have added that. Not the condiments, the commentators.
Oh,
Please.
wait, no, I don't.
Oh, so basically they're like NRS. They do like MK commentary most of the time.
Okay.
They've done Dragon Ball and stuff. They all play the Invincibles, and there's a lot of people that haven't watched Invincibles.
Right.
And they were saying Invincibles is so good because you can watch the first episode and know if you're going to like the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Like, he's absolutely right. Because you watch the first episode when Omni-Man beats the whole, like, their version of the Justice League in crazy ways.
Right.
And the show is literally more combat brutalities.
Right.
That's all the show is. And then you watch it, and there'll be like 3 to 4 episodes where there's no fighting. And that reminds me of the boys in terms of the overarching story is... So the boys are just about a power balance between superheroes and humans.
Yeah.
I think Invincible does that. But instead of superheroes, they've got aliens because they're Ultramites.
Right.
And it's sort of the same premise. But with the boys, I feel they ramped up in terms of like, so the freak off was them going, okay, we can't just do over the top brutality. We've kind of peaked in terms of like reality, right? So let's do something that is kind of on the weird side. So yeah, someone expanding when they're in someone's Jap's eye is just like mad, just crazy.
Yeah.
What you have with Invincibles is it is just, I'll go with like the old school Superman. I can fly, I can't get hurt, and I punch super hard.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, I think we had this conversation ages ago with like, be creative when you're limited. And I think that's what Invincible does, and that's why it's so good.
But
Because
see,
they've only...
No, go on.
No, that's what I think it is. I was trying to explain it, but it's like I've had this conversation before, and it's the limitation of you've got these. Most of the people in Invincible are just hard hitters. That's
Right.
all it is. They've got some people with different powers, but for the most part, it's just hard hitters.
Yeah.
How do you make hard hitting more extreme than before? How do you make a flare into an air flare? And then what do you do after the air flare? Anti-gravity flare? I don't know. But
Yeah.
I think that's what they're trying to do.
But see, so if that is the goal, I actually don't think they do a successful job or enough of a successful job to be creative with the limitations. Because I agree. I believe limitation, especially with human ingenuity, I believe most of the time, limitations allow for more creativity for sure. I mean, we see that with like all of the Super Nintendo, Sega Mega Drive music that we've gotten, right? With the limited sound chips that they had, and they made some of the most iconic music in video game history. So I definitely believe that, but I don't think that Invincible, I don't think it successfully uses the power sets in ways that are creative. I actually think it's more barbarian style, unga bunga. Just be more unga bunga and bunga harder. Like I actually think that's what's going on, which is what doesn't interest me as much with Invincible's fight scenes.
I'm not trying to put you in a spot and be like, well, you do better.
Right.
What could you do with that power set? That's interesting.
You mean which is with like super strength and super speed?
And durability, yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Well. Ironically, like that kind of leads into my point with the power set, right? It's like I think, okay, if I was given more time to think, I could probably come up with something. I'm not going to say that the something I come up with is good or better, right? But given that I would need some more time to think, what I can say is, ironically, if Mark or more characters in Invincible could do different things, but they still had the super strength, invincibility, or durability and speed, I actually think that is what would allow for more interesting uses of these powers mixed together. But if it's just power, speed, and durability, all you can really do off the top of my head is, I guess, what they're doing in the show, which is, punching people through bigger and badder things and being more violent, I guess, right? Again, I can think harder, but I don't know for sure if I can come up with something better. But I understand that sounds like approving of your point, which to some extent it is. But weirdly, it kind of also alludes to my point as well, which is I actually think that giving them different power sets would benefit. But they don't have to, because it's not that kind of show, right? Like, that would be like me saying, oh, Wolverine should be able to teleport, right? Well, it's like, no, that's not who he is. So I understand that my critique is perhaps not that very strong, because the answer could just be, that's just not who he is.
So, yeah, again, I wasn't trying to catch you out, because maybe there is a way to utilize those three abilities. I don't know, maybe you can punch yourself in the chest, you've got the strength and the durability, and obviously it's not going to hurt you, but it will cause a shockwave.
Right.
And the shockwave will be like a brown noise, and it makes everyone poop themselves. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's some like One Piece, like haki shit. Yeah, that's one.
I stole that from the Hulk. The clap.
Okay. Right.
I just thought it would be funny if they punch themselves because it's invincible and it's over the top, right?
Right.
When you have that power, when you have a certain power set that's kind of been done before,
Yeah.
you either lean into the creativity of how to use those moves, which that I think is peaked. That's why I was asking you, not like a trap, because I don't think there is anything else you can do. I think that's it. Durability, strength, that is it. You just punch them harder and they break more things. That's it.
Yeah.
You lean into shock value. And that's where most superhero stuff doesn't go into shock, where it's like, oh my god, they actually showed that.
Yeah. No, you're right.
That's not everyone's thing. I don't know, because I don't really care about Mortal Kombat, but I do like. I like the aspect of superheroes doing it, because I'm a unk. When I watched X-Men, it was like, yeah, cool. You've got Wolverine, and I've not seen a shed of blood in the whole. You don't see blood because it's obviously a cartoon, right? It's for kids. But it's like, the limitation I didn't notice when I was a kid is that Wolverine only cuts Sentinels.
Oh yeah.
Robots, Sentinels, and people that can heal.
Right.
If you can't heal, never cut.
Or like aliens that wouldn't bleed red, like they'll have some green Mr. Sinister type blood or something.
Exactly. Like I think he cut Mr. Sinister. I think he did cut Mr. Sinister.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, but Mr. Sinister don't bleed. He's got like this blue goop, and then he heals it. So it's kind of And so seeing that made me think, oh, I thought I've seen comic book heroes. I thought I've seen them all, but I haven't. Like this is what's more real. And ironically, it's more of a real comic. Because that is what a superhero would do. Like Juggernaut never crushed anyone. All he did is talk about crushing. I never seen him crush anyone. Crush.
But that's more of a limitation or a like a limitation of like the media, that like, because Juggernaut often appeared in like Saturday morning cartoon type shows, right? So, and especially back then, they couldn't show certain things. That same with the Wolverine issue, right? So that's not
Yeah, yeah.
necessarily a limitation of the character and the power set, but the TV station that it's on.
Yeah, so for me, Invincible is like the second coming of like Adult Swim.
Right.
Whereas like, oh, do cartoons like this? Invincible, even with the boys being out, it was like,
Yeah.
oh, people can just do the drawings of this craziness. Like,
Yeah.
I'm biased. I'm super biased. I won't. But the train scene, I think, transcends all of that because
Right.
it was so. I don't know if it was like iconic or it was like the first thing that Invincible did. That was like, god damn, that's a madness.
Right.
That's a madness.
Okay, I think one thing I'll add to my issue with the train scene as well, and it's actually my issue with some other aspects of Invincible, and this is more like nerdy animation critique, which is like in the train scene, the way that and I already know the counter to what I'm about to say, and it's probably going to be something like that is the point. But one of my critiques is the way in which the way that the characters in the train scene are like just splattered everywhere, like they're just ants. I understand that may be the point, but it also gave me this feeling of like we're not even taking this seriously. We're making all these people die in a way that's like very hand wavy, and it kind of broke my immersion because I think I would have a more positive reaction to that scene if it was animated or shown in a way where I could feel the weight of the people dying. But the way that if you watch it again, like the sound effects that's being made, it doesn't even feel like real sound effects of like people being splattered. It's just like it's just very like paper, and that actually worked against me because it made me feel like they're trying to do something serious and weighty, but it feels like just toys being crushed. And but again, I get that one critique would be, well, that's the point. Like Omni-Man is trying to make them humans seem like they're nothing. But I actually also think that it kind of works against them in the way that I described, at least for me anyway.
I think it's a critique on. Would it be could you critique it if it was the other way around? Probably not. I guess it's like unfalsifiable. Like you can make that critique, but like you said, well, the counter is that was intentional, which is kind of boring. I agree. I think when there's a couple of things that I remember where it was one-on-one. So it was like someone who was super strong against a human who had powers, like Rex, the guy that basically the Jubilee, the guy that made things explode.
Yeah.
He didn't have the strength to fight all those people. He could just, he was a character, literally. And when he got hit, it felt like there was some gravity to it. Like, oh, even though this guy's a human, like everyone else, he's got a couple of powers, but he gets punched, his head's coming clean off. He's not going to fly into a building. Rex never flew into a building and stood back up. I think those one-on-ones, that's when it had what you're talking about. I agree. On the train thing, it was nothing.
Yeah.
There was no feeling of him killing humans.
Yeah.
It was just written. It was like written in lowercase.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's the only way I can explain it. It was written in lowercase. But like you said, me with my my good faith interpretation was the point.
Yeah.
But I do agree most of the time there is no there's no watching a fight thinking this is bad.
Right.
You go into the fight knowing that they can't win anyways.
Right.
Mark, you never see Mark fight a Viltrumite and go, he's got a chance. That never happens.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why they were like, well, there's no reason to show the danger he's in because you're going in knowing that he can't win anyway. He's just got that, like I said, the tenacity to try. He never wins. Only way he does the Naruto thing. He talks people round. He talks Omni-Man round.
Right. I mean, yeah, but I'm not even asking for the stakes that I'm asking for is not that I want people to. I don't want Invincible fights to make people think that they may or may not win when they go into the fight. It's more about the moment to moment moments in the fight, right? There's no stakes in the moments. There's no, I'll ask it to you like this, right? Like, what is the difference between a fight where Mark gets punched through 10 buildings versus a fight where Mark gets punched through 20 buildings, right? Like there is no difference. So to me, it's like, why even have that if it's not even gonna matter? Like, I guess the answer is because it's more spectacle if it's 20 buildings. But when you're constantly doing that throughout the show, at some point, for some people, it's just gonna lose its luster, right? Its allure. Like, it's not gonna be shiny anymore. When it's season 3 and now we're getting punched through 50 buildings, it's just not doing anything anymore.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think you're more talking about like the visual aspect of the show, right?
Well, the critique I just said there, just a few seconds ago, I don't think that's visual. I think that's more like, I think that's more a mixture of the power set and the direction, like the fight direction. Like the same way that, you know, one kung fu movie director might direct his fights in one way that's way more appealing to watch versus another one who just doesn't have as much mastery over directing fight scenes.
Oh, okay.
Because again, right? Like if it were me, like I would feel like I failed my audience or failed some aspect of making good fights if in one fight, if in season 1 somebody gets hit through 10 buildings, and then in season 2 we've done the building thing so many times that now somebody's getting hit through 50 buildings, but they're still getting up like nothing happened, I would look back on that scene or my decision to do that and just ask myself, like, what am I doing here? Like, am I enriching the action in the show as we go through the show? And if the answer is no, then I would need to return to the drawing board and be like, we need to do something different, because like there's no stakes in each moment to moment part of the fight.
Can I ask what you mean by stakes? I don't know if that's what I'm understanding properly. Maybe that's why.
I guess I should say, sorry, consequences probably is what I should say. Like in a better world, what I would prefer is if there was consequence. Like a consequence could be okay, perfect example. If in one fight Mark gets hit through 10 buildings, okay, he's invincible. Like his name is invincible. The whole point is that he's super durable. So sure, maybe 10 buildings doesn't affect him. But if in the next fight he gets hit through 20, maybe the 20 buildings should actually wind him. Maybe the 20 buildings should actually make the rest of the fight be harder for him because he got hurt, because it was 20 buildings versus 10. But the issue is that 20 versus 10 is no difference. So why even have it? Like what is unless the purpose is just more spectacle, which it probably is, but I think then now we're looking at the potential downside of just having a spectacle. Like, I think you can have spectacle but also consequences too, and nothing is lost. You only gain because now the fight is more dynamic.
I think I agree with you. Have you watched One Punch Man?
Season 1, yeah.
Do you have the same criticism with One Punch Man in terms of, even though the name of the show is One Punch Man,
right? He
one punches him. Do you still have the same no consequence feeling?
Well, you mean consequence when Saitama gets hit, or
when or the fact that when he comes to a fight, there is nothing. Like, you know he's going to win, because he just one punches everyone.
Yeah, with One Punch Man, it's similar to your question about The Boys, because One Punch Man is baked within the premise, right? Like you're kind of supposed to be on board with the premise that he's going to beat everyone in one punch because it's in the name, and also the reason why it's more forgivable with One Punch Man is because because of what One Punch Man can do. The creator finds unique ways to make his struggle, like even the fact that Saitama, for at least in season 1, a lot of the show was about him trying to extend fights and him trying to have fights that are more exhilarating to him by intentionally not beating them in one punch because he knows he can. So that's what made it more interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you were talking about Invincible, I was thinking the same thing of One Punch Man, and I've not watched One Punch Man.
Right.
But I like one because I like the concept of we have again, it kind of goes back to the Superman thing.
Yeah.
They've gone, how about if we made Superman with no weakness?
Yeah.
Kryptonite, and there's no magic that can stop him. He just beats everyone, and that's the premise of a protagonist. Protagonist is that he wins,
Yeah.
no matter what the odds are. And they went, fuck it, we're not going to do the whole Goku charging for 3 episodes on an exploding planet to
Yeah.
win eventually. We're just going to pull the fluff and show you that he can win.
Right.
That's why I appreciate. I've never watched it because to me it's like the thing you're saying. There's no consequence because every fight does Saitama show up?
Right.
Because if he does, it's over. With Invincible, and this could be me jumping the gun with One Punch Man because you explained that there's more to it than just winning the fight. Invincible, there's the case of Invincible is a half breed. He's like half human, half Viltrumite.
Yeah.
And he is technically, well, I think they show it, like you said, with the 10 buildings, 20 buildings, the continent of America, whatever. He just won't stay down.
Yeah.
He just always gets back up, even when he shouldn't. He should have been dead by now, 100%. The point of him being invincible is that he sees himself more as a human. Humans aren't invincible.
Yeah.
He's fine for I have to show you this Jubilee show, that Jubilee ripoff of Mark talking to humans. It's so sick.
Yeah.
He has the problem of, I want to protect these people that don't want my protection.
Yeah.
It's actually, I don't even need to explain it. It's basically J. Jonah Jameson with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
J. Jonah Jameson sees Spider-Man as a problem. He is the problem. The reason people are getting hurt and robbed and stuff is because Spider-Man is bringing these problems to New York.
Yeah.
It's that on a global scale. They're like, yeah, you're half Viltrumite. You brought this problem here, and you can't stop it because you can't even beat your dad, let alone the whole planet.
Yeah.
And he's saying, no, we should fight. And it's like, no, you can fight because you're invincible. We aren't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop fighting. So when I see him fight, it's kind of tapping into some like nihilism, where it's like you're fighting for a cause that you think is good, which I guess morally it is, but the people you are protecting don't want you to do that.
Yeah.
They don't want problems because to them it's futile. Mark sees a light at the end of the tunnel, but no one else can see it. I think people watching the show are like, if you can't deal with one, you can't deal with a planet. This is stupid. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
you are actually the problem. You are Batman not killing the Joker.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I agree.
That's what I think is in.
Yeah. No.
So-
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, so that's what I see in the fights. In the fights, I see Mark getting beat up, and I'm like, if you kill Mark, the show's over. Because the Viltrumites will win unless humans die. It's literally a win-win. Mark, the hero, is the catalyst to the problems. So he's kind of the villain. Because as soon as he loses, there's no one to stop them. There's no one to stop the Viltrumites.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's all true, and I agree that like that is one of those are some of the things that make Invincible that separate it or make it more interesting, right? But I think, and it's probably gonna be a boring response, but it's one of those things where everything you described can exist while the fights also become while the fights, it can coexist with the fights having more consequences, right? Like I think I can't remember the details of the fight with him and the Fula, the hair lady, right? But wasn't there a scene?
Yeah.
Didn't Mark get a boat thrown at him, or am I making that up? I'm just remembering a scene where like someone did something crazy.
Yeah, someone threw like the Titanic at him.
Yeah, and
on the beach.
right, and then
Fula, that,
it was who?
It was another chick, a short hair lady. Yeah, it was another lady. She was saying like, oh, the Viltrumites, your dad abandoned his post. Now you have to make the humans bow down to us. And he's like, no. And then she went, okay, cool. I want to kill you
Right,
with this boat and kill the humans on it.
right.
So yeah, she literally chucked a huge ass boat on
And then
it.
did he get hit by it? I can't remember if he like stopped the boat. I think I recall him getting hit by the boat.
Yeah, he tried to do the there was that the Spider-Man thing when he tries to stop the train from
Oh yeah.
crashing, and so he stopped the boat, but in the way that he stopped the boat from like crashing into a building, he just started hitting it, and he couldn't defend himself because he's holding
Oh
the boat.
yeah. Okay, I'm remembering it wrong then. I thought like somebody threw the boat at him and then he just got up and just kept going in the fight like nothing happened. But yeah, I'm not remembering it correctly. But yeah, but
Omni-Man,
yeah.
Omni-Man dropped the mountain on him.
Oh, what was that in the same scene as the train scene or the same
I
episode?
think it was a couple of episodes after.
Okay.
Yeah, he don't stay down. It's
Right.
It is very dumb.
Yeah.
His name is Invincible. And
Yeah.
I have to hold.
Yeah, no, it's again like that's why I prefaced it by saying perhaps it's a hot take, especially because the name of the show is Invincible. But in response to everything you said earlier, I just don't think that it's a mutually exclusive thing. I think there can still be stakes combat wise. Sorry, not stakes, consequences combat wise. And the thing is, the outcome of the fight can still be the same. I just think that having if there's a consequence of Mark getting, like, let's say a boat did get thrown at him, and they made it a point to show that like this is the most damage Mark has ever sustained, right? It would be cool if there was a result of that in terms of how the fight plays out next. But it just seems that no matter what happens to him, he just punches harder and keeps trying, and that after a while that just gets boring. And it gets boring for me, it gets boring in many shows, not just Invincible, but if it happens in Dragon Ball Z, which it does, or any superpower fantasy show, I just think creators should be a bit more mindful of like how dry that can get over a certain period of time. And it doesn't need to be that way.
Would you see a consequence? I think this happened where Mark had a fight. I can't remember who. It might have been with Fulu, the chick with the sword, and he fought her and like two other Viltrumites on another planet.
Right.
He did kill one of them.
The old guy.
Omni-Man, yeah. I'm sure he killed one of the old guys. Fulu survived.
Yeah.
No, actually, no. Omni-Man killed the other guy. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Omni-Man
yeah.
killed the other guy.
Yeah.
And Mark's, he didn't lose, but he also didn't win.
Yeah.
But I think after that, he was so wounded that he was like out of commission for a while.
Yeah. That has happened.
Or is that not enough of a
No. That's fine.
consequence?
But that's more like I'm fine with the stake being at the end of the fight. Because surely like there has to be some kind of recovery. Like it would be even more ridiculous if he gets all these things thrown at him and he just gets up and next episode we're fine. So yeah, end of the fight, injury, recovery, that's all good. I just, again, my critique is more like perhaps this is more of something that would be discussed in like a writer's workshop or some kind of like movie making workshop where it's like, okay, everybody in the room are directors or editors or fight choreographers, and we're all trying to make our combat in our shows or movies better. I think this kind of critique would be more present there, right? Because it's more like optimal, or we're focusing on trying to really optimize a lot of smaller things. Because like at the end of the fight, there's a story consequence, there's an injury consequence, but during the fight, like a lot of good fights in whether it's anime or any source material, even like in action movies, right? Like if you're watching like The Bourne Identity or like The Matrix, right? Like if Agent Smith cuts Neo in the leg, that cut leads to something in terms of how the rest of the fight plays out. It's not like he gets cut in the leg and then we just ignore that and we just fight like nothing happened. It's like, no, getting cut in the leg might make him walk or limp a certain way, or might make him stumble and reach for something. It's like each action plays into the next moment, which makes the whole fight more interesting to watch. And of course, it's a bit easier with The Matrix because we're not talking about superhuman Superman type characters. It's more human, right? But I do believe that you can still have this concept even with superpowered characters. It just has to be more creative.
So, like an example would be like if Mark got punched in the eye so hard he couldn't see out of that eye.
Yeah.
So for the rest of the fight, he's like one eye.
Yeah, that did happen though, right? I think that did happen. I think I remember seeing. Like I remember, there's definitely been a fight where he's had a black eye in the fight, but I can't recall if they like made it relevant. I can't recall if they were like made it clear that he can now he can't see in that eye, or if it was just visual, like he's got a black eye, but it's not actually like counting in the fight.
You think it was just visual. I don't think they made a point to be like Mark whispering to him, is like into his own mind, going,
Shit, I can't see. Yeah.
Yeah, if he throws the punch on the left, I'm not blocking it. I'm not blocking it because I can't see it. I
Right.
don't think they ever did that.
Yeah.
I agree with you then. I agree that most of the fights in that show don't do that, and they could absolutely be like, oh, this guy clapped near your ear.
Right.
Like literally Omni claps all the time. He claps near your ear, now you're fucking, what's it called? The your
Yeah,
what's that
disorientated.
balancing thing? Yeah, like there's a word for it, but I can't remember what it is. But
Equilibrium, is that what it is? Your equilibrium's
Yeah,
off or
your
something?
yeah, so he can't fly properly
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is a good point. They, from my recollection, they don't do that with at least Mark. Maybe they do it with the other people,
Yeah.
but Mark, he never. He just goes into hospital for like an episode and then he's back
Yeah.
to normal.
Yeah. And again, like it
Yeah,
doesn't,
okay.
because of the kind of show that it is, it doesn't have to be what I'm saying, because somebody could watch Dragon Ball Z and be like, man, some of the fights are cool, but like I wish there was more magic, and that could be their personal critique. But it's like, okay, that person should, that critique is fine, but that person who's saying that should also acknowledge that clearly this is not the kind of show that Dragon Ball Z is, even though it has some elements of magic. Like it's fine to have that critique as long as as long as the expectations are tempered. So I think it's the same with me. Like even though I'm saying this, I also understand that it's just not really the kind of show Invincible is trying to be. But I also don't think that it would hurt if Invincible did have some more elements of that, because there were so many fights in that show, especially towards the latter seasons, where I'm just like, I'm seeing cool things happen, but it wasn't resonating because of what I've explained.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like I'm trying to think of the fights that didn't have Mark in it.
Mm.
There was one with what's his name, Multiple,
Oh yeah.
the guy that can multiply and he does that thing in the jail cell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember
Where
that.
he
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's sick. But it's like, I'm sure Kate made a point about, each time she dies,
Yeah.
even if one of her close died, she feels it.
Mm.
And we just saw this Multiple guy who's bladed, who must have the same kind of power.
Yeah.
Or I think it's a curse. It's the same power. He must have killed like 100 of himself,
Right.
and he just starts doing parkour in the jail cell. And I'm
Yeah.
like, you kind of just killed the whole. You kind of killed the element to your power. Like the power, how it affects the person, I agree,
Yeah.
is interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what she didn't want the clones to die. She made them, but she was like, I don't want these people to die. Unless it's necessary for the mission, she doesn't want it to happen.
Yeah,
But the
yeah.
Multiple guy just didn't fuck. And it was kind of like, I guess it was cool how you opened the jail cell with exploding, like multiplying and breaking it. But it kind of monotones the power.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you. Yeah, Invincible doesn't really do a good job of that. They've got Immortal and Invincible in the same show.
Yeah,
It's like,
I was just about to bring up Immortal as well. It took them so long to explain. I think in the scene where Mark goes into a different timeline where Immortal's like, Immortal's like the king or something. I think they explained something about decapitating his head and keeping his head away from his body. But it took so long for them to explain that that's how you would kill him, because prior to that, it's just, he's just getting C-Man in the chat says, is this show worth a watch? I would say so. I think C4 probably enjoys it more than I do, but I think if you're into superheroes, and especially like derivative Superman stories, or like if you've watched The Boys and you like The Boys, then definitely watch Invincible, and vice versa. If you watch Invincible and you haven't seen The Boys, that both shows are, I would recommend giving it a try. And like C4 said earlier, Invincible just takes one episode before you will know if you will like it or not. And I think The Boys is the same. Like in the first 10 minutes of The Boys, with what happens with the opening scene in that, I was like, I am watching the rest of it. When with the Huey's girlfriend, I'm like, I did not see that come in. I'm watching this immediately. That was just so out of nowhere. Huh?
Literally didn't see him coming. He was too
Yeah,
fast,
exactly. Yeah,
literally.
true. But yeah, but to answer your question, I would say it's worth watching for sure.
Like I like I want to say I'm the kind of person who watches a fight and I don't have the intricate eye like you do. Like I saw the Daredevil scene down the staircase and was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's super sick.
Yeah.
He's flying down the staircase. And what made it more interesting to me is that he was blind. Where
Right.
other people were saying this because of the actual choreography.
Yeah, yeah. And the one take,
To me-
the one take camera trickery.
Yeah, see, to me, that was lost on me because
Right.
I'm the person who's jingle keys in front of and I go, oh, that's cool. But I'm honest with it. I'm honest with it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it was cool that justified it in different ways. So I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I find it cool, not just because of the jingle. There's something behind it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I also like was it Kengan Ashura?
Yeah.
Because there's like matchups. I also like matchups. That's the same reason I like Pokemon.
Mm.
I like it when you don't have the strongest thing or person. You have people that are strong at something but have a weakness.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get
But
you.
if you like that, you don't watch Invincibles. That's not in Invincibles.
Yeah, it's definitely.
That is a Dragon Ball. Who is the strongest? And it's kind of like there's a peak, and it's who can take the beating,
Yeah.
which is to me not interesting.
Right,
The story of Invincibles is interesting. Scenes are shock value stuff. It's just shock value.
Yeah, there's definitely
it
a lot of
might-
shock value. How did you feel? One. This is a bit of a tangent, but like one other thing that I found a bit cheesy and annoying, and again, it's probably the point. But you know when they would do the episode would start, and then there'll be somebody talking, and there'll be like I don't know, maybe a train maybe a train got destroyed or damaged, or let's say that two superheroes had a fight in the train station, and then one train didn't get destroyed, and then somebody would be like, oh wow, I can't believe this train got destroyed. I guess that train is. And then it will cut to the title Invincible, but nobody would say Invincible. It would just cut to it. I found that so. There were so many cheesy ways that happened. I'm like, oh my god, just what is this meant to be? Am I meant to laugh or like I wasn't sure what reaction I'm supposed to have to a lot of these whenever that would happen.
I think it's genius. But I tell you why. I'm going to be biased. It was literally. I don't know if it was. I feel it was every episode they did blah blah blah, drop title cards as the filler for the words, and I was like, "There's no way they're going to do this every episode."
Yeah,
I think they do it every episode.
Pretty much almost every. There was a moment in season 3 where they stopped doing it for a bit. I remember recognizing that, but then they went back to it.
Okay, good. I'm glad they went back to it because rhetorically, I think that is genius.
Right.
I actually think it's so because I think something I think about when I'm commentating is not saying the same word over and over again.
Yeah.
I think I spoke to you about this. Yeah, I think it's the quickest way to stop someone engaging. Like that's why like writers that write books try not to use the same descriptor in on the same page, right? But with Invincible, I think it works better because you're trying to think of how many ways can they incorporate the word invincible at the start of a show. And they seem to do it. It's like poetry. It's like they've dropped the word orange, and it's like, how many words can you find the rhyme with orange? Showed me, and they do it.
Yeah.
Episode after episode. So yeah, it is kind of like a corny joke,
Right.
but I think it's yes because it's a running gag that you seem to run out, and it doesn't seem to run out.
Yeah, it's definitely a running gag. I guess whether a person likes it or not, it's just whether they are on board with the gag or whether they, because it's kind of, did you ever watch CSI? Like any of the CSI shows?
I used to watch Miami.
Yeah,
I think I
okay,
watched all
then
of Miami.
that's the perfect one. You know when the main character, Grisham, right, was the main character, and then there will be, before they play the intro, he'll say some one-liner, like somebody maybe they died, like they died by drowning, and then he'll say something like, well, I guess he went for a deep dive, and then it will be like, wow, you hear the intro, and that was the running gag, right? He would always say a one-liner in regards to like how the victim died, but like whether you were on board with that or not just depended on whether, I don't know, I guess it's just a taste thing. But for some reason with CSI, I was totally fine with that. But the Invincible one was just, I don't know, it was just too cheesy, and I don't know, it felt like, why are we doing this kind of thing? Whereas with CSI, I never asked myself, why are they doing this?
Yeah, I can see that. I remember, like, now you've said it, I remember it, but I never was looking for it. Where Invincible, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for
Right.
how are you gonna spin sentence? I basically always watch the first 15 seconds, going, okay, you need to say invincible however repeated mark.
Right.
That is boring. You can't say where is invincible. That's boring. You've done that the first
Yeah.
episode. Now you've got to make it more interesting because in normal vocab, most people don't say the word invincible.
True. Yeah.
It's one of those like very sparsely used words.
Yeah.
So how are you to do it? And they kind of do a good job. But yeah, I guess it is jarring throwing up the title, the screen, the title of the show in like a 1 minute window.
Right.
Because we're all expected to be at the start, right? And then you just get into the show. But we're all waiting for it before we can start the show.
Yeah.
So it's kind of jarring. I do agree.
Yeah.
Like the first, until the title card hit the screen, I'm like, okay, it's a gag. It's like a skit.
Right.
For the
Yeah, it's definitely a running joke.
yeah, I liked it, but
Yeah.
you can't ask me anything about superheroes. There's not much I think is bad about superheroes. I used to really hate Superman
Right.
until I saw Injustice, and I was like, actually, no, Superman's a good character.
For me,
And
I thought Superman was dry until like I was the average. Oh, Superman's boring because he's got all the powers, right? Like that take that so many people had. It wasn't until Smallville where I actually enjoyed Superman. Like Smallville,
Smallville was cool.
yeah, Smallville made me really like Superman, and then and I liked some of the like I think Man of Steel was good. I liked the James Gunn recent Superman movie, but yeah, Smallville was what did it for me.
That was a good show. He did a good job of not focusing on Superman's powers.
Yeah. But like Smallville has so many. One episode that really stands out to me. Oh man, Smallville had some really good episodes. But I vividly remember. Maybe it's because like I was in secondary school, or we were in secondary school when this was happening. But the episode where he learned his heat vision, they tied it with like puberty. Because I remember there was a hot teacher. Like there's a scene where he's in a classroom, and then like there's a new teacher, and she's quite attractive. And then Clark like he's kind of like his eyes are hurting and he's rubbing his eyes, but you can tell that he's kind of aroused by the teacher as well. And then he's having this like weird double puberty moment where he's in high school and going through puberty, but like the hotness of the teacher is making his eyes heat up, and it's actually like tying together with the awakening of his heat vision. I thought that was a sick episode. You know, there's a unique way to introduce that.
Remember the episode, but for a different reason. So I was like, they ripped off X-Men.
Oh, with like
what X-Men
Cyclops?
are. Like, not the ability. Sorry. So in X-Men, most
They activate the X gene through puberty, right? That kind of.
yes. So there's mostly it's puberty, and then some people get a second ability, like I was saying with Emma Frost, through stress, a
Yeah.
high level of stress.
Yeah.
I think Jean stress, and Emma Frost got her diamond form through stress.
Yeah.
But her telepathy she got through puberty.
Right.
So it's like, oh, you just. Well, that was in my Superman hating part.
Okay.
I just didn't rate like DC at all back then. I was like,
Right.
Green Lantern is the coolest character because he never does the same thing twice. Like a good Green Lantern or a good Lantern in general, where they use their rings and then their imagination and their willpower, and it's like, oh, this is unlimited power. Not unlimited. It's a sandbox power because you can do anything.
Yeah.
That power. So yeah, I used to hate everyone else.
Yeah.
I thought the Flash was cool. Green Lantern. I was like, Wonder Woman's just
Just dry.
not.
I mean, I was in that camp as well.
I
Like, it took me a long time to care about DC. You know.
I care about that, but when I looked at a lot of the comics that they did that I missed,
Yeah.
they probably better storylines than Marvel.
Yeah.
Like, and the reason I kind of started to respect Batman is most of the stories that are good have Batman in them.
Right. Yeah.
Most of them. And he's so good outside of Gotham.
Yeah.
When he's outside of Gotham, Batman's a really sick character. In Gotham, I think he's just so boring. So boring. And it could be because of his villains. I don't know. I don't rate Spider-Man as well for the same reason, because I think his most interesting villains, he doesn't fight enough.
Right. Yeah, but I think for Spider-Man, I think a lot of people like him because it's just the whole relatability and like just his character and his humor and the dichotomy between Peter Parker and Spider-Man. And I also think people it's kind of like your first Final Fantasy, right, is usually the one that people are fond of the most. I think Spider-Man was a lot of people's first major superhero that they got interested in, especially because of the Tobey Maguire movies or the 90s cartoon.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think I think they wanted what Spider-Man has
Yeah.
for Captain America, but it just didn't work.
Or
think
you mean
Captain-
with the Captain America movie in the MCU?
Oh no, the comics,
Oh, okay.
comics and cartoon. He doesn't really have a cartoon, but with the comics, I think they built Captain America to be like he could be any person. Any person reading this comic could have been Steve Rogers before the Super Soldier Serum.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they do with Spider-Man, but because Spider-Man has the Peter Parker ideal,
Yeah.
where he's in school, he doesn't flex his superpowers.
Yeah.
So Captain America is always powerful. He's always strong, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Peter
true.
Parker, weak and all that sort of stuff. Even though you know he is Spider-Man, and that's the relatable bit where he's like, "Oh, I'm Peter Parker. I want to protect my friends." Whereas Captain America is, "I was weak. Now I'm omega strong, and I can solo win World War II." Like,
Yeah, solo
it's
win.
OCV, bro. Just
Yeah.
one character victory. Just smoke everyone.
Just
with one shield,
just
no gun.
run up to Hitler and drop kick him. Done. Over. That's
But,
crazy.
yeah, the Spider-Man thing, I kind of get why people like him. I
Yeah.
think he's corny and not in a good way. I think he's only really interesting when he's fighting Venom. Maybe just Venom.
Yeah, but I think that's one way to like a hero's villains is one aspect, one side of the character, right? Like I think even if you look at the fact that one of the most famous lines in pop culture history period comes from Spider-Man, I think that's a big deal
Yeah.
as well. And also, and the fact him being in high school, like it's not unique or anything, but I think that just that does so much for people relating to him, especially people that were exposed to Spider-Man when they were also in school, or even the fact that he's a nerdy guy who gets ignored by the girls, for the most part. Like many men, people can relate to that a lot, right? So I think, and that leads into Marvel in general, like where the common critique you would hear about Marvel versus DC is that Marvel characters tend to be more relatable because so many DC characters are basically gods, like and even the fact that DC made the choice to not have their stories take place in, like, sure, Gotham is kind of meant to be New York, but Spider-Man actually takes place in New York, right? So that's going to make people relate to it a lot more as well.
It is super weird because I remember that argument and I was like, I mean, obviously they're both comics, so they're unrealistic.
Yeah,
But I always thought Marvel had more unrelatable characters. But that might be just my ignorance to like the whole at the time the DC universe, where I'm like,
right.
I can imagine a rich boy like that. I can imagine that.
Wait, you said a rich boy what?
A rich boy like Batman. I can
Oh.
imagine that being more relatable. Like,
What,
I'm a rich-
more relatable
like,
than somebody like Spider-Man? Like Peter Parker?
Yeah, because I think Spider-Man keeping his identity under wraps is less likely than Batman.
Possibly, but I think when we say relatable, like if we're talking about relatability, even like everyone's been to high school, but not everybody is going to be a rich billionaire with his like own mansion and a Batcave, right? So I think relatability comes down to like what people have gone through in life and how much they can see that in the pop culture characters, in the superheroes.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know?
I mean, that is probably why Smallville was like
Yeah.
so good,
Yeah,
because it made Superman relatable, which is like
Yeah.
probably the hardest character.
definitely.
Yeah. He had human struggles, even though he was like not human and
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I can get that. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe I'm just Iron Man hater. Maybe that's what it is.
it's probably a little bit,
Yeah,
but
I'm right.
it's just a thing where if like not every popular thing is gonna be popular to that individual, right? Like I was talking to Chrome earlier today, and I in the chat, in our WhatsApp chat, I dropped a Lord of the Rings meme, and he he didn't misunderstand it, but he said something that made me think, oh shit, have you not seen Lord of the Rings? But he has, he just hadn't seen it in a long time. And then he said that he's not really into like that kind of high fantasy anyway. And then he said that's the same reason why he's not really into Harry Potter. And then I said, yeah, Harry Potter is also the super big pop culture thing that for some reason I'm just not really into. I've seen the first 3 movies, but as somebody that loves magic and fantasy, I should love Harry Potter, but for some reason I don't. But it's one of those things where even though I don't like it, like I can't deny that clearly I'm just in the minority there because Harry Potter is just monumentally huge.
Yeah, I can see. I'm trying to think if there's any like superhero thing that I don't like. I think I like all of them,
Right.
which is not good. That's clearly a blind spot
Yeah.
in my process where I'm like, oh, you've got a cape on, cool, and I don't look at anything else.
Yeah.
Because like high fantasy, I'm not like I've watched Lord of the Rings. I've
Yeah.
not watched any Harry Potter.
Right.
I just don't care about magic. But I think Doctor Strange is one of the sickest characters in Marvel. So
Yeah. Wait, but would you, do you dislike Lord of the Rings? Like the one that you saw? Is it like you just seen it but you don't care about it, or you just don't? You actually don't. You actually like it doesn't appeal to you, like to the point where you would say you don't even like it.
So I think it's a case that I didn't read the books. The most interesting thing about like high fantasy to me is factions. So like
Right.
Warhammer is. Even though I don't know about Warhammer, people told me enough that I would be like, if I could get into this 100%, like orcs versus elves and why they're fighting and what abilities they have, that I get from like cosmic Marvel. That's what I get from like the Kree versus the Skrulls versus the Shi'ar. That's the faction part, and I like that in fantasy. I feel Lord of the Rings didn't do a good job of it. It just felt like orcs are bad, the elves and the hobbits are good.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
But Lord of the Rings is more. It's I think I remember Destiny talking about this as well. Well, Lord of the Rings is more intentionally. It's not grey like Game of Thrones is. Like Lord of the Rings is more traditional high fantasy. There are good guys, there are bad guys. Like Aragorn is like the eventual king of I can't remember the name of the city now or the kingdom. But it's clearly more like black and white basically. Whereas something like Game of Thrones is fantasy but way more grey, and the factions and the relationships between them are way more dramatized in terms of like why they're fighting each other. But even though it's intentional, the critique is still valid, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen Game of Thrones either.
Oh no, what?
Yeah, I like Dragons, but that wasn't enough. Yeah.
Damn. Wait. So how did you? I always find whenever I meet somebody who hasn't seen Game of Thrones, I always ask, how did you get through the time when it was peak? Like when it was at its peak and it was just everywhere. Did that make you dig your heels in more and decide I'm just not watching this shit because everyone's talking about it? Or like how?
No, I think I have my mutant power is I can not give a shit
Right.
off rip, and and it's not that I avoid it. I double down in not caring. It's probably a good show. I am probably missing out, but I don't mind not missing out. I don't mind missing out.
Right.
I don't have the FOMO. Where I did have the FOMO for Breaking Bad.
Okay.
That was like, oh, everyone's to watch it, and I think Lost was the other
Oh,
program.
Lost was so
like-
good. Well, before it went fucking whatever happened with Lost, but first 2 seasons of Lost, that's some of my favorite TV in like ever.
Yeah, like those 2 programs is like, no, I feel like I need to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
And I think Lost was good until it fell off.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad was like, I could have lived without it. And I think
Right.
after Breaking Bad, I'm not going to FOMO for a show. Like, and I carried over, or maybe that was there. I think that's always been there. And I tried to break the habit by just going, you know what? Everyone says it's good. It must be good.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is such a strong mid. This is a powerful mid
Oh,
show.
you mean Breaking Bad?
Yeah,
Yeah.
powerfully mid.
Yeah, Breaking Bad is. Oh, I think Breaking Bad is, like, I do remember it being a huge popular thing. Yeah, I also think Breaking Bad is just good, and there's great moments, but it's not like I wouldn't put it in the top tier. But I think popularity wise, it's definitely one of the most popular shows.
yeah, I think it was the same with like anime. Like me not watching all of Bleach and Naruto.
Yeah.
I've watched enough to know if I care more than Dragon Ball. That was my bar.
Right.
I was like, if I see this being more than Dragon Ball, I'm not going to time sink literally months of my life watching it. Like, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes. True.
after Pain, I was like, Pain's cool. You know what? I can stop at Pain.
Right.
Pain is sick villain. I'm about this. And I saw Kenpachi in Bleach. I was like,
Yeah.
eat fiction. I don't need to go on anymore. I can just ask people what happens to Kenpachi. I don't have to watch the lore or the story of Ichigo. I don't care about Ichigo.
Right. No, I feel you on that.
Yeah,
But with Game of Thrones, like you don't have to, like, I'm sure you're aware, Game of Thrones became one of the most controversial. The final seasons of that was just monumentally controversial to the point where I actually don't recommend people watch Game of Thrones anymore because it's just I can't in good faith recommend it because of how it ends. But those first 4 seasons, the same way that we both said that Lost is like peak, like when Lost was in its prime, it's like, you know, its peak. When Game of Thrones is in its prime, it's probably, if it gun to my head, if I'm forced to like say what is it that humans have made in this planet in terms of like media that is like going to be just legendary, it's in the top 3 for that. First 4 seasons of Game of Thrones, it's ultra peak, but I can't recommend it to anyone because of how it ends.
I feel the exact same with Dragon Ball. Don't worry, Dragon Ball Z. I'm like, it is the birth ground of like shonen.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's forged children. It forged
True.
children to never give up, like screaming in the bathroom, trying to make their, like, it made people globally do that. But you should not waste your life watching 500 episodes of this. It's not worth it.
Definitely.
I agree.
I don't know if
I'll ever watch anything like Game of Thrones again. I don't know, but like a pop culture thing.
Right.
I don't know if I can. People keep telling me to watch certain anime, and I've done that.
Which one? Which one?
Jerome said I need to watch Fire Force.
Why? I hate when people do that. Wait. How passionate was he when he recommended that? Was he like, "Oh, bro, you gotta see Fire Force"?
He said that in response to something I said. I really like Soul Eater, and he went, "Oh, if you like Soul Eater, you have to watch Fire Force."
Oh, okay. I can understand why he did that. But if he's like, "Yo, Fire Force is like the next thing," like, absolutely not.
Oh no, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't say that. He just said, "If you like Soul Eater, you have to watch Fire Force."
Right.
And that was it. And I was like,
You watched it?
Basically, I haven't started it yet. I'm going to probably start after Tokyo.
I see.
Because I'm only going to watch anime that's under 100 episodes. So they were trying to get me to watch One Piece. Like, no,
absolutely not. Nope.
Nope.
Even I wouldn't recommend that either. Nope. You know what? It's like, so I've watched One Piece. Well, I've watched One Piece, but I currently just read the manga. I don't have time for the anime anymore. But I can do that because I'm up to date, right? So I just, every week, new chapter comes out. I can look forward to that. In fact, the new chapter should be out tomorrow, so that should be exciting. But like, One Piece is so long that there are like there's like 2 to 3 hour long videos that are on YouTube designed for like catch up. Like, if you've missed this arc and you're too lazy to watch it, but you want to get back into One Piece, just watch this 3 hour breakdown of what happened. And the 3 hour breakdown is only covering like 50 episodes. You know, it's just, or maybe like, it's just it's pretty crazy how long that is. It's hard to recommend.
Yeah, the thing is, also the artwork does really good for me.
Right, yeah.
I'm not too stuck on it. It's the longevity. I just, the characters don't have cool. If there was someone like Vegeta, probably would.
What you probably would watch is because they're soon. Well, I say soon. We don't know when it's coming out, but they're actually doing a One Piece reboot anime, and it's apparently it's going to be called The One Piece, and I think it's going to be on Netflix, and the budget is going to be way higher, and it's basically designed for people who haven't seen One Piece but are too, because even the creators, everyone knows that One Piece is too daunting to get into, so they're putting together a show for people who would be wanting to try, but they see the over 1,000 episodes and they're like, absolutely not. So if you were to try it, I would just say wait for that.
Okay, I could do that.
You know,
'Cause I think Dragon did that with
with
is it
Kai,
Super?
right? No, that,
Oh, no.
Kai. I think it was Kai.
Yeah.
But Kai
Yeah,
was
it
more
was
of a
Kai.
remastering. Like Kai is a remaster. The One Piece is going to be like everything is new, like reanimated everything. Like Kai is a remaster and it's paced better because they I think they took out some fillers, something like that. But Kai is
Yeah.
not reanimated from the ground up.
Oh, so it's just like cherry pick.
It's it's definitely not reanimated. I believe it's remastered. Like the resolution is higher. They use some techniques to make it look better on just better, like shinier and more colorful. But it's also the pacing is, they just took out some filler and they paced some things better.
It's weird because the thing with One Piece is there's a bit of I don't want to be a hypocrite,
Right.
and I don't want to not watch it because of the look. Because I think it's stupid that some people don't watch anime that is what's CGI? What's the term called? You know, Kengan Ashura.
CG.
Is it
Or,
CGI? Oh, yeah,
it's got
CG.
some
They
3D,
watch
right?
it-
You mean 3D?
Yeah. The 3D art style. People
Right.
are like, fuck, I'm not watching that, and I'm like, it's a really dumb reason not to watch it. So I don't want to be that person and say
Yeah.
the same thing about One Piece. I'm gonna watch One Piece because of that. Because I feel it's a bad version of old anime, like Thistle and All Star or like Ninja Scroll. It looks like a bad version of like Ghost in the Shell art, like a lazy version.
But I think what you might find, I get why you're saying that because of just some of the designs looking a lot of them looking goofy. But you might find that there's a lot of charm in that because I think I mentioned this before. But even though I agree that a lot of the characters in One Piece are goofy, it makes the actual badass characters stand out even more. And then you realize that Oda's art style is super variable because he can draw some kick-ass characters, but he just chooses not to, or he just chooses to have a lot more variety. And even though that variety, it won't stop it from looking goofy to you, but I think you might find some charm in that. Because not everything just has to be about like looking cool, right? Like there's other ways to enjoy characters outside of cool factor and stuff. And also I'll add as well, like the reason I watch One Piece, and I think a lot of people like it, is it's not even about, well, it is about the characters for sure, but the strongest aspect of One Piece is the world building. Like of all the animes that exist, One Piece is like Game of Thrones levels when it comes to how the events of the world literally, like how they matter and how they move the story forward and how everything is intertwined. And it feels like this guy who made the show, he has fought so far ahead, and it just the world of One Piece feels more alive than any other shonen, 100%, and that's what makes it so alluring.
That's even more than Attack on Titan.
Yes, 100%. I mean, Attack on Titan is like the answer would have to be yes because of how much longer One Piece has been going on for, and how long it's been able to keep up that trend of expanding the world and having all of these decisions matter in different ways. Like Attack on Titan is good at that, but Attack on Titan also got a bit convoluted and kind of went off the rails a little bit for some people, myself included. But yeah, I would say One Piece. If you're comparing world building between Attack on Titan and One Piece, I think One Piece wins it for sure. I would be shocked if there was like a contingency of people who were like, no, it's Attack on Titan. I would be like, I like AOT, but it's not. I don't think that's what AOT's strongest point is.
Okay, that's fair. Like, because everyone was saying like, I should watch the rest of Attack on Titan.
Where did you get to?
I got to
The basement?
Yeah, I didn't even find out what was in the basement.
Oh no!
I did find out.
Well, you got like one episode before the basement.
I think I know the basement had like the books, and did it have a book in there?
Yeah, it had some
it had a book.
photos. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, after all that, it's just a fucking diary. You could have hid that under your pillow, bro. I sleep, and then I just didn't care really.
But it was the implications of the book that made it. It wasn't just wait. Wait, so but it wasn't just a book, it was like the implications of it.
Was the book basically saying that Titans are humans?
No. It was more like the book was exposing that the world is a lot bigger and that there's like essentially the basement put a jetpack on the goals of the characters. Because the whole point was to get to the basement and we think, okay, we're gonna get to the basement and there's gonna be some reveal that's gonna maybe make the story get towards its end. But when you see what's in the basement and what it means, it basically gives the whole story a whole new. It's like it resurrects the story. Well, not resurrects because that makes it sound like it was dying. It just gives a completely new life to the story to keep it going in a way that is quite interesting. But I'm not saying you should go and watch it and finish it. I'm just saying it's funny that you stopped before the basement.
I feel now that you said that, I vaguely remember, and I think my thought process was like, "Oh, you're basically talking what's beyond the walls." It's
Yeah.
like I don't know if I care what's beyond the wall.
Right.
That's obviously priors where it's like, oh, obviously the world is bigger than the things inside the wall. Obviously, there's going to be other towns that have the walls,
Mhm.
and I already know why you have walls to stop the Titans.
Yeah.
I did. Someone told me about the why, because I was like, why does everyone care about that Jaeger guy? Like, who cares about Jaeger? And it was like, oh, at the end he started seeing different timelines, and I was like, well, me personally, I'm glad I didn't start watching from the beginning because I would have felt like I got catfished.
Wait, you
I
didn't
was
watch
not
from the
watching
beginning?
No, I'm glad I didn't keep watching because
okay.
I would at the beginning and go, you catfish me, bro. I just wanted to see humans fight giants.
Yeah.
That's why I started watching.
You know, to
that's
be
why the
honest,
basic-
that's why a lot of people were turned off from it. Like me, I finished it, but a common sentiment was they like the original premise of why we all watched, like you said, humans fighting giant titans. This the odds being against them, like wondering how they're ever gonna defeat the enemy, and that was a relatively simple, easy thing to follow and to get excited about. But after the basement, and then when you start jumping between different characters and stuff, a lot of people are like, and me included, were like, okay, like you had a good thing going here, and you've just gone off the rails. I think they do, they do catch it at the end, and there's some really great moments towards the end, but it's kind of like I don't want to say Death Note actually, but it's kind of like Attack on Titan starts great, one of the best shows, first two seasons. The middle gets a little bit Matrix free, Matrix Reloaded, where it's like, bro, what is happening? Zion, I don't know what's happening anymore. But then it sticks the landing at the end, and it is sick at the end. But I don't blame people for dropping off in the middle.
I didn't even get to the middle, did I? The basement's got to be like
Basically, it's like the beginning of the middle, I'd say. And
okay.
there's definitely like. Actually, yeah, there's definitely some scenes post basement that are legendary. I don't know if you've heard of like Erwin's speech. That's a legendary scene. There's some really good fights as well. Fucking Levi and Mikasa, like their scenes are just like it is also worth watching just to see the spectacle of how the creativity of how they dispatch of the Titans and stuff like that. It's really, really sick for sure. And some of the other Titan abilities that come are really they make the fights more interesting too.
Do you think it's fine to just find like a spoiler channel and get the synopsis?
Yeah, I think if you
suffice?
know you're not going to watch it, but you're curious to see, like there's going to be some breakdown videos of like, if you don't want to watch Attack on Titan but you're curious, there'll probably be like a 2 or 3 hour video that maybe shows manga panels and explains or shows a little bit of clips of the scenes. You could do that, and then you could just watch the scenes in their entirety, like just find Levi versus 100 Titans or whatever, and just watch that scene, and then just appreciate it, something like that. But yeah, if you know you're not going to watch it, I wouldn't be like, it's so good that you have to sit through it.
Okay, because I think there's some shows, like you mentioned, like Death Note. I think Death Note doesn't work unless you watch the whole series.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like
yeah. And I don't know if Attack on Titan was like that. All I hear is like, oh yeah, Eren finds different timelines, and he has to make a tough decision in his one.
Actually, no. I would rank it in the same way as Death Note in that regard. Like, if you wanted to feel and understand the weight of all of the decisions that make Eren become what he becomes, you would either need to watch it or you would need to find a really good detailed breakdown video that would make you, and the detailed breakdown would not only need to be detailed in what's being said, but what they're also showing to support the video, like on screen. I think if that's not happening, then you will miss out on that for sure. And then you'll watch the scenes that people are like, oh, when this happened, and then you'll watch it and you'll probably be like, oh, this is mid, or okay, I guess. so I in that regard, I would put it similarly to Death Note.
See, I always think Death Note is what it is because you can go to anyone on the street and you can sum up Light and what he's doing in like a minute tops.
True.
Which is it's kind of a good and a bad thing. I think the concept is very simple. It's like, how far would you go to maintain peace on the planet?
Yeah.
And the reason I feel you have to watch it is because that is the kind of the question that the front page of a book will tell you. Like, how far will this character go? It's kind of like the clickbait to keep you on board with the show. And I think they kind of do that at the beginning, where they're like, oh, here's a Death Note, you can kill people.
Yeah.
And Light's like, oh, cool, I want to kill bad people. And you're like, okay, that makes sense. Yes. Well, maybe that it makes sense, even though not everyone's going to be on board with it. Most people would be like, probably should try to reform them.
Yeah.
Maybe. And you have to watch the program to find out. This is my personal opinion. You have to watch the show to find out how impactful L is, not Light. L is. It's kind of like Goku. For me, it's like Goku Vegeta. Vegeta is what makes Dragon Ball Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Even though he's not the pro tag. I think L makes Light.
Right.
L brings out the part of Light that we get at the end.
Yeah. But the relationship between those two is like a paramount part of the series.
Yes.
Or it's like the DNA of the series.
I think Light doesn't work without L because L, it's not just that L's the pushback to Light. L is also the person that pushes Light to double down.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, there's an element of Death Note where I could just tell you the concept and you could have like a mad philosophical debate about, is Light good, with someone who's never watched Death Note. And I didn't know if Attack on Titan could do the same thing, because I just want to know if the question is difficult at the end that Eren has to make.
I think
You can spoil it.
well, I can't recall the exact sequence of, like, basically it's not that unfortunately it's not that simple, because Eren's descent happens over, because there's like time skips in the show as well where he grows up, like everybody grows up, and there's many events that happen that actually it's very hard, because the things that happen sometimes they call back to earlier parts of the show when Eren is a kid, and they all kind of link together, and they create the circumstances for Eren to become who he becomes. It's kind of like, imagine you have a person who becomes a piece of shit. Like, let's say you had a friend, and then you've known them for 12 years, and then, you know, towards the end of your friendship, they just became a piece of shit. And then you now learn, let's say like somebody who knew that person for even longer than you told you many life events and moments that they went through, and then it kind of contextualizes, and you're like, okay, yeah, the person's still a piece of shit, but it's a very complicated thing, and I almost don't blame the person for becoming what they became. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
You know, so, and I can't even, I can't really, because it's like that, it's too difficult to just summarize it in the same way you can summarize it with L and Light.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
It sounds good. I just don't know if it's not gripping me.
Yeah. Like,
it does sound good.
Yeah, it's basically, if I was talking to somebody and they hadn't seen Death Note or Attack on Titan, and I was forced to only recommend one, I would recommend Death Note, because I think Death Note is more likely to, like, if I don't know anything about that person's tastes, and I'm just going off which story is more complete in a sense of it has more going for it in terms of how understandable it is, how relatable it is, how gripping it is, like the execution of many different moments. I think Death Note does that more consistently to the point where more this person who I don't even know very well will probably enjoy that one more but versus Attack on Titan. I would still recommend Attack on Titan, but if I could only choose one, Death Note. But I'm a bit biased probably because Death Note is in my top 5 anime of all time. So there's that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think Death Note is one of the best for sure.
Huh.
Yeah, Death Note
I mean, it's in
is
mine,
amazing.
but
Yeah,
I'm not a connoisseur like you.
right.
I was like, Death Note cinema, bro.
Yeah, no, Death Note is sick. Like Death Note is one of the shows where again I talk about the forget pill, right? If there was a forget pill where you could take the pill and it deletes your memory and experience, so you can watch that thing again like the first time. Death Note is getting that pill. I would take that pill and watch Death Note again like I've never seen it before.
I never thought about that. I probably would do the same thing.
Yeah,
Death Note is. I can't think of any other media that made me feel like Death Note did.
bro, that last episode when Light was in the warehouse and Nier and Mello finally caught him and he was trying to make up lies and he was like scrambling. That whole I remember watching that episode. I was like, I had my pillow like in front of my face. Like, I was so like tapped in and nervous. Like, oh shit! And you're kind of still rooting for Light. Like, I think that's why Breaking Bad was like. I only watched Breaking Bad because somebody compared it to Death Note to me. Somebody was like, "It's basically Death Note."
Really?
But yeah, because Walter is Walt's turn is not too different from Light, I think, or his gradual turn. Well, Light is a more instant turn, but maybe not turn, but the whole premise of the protagonist is kind of the bad guy. Like Breaking Bad kind of does that, right? And and I just think Death Note does that to a much higher standard. Oh, Gary says Death Note is one of my favorite manga of all time. Yeah, it deserves that spot. Also, greetings, Gary. Good to see you.
Okay, I see that now. I do see that now. I see the appeal. I just never connected the two. Like I saw Walter's like, I think because the stakes were higher in Death Note, and you did say gradual. It's weird because Light was always from literally as soon as he got the Death Note.
Yeah.
He showed his intention.
Right.
Like he was
I'm going to
like,
be the god
"I'm
of the
about
new
this
world.
life."
Yeah.
Yeah. And before that, before he said that, you kind of think back and go, it makes sense. Like his character kind of portrayed that. It was only until he got the Death Note that he could like verbalize out. And then, bro, the last episode, he was tweaking.
Yes, he was. He lost. Like he not only did he lose in terms of the outcome, but he lost his composure was absolutely gone. That's what made it so sick because throughout the entire show, this man was so bro. I'm gonna start gushing about Death Note. You know what the sickest moment in Death? I'm gonna say it and I'm gonna see if you agree. The sickest moment in Death Note, right? And I think this is important to say because one critique that I commonly see in Death Note is the arc with the Yotsuba group. Remember that whole arc where he forgets where he intentionally loses his memory.
Oh,
but when that whole scene, when that whole arc reaches its peak, and he touches the book and then he gets his memory back, and then you find out that he planned ahead, knowing what he would do, even if he didn't know about the Death Note. And I'm like, bro, how are you? That for me was that cemented Death Note as ultimate. That whole moment was so sick because I remember even me when I was first watching Death Note, the whole Yotsuba arc. Even I was like, I'm not sure where we're going here. It's getting a bit slow. Who are these characters? What's going on? And then when he touched that piece of paper and then he got everything back, and then you realize what was going on. I'm like, yo, that's like. How did this writer even do that? I don't know what is happening.
There's that, and I think when L clocked when they were playing tennis.
Oh yeah.
When L said, "I know it's you, but
I can't prove it." Oh wait, isn't that? What did he say? I thought he said he can't prove it or something.
It was okay. I think he
he could prove it to himself, but
Right.
he couldn't prove it to everyone
Yeah,
else.
yeah.
And the reason I think Death Note is so good is because even with the show, that the bit that you said, that's why what you just said might actually be more impactful than the L tennis ball bit,
Yeah.
the tennis bit, because L was saying, "I know it's you. I
Yeah.
can convince it to myself, but it's because I'm smart. I can't
Right,
convince
right.
everyone else."
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
But with what you said is when Light breaks down that I had to make myself forget,
Right.
and I'm so smart that I know me without the memories would still do this action.
Yeah, that was
it made
that
sense.
right there. That was sick, and it made sense. So I'm like, bro, and like it wasn't a reach. That's the sickest part. It wasn't. It wasn't like a Deus Ex Machina where this character could never do that. No,
No.
it was actually. It actually worked.
And that's what I'm saying. That sums up the whole of Death Note, because all of Death Note, you watch it, you then like 4 or 5 episodes go, oh, that's what Light was planning, and
Yeah.
you go, huh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's actually like what I would do if I was smart.
Right,
There's
right.
no reaching, there's no off-screen shenanigans. It all makes sense. And what you just said, that part, that solidifies the whole of Death Note.
Yeah,
The
100%.
whole of Death Note is there is this character Light, and he is in reality smarter than you.
Yeah,
Not like protag smarter than you, because he hasn't got protag abilities.
yeah. Well. No, sorry. Go on.
Do you think he has? I don't.
No. He doesn't. He doesn't have. But I was going to comment about he's smarter than you. I actually think another sick part about Death Note is that, and Gary kind of alluded to it about the last conversation between L and Light in the rain, and like L kind of knew that he lost. But what was sick, what I think is sick is that maybe you'll disagree. Actually, I think it's quite clear in the story. L lost, but L was smarter than Light. Like L would have, the only thing Light had going for him is because he basically had like a supernatural. This is the wrong monster. He had a supernatural component that L couldn't compete with, because it's like beyond the realm of like humanity. But outside of that, like L was more powerful to like not to put it in those terms, right? Like I almost want to say L did win, like not like spiritually with the Nier and Mello thing, because you could say that. But I think even the battle between L and Light as characters, L was triumphant. It's just Light had a cheat code, you know.
I had this conversation a little bit quickly on when Mike was doing the tier list for anime,
Yeah.
and why I put L and Light so high, because I said L won, but the matchup was so bad for him to win, he had to sacrifice himself. Because and what he did was he basically, there was 2 L's, Light would have been defeated. L
Right.
made a play in terms of, okay, I know it's you. I'm not going to give you my name. But if someone is as smart as me, they would know that you're the only one that could get my name. So if I die, we win as a team. It's literally like Among Us.
Yeah,
If I die, that means Kira got to me.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
only
yeah,
person
yeah.
that would have got my name is Light.
Right.
But there was no one in the camp as smart as L. And L, like you said, it was a bad matchup.
Yeah.
He couldn't win, bro.
Yeah.
Because he was like, I know it's you, and no one's gonna believe me if I say it's you.
Right.
All you have to do is hit me once by getting my name.
Yeah.
How can I win? And you've got people with fucking Shinigami eyes. You
Yeah,
literally
true.
can't win. Like, it was terrible. It was a 9-1 matchup, but he did win. He actually did win.
Yeah.
He outsmarted him, 100%. I agree. He's way smart.
Yeah.
Well, not way smarter, but he is smarter
Yeah.
than Light. And that's why Light had to take him out.
Yeah.
And that was the victory. The victory was that you, Light, have to make the riskiest kill of your career by
Yep.
taking me out. And if you have to take me out, that means it's not that I'm a threat, it's that you was going to lose.
Yeah.
That's why you took me out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Yeah, the Death Note is sick, man. There's so many. One other moment that I love as well, the scene where he killed his dad, and like and in the hospital, and then like he's smiling at him, but then it cuts away from his internal thoughts, and he's like, "Dad, no, what's wrong?" And he starts like,
Mad.
I'm like, bro, this guy is insane. That there's so many moments like that's like, you would see that in like, you know, top tier, really well written like live action movie type shit, like where the acting of the character is actually, you know, playing a role in how you feel. You know, I don't feel like you get that in anime that much, but that moment is like a great example of that. I'm like, yo, this guy is just lost, absolutely lost.
that hit different.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, this guy is psychotic, but he's clearly a genius.
Yeah.
Like he's so conscious of his madness, and it's like then it's not really madness.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not insane because he's so in control of it.
Yeah.
It's, bro, yeah,
And it's because of
nice,
the
bro.
it's because of his like God complex as well, right? He just he convinces himself that all of this is fine because of what his ultimate goal is, you know.
and it's kind of reasonable.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Like if you truly
I
felt you
think-
were saving the world, then
Exactly. It's weird because I feel bad comparison. I'm gonna say it anyway. He kind of had the Kanye West bit in him where everyone was saying Kira is a god, and then he went, well, if I'm Kira, I must be a god.
Right.
He just followed the breadcrumbs. I think I know he does say it early on though that I will be the god of the new world.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
does
like
declare
episode
that.
1, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it was the notion from everyone else saying he's got god powers.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
can change the global world, blah blah blah, and then he leaned into that.
Right.
And
Yeah, sure.
I think if anyone is put into that situation, I think most people do the same
Yeah.
thing. I actually do think most, even though without the power, it's all well and good to say like, oh no, I wouldn't kill good people, and it's like, but you probably would kill good people to do an overall benefit to the world, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I think a
I
lot.
mean, that's why it's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's why I wish they did more Death Note. Like that, the premise of Death Note could you could have so many, like it could be like an anthology series where like it's just a different Shinigami drops his Death Note into the human world,
Yeah.
and the person that picks it up just like you can get a whole different kind of story. I'm surprised they didn't do it. They did one like other short like series, but it was really really short. But I do think that not. I think there are many different ways that people would use the Death Note if they actually got it. I don't know if I agree that most people would do what Light did or try to do what Light did.
I always used to think, and I stopped thinking about it because it's like, oh well, I guess it's never going to be answered. I used to think, would L do the same thing Light did?
I don't think he would. You think he would?
I think he would with this. There's one stipulation. L would do that if he could 100% concrete justify the kill. Where
mean-
that's the only difference between him and Light.
You mean? But are you saying L would have killed Light, or would L have the same goal of trying?
Same goal. Sorry, same goal. He would kill bad guys.
Oh,
I think Light killed bad guys that were in jail, but L would go like, maybe they were in jail for the wrong reason, so I won't kill them.
but then who
he
would he
would do
kill?
that
He would kill like criminals, like during the act of being a criminal, like while they're doing
I
it.
think he would see the murder or see CCTV and be like, oh no, there's no way this isn't him. Name in there.
But
I think he would do that.
But do you? Actually, the reason why I don't think he would is because I think L. Fuck, I died. I think L would. Oh, Gary says I used to rewatch the original a lot. Yeah, I've rewatched it. I haven't rewatched it from start to finish since the first time, but I've watched episodes, like favorite episodes and stuff. I actually don't think L would do that because I think that L is too much of a respect. He has too much of a respect of the process of the justice process, and I think that him taking people out with the Death Note would be a complete affront to his belief system of like, because didn't he grow up under the tutelage of that guy? I can't remember the guy's name. The ultimate detective guy that raised him, Mello and Nia, right? And wasn't there like this whole thing of? It seemed like from a young age, like the process of justice is has to be respected. So I think either the Death Note would come down and L would get it, and then L would relinquish that belief, or he would respect the belief even with the Death Note. But I don't know how you respect that
Both can be
belief.
True. I think both. I think the process. I agree. I think the process is what makes Light and L different.
Yeah.
So maybe L would like give it to the government. I don't know, or
Right.
a higher up. But he wouldn't be opposed of it being used against people that actually deserve it. I think his problem with Light was that he was the arbiter of who deserved it or not.
Right. Yeah.
And he's like, but your judgment could be wrong. If
Yeah,
you
true.
can get a completely correct judgment every time, I think L might use it.
I can see that.
Or
Yeah,
he would allow it to be used. Sorry, allow it to be used.
yeah, I can see that. I've never
Yeah,
thought
I
of that.
just
I've
think he
never
was
thought.
against.
Never thought what L would do if he had it.
Yeah, that racked my brain for fucking years. I was like, why would he not? If he cares about protecting people, what Light does protect people. And the only difference is he thinks L could make a mistake with the Death Note.
Yeah,
That's what I think he's against. He's like, what? Literally, he did the Kanye West bar. He's like, all this man shouldn't have all this power.
Right.
Like this is too much for just you. Like we need like a committee of L's.
yeah,
all the people in the alphabet, L, N, all of them. We need to make 100% sure that we're using this to get rid of someone who is a detriment to the Earth. Where Light was just like, I think they're a detriment. I'll get rid of them.
yeah.
Say less. Like.
Bro, what a
Move
character! Wait, another sick episode. You know the one where he's trying to get the name of the police lady, and they're walking down the street, and she gives him the fake name, and then he writes the fake name, not knowing it's the fake name. But when he writes it, Ryuk starts laughing because Ryuk can see that it's the fake name because he's got the eyes. And I'm like, bro, this guy's
Ryuk, bro.
Ryuk is a sick character, bro. And then that whole episode was so tense. And it's just that two people walking down the street talking. Sick episode.
Bro, I forgot about
That-
how did I forget, bro. He
Bro,
is the
Ryuk.
sickest troll, bro.
Bro,
He's
Ryuk
the
is sick.
sickest troll friend ever.
Yeah.
Like, I need a Ryuk in my life.
Bro.
He's
Man, like Ryuk. And the thing is, what I like about Ryuk as well, like Death Note, Death Note begins and ends in such a perfect like if you go to like a writing class, right? Like there's these books. There's a book called Save the Cat, and there's another book called The Hero's Journey, right? Which basically detail so many aspects of storytelling that is present throughout all societies, all cultures, in so many movies, particularly Hollywood and stuff. But it's very in every story. It's in every story, or almost every story, you can see the hero's journey and components of it. And one aspect that you see in a lot. This is not necessarily hero's journey, but it's more like writing practices that are very oftenly seen, which is usually a lot of the time a story should begin how it ends, or something that was said or done in the beginning is often shown or played out in the end. And when Ryuk says at the beginning, from episode 1, when Light gets the Death Note, Ryuk says, no matter what happens, I will be the one to write your name in this book. When it's all done, I will be writing your name. And in the final episode, that's what happens. And even though Ryuk and Light have been through a lot, you would think that Ryuk would have some kind of like change of heart, or I kind of like this guy because he did, Light gave him apples and all that stuff. You would think
I
there
think
would
he
be,
said he liked him.
yeah.
I think he said him.
But
yeah.
even after that, he's like, all right, I guess this journey's come to an end. You're not getting out of this one, and yeah, I'm writing your name. And it was just such a beautiful like ribbon on the end of everything, because it's like, yeah, he did say that in episode 1. Here we are, like 40 episodes later, and he stuck to his word.
He's a sick bro. Man said, Ryuk literally came at the end of the show and went, spoilers,
Yeah.
but I did tell you. Like,
Oh wait, no, Gary said Ryuk can see when Light is gonna die, so that makes it even worse because he always knew anyway.
yeah, he knew from day dot.
He knew from day. Oh,
He knew
that,
from
I
day
didn't
dot.
even think of that. I've actually never thought of that, like, ever. That's crazy.
So I don't know if the Shinigamis know how you're gonna die.
I don't think
or
they know
just
how, but
when.
they just know because the number is above his head, right? From their
Yeah.
view.
So they know when, but I don't know if they always know how.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that could be the case with Ryuk. I thought Ryuk just knew when he was gonna die.
Yeah.
And he was like, I've seen. Obviously, we were saying this right from the get go. Light made his intentions clear, and he was like, "This ain't gonna end well. This isn't gonna end well for you.
Yeah.
And I'm probably gonna be the person who has to write your name.
Right.
Like probably.
Yeah.
Even though he knew there was other Shinigami's around.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro. I forgot about Ryuk. Ryuk is.
Sick character.
Man, maybe Ryuk is way more like important. Maybe he's on par with L.
Yeah, definitely.
Ryuk does a lot. No, he does so much to
Yeah.
Light's psyche without saying shit.
Right.
Like he just goes. He's like a therapist. He just let Light ramble, and he was just like. But actually, hold on a minute. Wait. Because Ryuk definitely had moments where he was like, "Oh, I didn't know you was that smart. I didn't know
Right.
you was that cunning."
Yeah.
I'm sure that happens sometimes.
And not only that, but I recall there being parts where, because of the situation, Ryuk kind of helped Light in ways that
Yes.
he was kind of like strong-armed into doing so. I just can't remember the details, but I think that did happen at some point. You know.
What was it? No, you're right. There was definitely reasons where I think it was like Ryuk liked living on Earth.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because of the apples. And it was like, well, I'm sure Light said something like, well, if I die, then you have to go back to the Shinigami world and you won't get any apples.
Oh yeah, something
So
like
it was
that.
like, plant the Death Note here or something like that. I'm sure that happened.
Something like yeah.
I'm sure he got black belts. I mean, Light would definitely black
Oh,
belt Ryuk.
there's a part where Light told Ryuk to find the cameras in his room. Remember, or he won't get the apples. Remember when L and them put the
yes.
yeah. I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely happened.
Yes. Is that when he done? That wasn't the potato chip.
That
thing,
was
right? Where he
around.
hit
It was
him with
around
the
that
potato chip?
time, or maybe just before or
Right.
after. Potato chip.
Yeah, it must have been because he said, "Yeah, find where the cameras are.
Yeah.
Then I will make it. I will go in the room so they can see me on camera, but they won't see me writing in the Death Note.
Yeah.
And that's why he did it in the potato chip, knowing that the cameras couldn't see inside there. I'm sure that's what happened.
Yep.
Yeah. Ryuk's a bad man.
Yeah, he's
Ryuk
sick.
he's well better than the other Shinigami. That other
The
Shinigami
fucking
was-
Rem.
Yeah, Rem was not it, bro.
Right.
Like, jobber. Not even the good jobber, just a straight jobber, bro.
Oh no. Yeah, what a sick anime that is, man. There's so I that's due for a rewatch for sure. Too many sick moments. One thing that I can't remember, and this is another thing that I think separates Death Note from so many shows. Did Light never took the eyes, right? He never actually accepted. I think if Death Note was a lesser show, like usually when you introduce something like that, like, oh, if you want to make it easier, I can deplete your life force by half and you can get the eye. Like, I feel like a lesser show would have had the main character take the eyes. But for them to introduce that and to not make the main character take it, but for it to always be there as an option, I think is so interesting.
That just boasted why Light's a bad man. Because
Yeah.
Light was like, bro, this is a dumb deal. This is such a dumb deal. Like, if I'm here to protect the world,
Yeah.
me losing half of my life means I won't protect it for that
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
And like you said, I think they kept putting on the table, and then Light literally pimps out Misa Misa.
Oh
to
yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, Gary just asked, what do you think of Misa Amane, the character? I think her presence in the show makes, again, like her being there makes it very interesting. Like, because there's a moment where she kind of almost fucks things up for him because she's in love with him or something.
Yeah. He gets, oh, he's mad. He's tight the whole time, bro. He is so mad.
But
You know, it remind me of Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah. Because isn't there a moment where
like-
she's like blurting out things he shouldn't be saying, like talking about Shinigami eyes and stuff? And wait, isn't it because of her that L even hears the term Shinigami eyes or something like that? I can't remember the details.
I'm 90% sure that yes, she says Shinigami, and he's like,
Oh,
"What's
yeah.
Shinigami?" And you see like Ryuk there laughing,
What?
and then Light's like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro?"
Oh no! Yeah, that's
Bro,
too
Light
sick.
He was fuming, and obviously he can't do anything, bro. It's so good.
Oh no! Yeah, that's and that part of the show, I think Death Note did a good job. I don't think it intentionally did this, but there were moments that were a little bit scary, like the vibe of what's going on. Like, you kind of felt it's not like scary like a horror movie, but very thrilling in a spooky set. Maybe it's the music as well, like the way the ambient music and stuff. But yeah, there were just moments where it felt like I'm tapped in, but I'm also like nervous, like genuinely kind of scared and nervous for what's going to happen. In a weird
I
way.
think that for me, that element, the scary part, I feel comes from not knowing, because I don't feel there was many parts of the show where it was clear that Light was going to win or L was going to win.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though Light had, we obviously established like the matchup. The matchup was horrendous for L, but I still thought like, oh, L is kind of the good guy. He is smart enough to kind of avoid getting killed,
Right.
But he could get got. He could absolutely get got.
Yeah.
Right, and same for Light. It's like Light's got this crazy ability. He's got instantaneous prep time. Apparently, like he's got plans upon plans.
Yeah.
That he's said that he's got from day one, and I believe it because he's so smart. But I was like, but surely L's gonna figure you out. Sure.
Yeah.
Like we're not really caring about anyone else. Like everyone else is kind of
pawns. They're pawns in the bigger chess game.
Mm-hmm.
Even his dad. When he killed his dad, I was like, oh, bro, it's only L now, bro.
Yeah.
It's only L now.
That
like,
was crazy. What an episode.
You're playing with the big boys. That was
Even-
that might be top 3.
Yeah, that's yeah. Even I think it's episode 2. You know when L puts the criminal on the TV, and then he makes Light think like he presents the criminal as if it's L, and then Light kills him on TV, and then it cuts to the L logo, and he's like, oh, now I know you're in Japan. Not only do I know you're in Japan, this broadcast was only in a certain area, so now I know you're in a certain area. And Light is like, what the? Yo, that was just...
That got me bricked, bro. That got me bricked. Because I'm not gonna lie, bro. When Light was like, "Oh, I've got a gamer on my hands. Okay, let's go."
That was crazy.
That was so.
Yeah. Because at the end of that, Light was
so
kind of
much-
excited. Like, okay, all right. Well, you want to do this, and let's do it. That's crazy.
I think they did a perfect job of Light being shook
Yeah.
and excited at the same time.
Right,
'Cause he was
yeah.
like, "Oh, he's literally
Have a nice
the amount of leeway Light had
Hmm.
because no one knew where Kira was.
Mm-hmm.
He pinpointed it to basically a town or a city.
Yeah.
He pinpointed it to a city.
Yeah.
He was like, "Uh-oh, this isn't good, but I'm still the guy.
Right.
Like, you still can't catch me.
Yeah.
Even though that was a sick play, you ain't never gonna get that close again." And he gradually got closer, even though Light was stopping it. And
Right.
Light couldn't stop him. At the end of the day, he had to kill him because I don't think Light wanted to kill L.
Hmm.
I don't think he wanted to kill L. It was a necessity, right?
Yeah.
Like killing his dad, I guess. But I think.
Well, you think so? I think
killing his dad.
I think the story is trying to make us feel like he didn't want to because they kind of had a friendship as well. But I think if you really look at it, like when he smiled at L, the way he smiled at him makes me think that he wanted him dead and he was genuinely happy with him dying. But
I think.
go on.
I was gonna say the smile at the end to me made me feel like Light is now happy that he's the smartest person in the room, but he's sad, not sad. He's a little bit bitter that the only way to be the smartest person in the room was to kill the other person. I think he
Right.
wanted to actually just be smarter than him. I don't know if that's what that's what the smile showed me, that he is now the smartest person.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you think there was something else why he smiled?
I interpreted it as more like yes, I won because I wanted to beat this guy from
Right.
the beginning of the show and I beat him. Whereas if I think it's more it's not really a critique, but I actually think if what you said was definitely the case, I actually think that would be perhaps better, like storytelling wise, because it's just more layered. But my reading of that was yeah, they were friendly, but like his desire to defeat him was triumphed over everything else.
Interesting. I can see that as well. I think the battle of
Of
Did
wit.
he, when Elwin Light were kind of going backwards and forwards,
Yeah.
maybe I have to rewatch it. I don't remember if Light was like, I have to get his name the whole time. I think there was a part where he was like, I need to outsmart him. I don't have to get his name. I just need to get him off my case. But maybe he always wanted to just get his name.
I think he
Maybe-
did, but
maybe that
I
is-
think like if I recall, he just didn't want to get his name via using the eyes. Like he was trying to get his name in like creative ways, right? Because he could have always just. I don't think he wanted to sacrifice half of his life to get his name and then just do it that way.
Why couldn't Misa get his name?
There was a, I can't remember the details, but there was a they accounted for that. They did the storyteller just did some Batman shit, and somehow there was a way that made sense. Like I can't remember what it was.
Right.
Though. I just can't
El
remember.
was born with no name. Yeah, he's got no documents, bro.
or yeah, it was some good reason. It was, I don't know if it was that nobody knew, or she couldn't get that. Or I can't remember. I really can't remember.
I have to look that up.
Yeah, but wait, no, didn't Misa come after? Oh wait, no, Misa's not after. Misa is during the Elsa. Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
recall.
yeah, Misa's doing it. I think, was she in the Nero part?
I think she was present, but I can't remember her role exactly. Yeah, it's a shame that I can't remember the details. It's been too long. What what a show.
I need to watch that back. Now we've been talking about it, I need to watch it back.
Yeah.
I think the only anime I've watched back is Samurai Champloo.
Oh yeah, I've watched that back. I think just twice. Once more after seeing it the first time. I kind of prefer Cowboy Bebop though. You know, like as a story, I prefer Bebop, but musically and like the style of everything of Champloo is legendary.
Would you be surprised if I said I haven't watched Cowboy Bebop?
Not only surprised if you like, considering you like Champloo a lot. I would say it's surprising that you haven't seen Bebop. But if you hadn't seen Champloo, I wouldn't be like, oh, like if somebody said I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop, I wouldn't be like, oh wow, you got to see it. I can't believe you haven't seen it. But I would say that if you've seen Champloo.
Yeah, I think. I say I agree, but that's because I've not seen Cowboy Bebop. But
Right.
everyone does talk about it like being really sick. But
Yeah.
this Champloo, I'm like, if you like swords
Yeah,
in
yeah.
any capacity, and you like, you know, the whole samurai archetype,
Yeah.
you have to watch that. Bro.
Yeah, Champloo
Like,
is good.
Mugen is. I think Mugen gets a rough deal, bro. He is one of the sickest
Yeah.
ever character designs.
Bro, I thought he was black for so long. But apparently he's
The
just
shading
like
is crazy,
he's dark skinned.
ambiguous.
Yeah. Dark skinned
He said
Japanese
that,
man
yeah.
from the island.
What's the other guy? Is it
Jin.
Yoon?
Jin. The
Jin. Yeah, I think Jin's really sick as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually really like him.
yeah, they're
I
both
didn't like him at first because Mugen's like he's fighting people in a bar and it looks
Yeah.
all flashy and shit, like the chaos. But when Jin steps up and he's like focused, it's
Yeah.
very Ninja Scroll.
Yeah,
I
and
like that.
their styles are very like they not complement each other, but the difference between their styles is very it's just nice to see on camera, you know.
Yeah, when those two fought each other, I think that was the sickest part.
Have
when
you
they
s-
fought the sunflower guy, I was
Oh
kinda
yeah,
sweet.
yeah. I don't. The reason why the only thing that like I don't think I would put Champloo in my top 5, but it's only because I think Champloo is very strong visually and sonically, and like the overall premise of mixing samurai and hip hop. Like all of those things are great, but what it doesn't do for me that great is actually a lot of parts of the story, especially like just the narrative as a whole. I think is just the narrative is not on par with the other aspects that I just mentioned, like the music,
Yep.
the visuals, and the theme.
I agree. I think the side plots are way more interesting than the actual plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the journey to the sunflower thing is kind of whatever. It's the people they meet along the way. It's
Right.
literally the journey,
Yeah.
not the destination.
True.
Unironically.
Yeah,
When
Champloo.
it gets to the destination, I think it actually starts to fall off.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, because I don't even remember. Maybe I need to watch it again, but I don't even remember the sunflower samurai fight being that interesting or that good. But could be off.
It was.
Yeah, the Gary said Champloo has a lot of filler. Yeah, and some of the filler is hit or miss. Random tangent though. Have you seen? Speaking of like samurais and stuff, I don't think you. I'm gonna guess you haven't seen this because every time I bring up this anime, very few people have seen it. Have you seen Basilisk?
Basilisk.
It's literally Romeo and Juliet, but the two families are ninja families. So the head of each ninja family are in love, but the ninja families are at war. And just imagine how Romeo and Juliet plays out, but with ninjas. And bro, some of their powers are really sick, and the way that it all ends, like it's kind of like a dramatic irony because you're watching the anime knowing it's basically ninjas Romeo and Juliet, so you know how it's going to end, but watching it is still really, really interesting. Like if you were interested in trying like just a random anime that is quite good but doesn't get a lot of flowers, give the first episode a spin and tell me what you think. Like it's I would say it's quite good, definitely quite good.
I can watch that. I've got my mate's Crunchyroll.
Oh, sick. Damn, stolen.
Yeah. Yep. Yoinked.
Damn,
I'll, I'll watch that.
Yeah, it's-
I was because I just finished Hunter x Hunter. I watched
Okay.
like, the last couple of episodes,
What were your thoughts?
and then it's a slow starter.
Yeah.
Then the mirror mark is super sick until like the last episode.
Yeah.
and then it gets good again, but then it's really short because
Yeah.
there's not much after that. Yeah, but they open the world a lot more with like the Zodiac stuff.
hmm
I like how they split Gon and Killua
Yeah.
at the end as well. Like Killua's kind of on his own.
hmm
I like that. I appreciate when they put them together because they complemented each other really well. But I like them as individuals.
hmm
So yeah, I think it was good. I would recommend.
Yeah.
I would recommend.
Yeah, it's a good good show.
I tried to watch Dan,
Oh.
but I couldn't really get into it.
Yeah, I just like it visually. I think it's just it didn't keep me. Like I watched like 7 or 8 episodes. I want to give it another chance because it gets talked about. So I'm kind of like the opposite with you, where like I don't want to miss out. I don't like risking missing out on something good. So and usually maybe again ad populum, right? I often do find myself thinking like, okay, if there's this many people saying that it's good, perhaps I'm missing something, so I'll give it another chance. But then if I give it that chance and I still don't like it, then I can be like, okay, it's just not for me then. But I worry that 7 episodes that I saw, or 7 or 8 episodes wasn't enough. But yeah, I just think it's not that great to me. I don't think.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think the bar was. It's gonna sound stupid, but I think the bar was too high from the intro. Like the intro
Yeah.
gets you involved.
Yeah,
Bro. Like the intro slaps.
Same. Like what the like fucking. Not only is it like super high budget animation and visually, but you fucking Japanese trap like or Japanese drill. Like okay, I didn't even know that was a thing, but I'm here for it. And then the anime itself is just all right.
Yeah, they set the bar too high with the intro. That intro actually made it harder to watch.
Yeah. Bro, like the first 5 episodes, like, usually after you know the intro, you just hit the skip button, right? I just kept watching it each episode. I'm like, all right,
Same.
I'll just watch it.
Same. I never, bro. That Netflix skip that went idle, bro. I never clicked OK.
That's crazy.
That was sick. I was gonna say for an anime that I thought no one's watched. Oh, I told you one. Get Backers.
Oh, I've seen
Grey Man.
Oh, I haven't seen D Grey Man. I've seen Get Backers though, but a long time ago.
Bro, that I think that is. I say underrated. I just don't hear people talk about it, but it is an old one.
Yeah. No.
I think Get Backers is godlike.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of not enough people seeing it, and when it came, because I saw it around the time it came out, and I remember it was getting talked about a lot back then, but yeah, not so much at the moment because it's quite old.
But yeah, D Grey Man's really old as well, and it's one of those shows. It's. I mean, I did critique another show for it, like Attack on Titans, where you get catfished. Like you go into it thinking, "Oh, this is about one thing," and then it turns out to be about something totally different.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different. But I'm pretty sure it's not that long. So, yeah, D Grey Man is pretty clean. I liked it because of the. Did you say you've not seen it?
I haven't seen it. No, I'm familiar with it. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, the biblical references near the end actually kept me watching it.
Okay.
At the beginning, I was like, oh, it's just, people with powers, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, they reference stuff from the Bible, and it's like, oh, these are like, it's got a backbone in something, in literature that we already know. Sort of like, when you put a vampire in, like Castlevania, it's like, okay, vampires aren't real, but you're basing Castlevania on media that we already know.
Right. Yeah. So kind of it enhances
it. It doesn't start that way. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, D Grey Man is. Yes, I might have to try and watch that again. It's been.
Okay, I'm here to say 2 things.
Oh snap, bro! The voice of Chrome you scared me again, man. Jeez. How long were you listening for?
I was on lurking on the YouTube.
Oh.
I was trying to sort of clear out hard drives and edit and actually motivate myself to do some stuff on the to-do list. But I just wanted to say the 2 things about the animes, right, that he just mentioned. One, D Grey Man is actually fantastic, like he's saying. It is really, really good. I heard the sort of when they brought it back, it's not so great, but it is a really good show. But I think Get Backers, I watched it in English dub. Did you watch it in English or Japanese?
I watched Japanese.
I watch English.
You watching it? So in English, it was fantastic. Honestly, that was a fantastic dub. Really, really good dynamic between the characters. All the rest of that, great stuff. And all round. The real thing with that was the ending was probably the worst ending I've ever seen in
Damn.
any anime ever.
The curse, the
And it's
anime
a real,
curse.
real shame. No, it's a shit. Literally, what is that? 49 episodes, I think. That Get Backers.
Mhm.
It's like 48 episodes is fantastic, and then for 49th, it's just like, oh wow, did you run out of money? Like, it's not even like visually you can see that stuff's happening and they just run out of money. It was like the decisions made in that was just okay. It needs to end now, so we're gonna end it. I was incensed. I was vexed.
That's right. What was Get Backers based? Did it follow a manga, or is it one of those rare shows that wasn't based off a manga?
Have everything?
I think it was a manga, wasn't it? A manga? I think so.
No idea.
Don't let them go to waste.
I think it was a manga. But I don't think if it was a manga, I don't think it's particularly long. If it was any longer than the show, then maybe the show just wasn't popular and decided to. You know what the Japanese are like, right? Like they'll be like by episode 19 or something, they'll be like, "Oh, the ratings aren't perfect, so we're gonna cancel this now. So wrap it." Right? And then you get to episode 24, 25. Like if you watch Air Gear is like.
Yeah.
Like literally as the thing is happening in the like the main character gets up, I was like, hey, you're pretty good. And then like the credits are rolling at the bottom while he's saying that,
Right.
like as they're about to start fighting.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what? Are you taking a piss?
Yeah.
Like they'll do that.
I
They'll do
mean,
that.
I feel like Air Gear. Well, I'm not gonna say Air Gear deserved that, but like Air Gear to me is one of those shows where it's like, it's kind of like when we were talking about Nolan yesterday, right? Like Air Gear to me is just all premise, like futuristic skateboards, anime. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's it though. Like there's nothing else going for Air Gear apart from good music as well.
Oh,
Yes,
the
the
intro
radio.
was incredible.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, good intro.
I mean, listen, All Great he's a hentai artist. He's
Right.
not even a real like mangaka.
Wait,
so
he did.
that
He
guy-
did Air Gear.
He did. All Great. Yeah, he did Air Gear and he did.
He did.
Thing,
He did
Air Gear
Tenjo
and
Tenge,
Ants.
right? Is that the Tenjo Tenge
Yeah,
guy?
exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's
correct.
the hentai, the ecchi hentai guy, basically.
Yeah. Like, cause I remember like reading. What was I reading? I was reading some Tenjo Tenga after it ended because I remember watching it and I was like, okay, like of 24 episodes, it was like 14 of it was flashback. That's pretty weird, but it's got an interesting premise, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna read. And then I read it and I was like, oh, it's a lot of.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot
know
of
what I mean?
stuff.
Yeah, but it was really, really detailed. So I was like, what's up with this? Like, and then someone was going, yeah, he's a hentai artist. I'm like, oh, is that why it's so detailed? He's like, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he was having a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, but I mean, I just don't think he does great stories at all.
Yeah.
I think he does good concept. I think like a lot of manga, there's a lot like the thing about manga and anime is that the concepts are usually quite amazing, and the world building tends to start off really, really well, and then it kind of just hits critical mass, and then it collapses under its own weight. Right, that happens really often.
Yeah,
Why
for
is
sure.
that?
Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I didn't want to. Sorry, I know I stepped on you.
No,
guys,
it's all
so
good.
my
It's all
bad. Go
good.
ahead.
You're more than welcome to join in. Did you hear anything else? Wait, were you here for the Death Note gushing session?
Kind of, but you know what? You had reminded me as you were talking that I've just like forgotten most of it. So I kind of just tuned. I muted it, and then I just said, you know, I think I'm gonna probably go watch that again.
Yeah.
I actually don't watch. I don't really rewatch things too often. Like films, there'll be from time to time. I'll rewatch like a really good one or something like that. But I know some people will rewatch things multiple times that they love. I don't do that as often. So
Yeah.
I've forgotten probably most of it, other than like the core parts of it.
Yeah. I think Death Note is a perfect example of a show of when anime has a kick-ass premise and then the events of the story are just as amazing as the premise. Where, you know what I mean? Like the premise of Death Note, like literally you write somebody's name in the Death Note and then they die of a heart attack in 45 seconds. Like even the specificity of the 45 seconds makes you wonder like, okay, this is I guess I want to see where that goes, and then when you see where it goes, it's like very interesting, right? But so many other shows are like, yeah, dope premise, but like you suck. Like there's just nothing else is really.
I agree, and I think that to be honest with you, like I mean, the big difference between that and everything else was that they got a writer and they got an
Yeah, it's
artist,
true,
right?
yeah,
It was
yeah.
was it Sugumi Oba and
Yeah.
I forget the other person's name.
Yeah, I can't remember.
So it's like
either.
you literally separate. You've turned it into like the standards like thing that the rest of the world does,
Right.
which is having a team.
Yeah.
A team of creatives that get stuff done rather than just the one person.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously in everything else you get the mangaka who writes and draws, and then you got the editors who are kind of the sort of like, you know, the second string directors. Not even second string really, because they have more power than the actual mangaka himself, really.
Yeah.
Like after the premise, but like yeah, you get more of a sort of creative team that actually allows them to separate the workload, and to, you know, if the person's just focusing on the writing from week to week rather than having to draw things like in between that. It's like that's probably gonna make for at least something a bit more focused potentially.
For sure.
It's not even a case of too many people.
And to be fair, when we remind ourselves of that, it's actually probably quite a miracle that so many, you know, mangaka artists are doing the art and the writing on their own, when typically you're probably going to excel at one more than the other, right? To excel as a storyteller and as like a really good comic book manga artist, that's these are two high level skill sets that are rarely found in a single host, you know. So
Right. I agree completely. Yeah. It's like imagine there's somebody out there who's like an amazing writer, but he can't draw. Like that's you've basically gated out of most opportunities in that space, right?
Yeah, pretty
Like
much.
most people who are really good like writers, like in comics, I don't know, Brian Azzarello, Joss Whedon, friggin' Brian K. Vaughan. Like I've never seen art from any of these guys. They just get somebody else to do it, right? If those guys couldn't draw and they were in Japan, they just would be gated out. You never saw it from them.
Gate kept.
That's insane when you think about it.
Yeah, no Shonen Jump for you. Get out of here.
Yeah. And I mean,
You know what sucks
ultimately,
is that-
God.
I was gonna say, what sucks now you mentioned that is like, there's for comics, you don't have the show for the comic. You don't really get that. It's very rare to get a comic book story translated into a cartoon. You just hardly ever get that. Most of the cartoons are original stories.
Yeah, that's true. Like
That's true.
yeah.
Sick fucking comic book stories that could be like, I don't know, like an hour and a half film or a cartoon film, and it'll be gassed.
I wonder why that
So-
is. Like, I don't know if it's just different. Can't be different culture or just different infrastructure, but like, because for that to happen in Japan, but it doesn't happen with American comics is quite strange. It should be able to happen now with the advent of so many animated stuff on Netflix and stuff. How have they not just taken whatever the fucking sickest X-Men storyline is and just adapt that? Just get a studio, give them the Netflix budget, and then you got it on screen.
Yep. It doesn't make sense.
they do.
Like the old like Fox Kids cartoon series had elements of the comic book story in them,
Right.
but it was still a standalone thing. Like Jubilee was never part of the X-Men in the comics, so it was always like a twist on a comic book story, and it would put into like 3 episodes and then move on.
Yeah.
They should just get a DC story, like, I don't know, Tower Babel, and just do the cartoon version of that.
Who
Yeah,
else
that would be sick.
Who else was a sort of animation only character? I think X-23 started with animation only, right?
Yeah.
I think she was
Evolution.
not Domestic. Evolution. Thank
Was
you.
she?
I keep calling it.
Yeah, she's one of the
Yeah,
rare
she started in
occasions.
Evolution,
Yeah.
in the comics.
Ah,
And she became so popular as well. Yeah, no, she came in X-Men Evolution. Wait, did both of you watch X-Men Evolution?
No.
Yeah, I
What?
watched it.
Wait, Chrome, you didn't see it? None of it?
Nah.
Oh
Nah.
shit!
Oh, you
Damn,
fucked up.
you didn't.
I just remember watching the intro and be like, oh, this intro is sick, and then I just never watched it.
Okay, so I what? It's funny. Okay, I can gush about this episode with C4 then. Remember the episode when this is what made me think. This is for a long time Cyclops was my favorite X-Men. When he remember when he fought Juggernaut and all the X-Men were getting mashed up, and then Cyclops was blasting him with the optic blast, and Juggernaut is slowly coming up to him, and then Juggernaut goes, "Oh, you think this can hurt me? Show me your raw power." And then Cyclops goes, "Will you like it raw?" And then he takes off his visor and he literally does the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and he goes, "Then take it raw." And he takes it off and he just fills up the whole screen, bro. And Juggernaut for like 10 seconds is like, "Oh." But then he just walks through it and then Cyclops gets smashed up. But for that moment, Cyclops was For that moment, Cyclops was Goku, bruv. He was the best. He was the most powerful X-Man in the entire show for that 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Sick
You know
episode.
what? I'm getting racist. I'm getting racist.
Drags, bro.
Huh?
Racist.
Wait,
I'm
racist.
getting
Wait,
racist. I'm getting racist.
wait, but
I
wait.
thought, where's it Blacks and Cyclops, bro? They love him.
Oh, I don't know, man. He's cool. He's a simple guy. He's optic
His
lust.
name is dragged through the mud, bro. But Cyclops is gassed. He's not gassed when he's under Xavier.
Yeah.
That's when he's not that good. When he's not taking orders from Xavier, he's a bad man.
Yeah.
He's actually on smoke. He's
And-
probably the weakest X-Men, but,
No,
on smoke.
but I think I'm probably wrong because I don't know enough about the lore. But one reason why I like Cyclops a lot is because, and I think his visor is kind of like a metaphor for this. But I always felt he was like low key, secretly, actually very powerful. But because of his leadership responsibilities and because of his visor, you never really got to see it. So that episode in Evolution when he took it off and he was for 10. He
Right.
could stop Juggernaut for 10 seconds. I'm like, yeah, I'm right. You know?
Mm,
I mean, the concussive powers, right? They are pretty powerful. I mean, the of the three brothers, because he's got Havoc and then he's got Vulcan. I don't think that was
He's
those
the
are all
weakest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he's
was
the
the
weakest.
weakest, but like I think their
Bro,
powers is
this,
incredible.
wait, we can't downplay this. He's like, if the brothers were like Street Fighter characters,
Yeah.
He's Dan.
Bulk is Akuma,
Damn.
and
Okay,
Havoc
yeah,
is
yeah.
like Havoc is Ryu, and Cyclops is Sakura. No, Dan.
Dan, you know.
Cyclops
But wait,
is Dan in
isn't
comparison.
Havoc just the same powers but from his hands?
He can get more energy. He can
Okay.
make his blast stronger, where Cyclops has a peak,
Okay.
like, because it comes from a dimension. When he rips up his visor, he can't get any more powerful than that.
Okay.
That is his limit.
And
He can focus it, but Havoc can draw more power.
what's Vulcan? What I didn't even know that was a character. What's his variation?
He's dangerous, bro. I think he's a stepbrother. I don't think he's related. Like, he's
Maybe not. I
he's
thought
so
he
much
was,
more
you know,
powerful.
maybe not.
He's close to what's it called? Manipulation, matter manipulation.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, he's a man.
He's got a whole bunch of like powers, man. Like it's into. I mean, he can fly around first and foremost, right? And I'm pretty sure he's like a cosmic. He's like a cosmic sort of threat because he was
Okay.
like.
Yeah,
sort
you know
of-
what? The original X-Men team, he was on it, and then the reason they made there's been 3 teams. The original team had Bulk on it, and that's when there's basically a story where the islands there was like a living island. Is it Krakoa? No, I think it was like related to Krakoa. But basically, this living island captured those X-Men, and then Professor X made a new X-Men team. But that's the original X-Men team with like Iceman, Beast, Cyclops, Jean, blah 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 blah. But that's in the comics. That was the original team. But there was a team before that, and that had Bulk on it. And then Bulk comes back, and he is super pissed.
Oh yeah, I remember that shit. It was like So they sent him to like Krakoa. I think maybe it wasn't Krakoa, but I thought it was Krakoa. They sent him to Krakoa. Xavier in the friggin' the Chris Claremont run is a complete dickhead. Like he's a horrible person. Like he
Absolute
sent a
asshole.
bunch of kids. You know what I'm saying? He sent a bunch of kids to this island to go on a mission. They all die, or at least he thinks they'll die. And then he just makes a new team and sends them again. He's like, yeah, all right, man, run it back. Take 2.
Run it back.
That's some suicide shit. That's suicide. He literally,
Damn.
like Trump did, sent some kids to an island. Mission failed. He went, okay, I'll try and give him some new kids. What's up, bro? It's mad.
That's mad.
And the mission for the second team wasn't to get back the original team. It was to complete
No
the
rescue
mission. They
mission.
failed. He
Damn.
didn't tell him that. He didn't tell him that. For Cyclops, he sent Cyclops knowing that his brother went on that mission, and his brother's more powerful than him, and he sent him on the same mission.
So then what happened when the old team came back?
It was only Volk that came back.
Oh,
Volk,
shit.
and Volk was like, bro, you sent us to die. What is wrong with me, bro?
Damn.
Yeah.
But the
Those
thing
are
is,
crazy.
the law with family in X-Men is their powers don't work against each other. So Havoc versus Cyclops, their powers don't work on each other, so they have to like fist fight. And it's the same with Volk.
Yeah, that's true.
Damn. Wait, is that with all families or just the Cyclops family?
Only person who can fight Volk.
I mean, is it with all families? I mean, for the most part, the problem is the Summers family are like Skywalkers. You see them all the fucking time, and everyone loves them. So they get the most screen time. So it's like, is it true with everybody? It might not be, but I think from what we understand, what we've seen, it seems to be like, you know what I mean?
What other family? Well, I guess it
Magneto,
depends.
Polaris.
I think Scarlet Witch could fight Quicksilver. I've never seen it.
True.
They've never
But
wanted
they've
to
not
fight each
got the
other.
same powers. Maybe it's a case of we're thinking that it's family because family tends to have the same or similar powers, which then means that like, oh, it kind of cancels each other out. But with them, they have different power sets, right? Completely different power sets.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, it's like Scarlet Witch kind of magic-y, hex power magic-y stuff.
Yeah, I mean, she went from like probability manipulation to like reality warping, right?
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a Summers thing. Yeah, Cyclops is a bad man. Cyclops actually gets no ratings. He reminds me of Krillin from Dragon Ball. It's like he's mad weak.
Wait, what? Krillin?
He's 10 toes.
He holds his own?
Krillin.
Nah,
Krillin
maybe
is one
in
of the
Dragon
sickest
Ball.
characters in Dragon Ball.
Oh, you said Dragon
Dragon Ball
Ball.
Z.
In Z?
Dragon Ball. Check this out. Hear me out. Let me land.
Oh no.
Krillin is the definition of brave because he goes into every fight knowing that he should lose, but he still 10 toes it. He still goes in 10 toes. That's Cyclops. There is no villain that Cyclops should be beaten. He shouldn't be beating anyone. He shouldn't be beating Mystique. He shouldn't be beating Sabretooth. He shouldn't be beating anyone, but he still goes in, calls the shots like he's the hot guy. He's not. He's not that hot.
I would agree with you if Krillin did. I don't think there was a point in Z where the Z fighters outside of the Saiyans slowly stopped participating, and I feel like Krillin did that as early as soon as the Frieza saga was over. Like what fight? At least with Cell, like Tien was fighting, and Piccolo was still. Well, Piccolo's always fighting. Like Krillin was relegated to I'm on the sidelines, giving you like an aura buff by cheering you on. Like he was. I feel like he stopped running in like a madman, like on Namek.
I think he got peer pressured because people were like, "We don't want you to die again." That's what I think. I think he was about fighting. Yeah, but when he got blown up by Frieza, people were like, Krillin, we kind of don't want to waste a wish on you.
Right.
But I think he didn't want to be the sentry holder, bruv. He was the pocket for everyone. He was the sentry being like, I am sacked. Like, but I think he was down to fight. I think he's always down to fight. And he's the bravest. He's the bravest Z fighter for sure. Because he shouldn't be beating anyone.
Yeah, he's like I don't know if you guys have watched Ghost in the Shell, SAC.
I have, yeah.
Standalone.
I need to rewatch
it. So he's like Togusa with the Mataba auto revolver. It's like he's got a 6-shot revolver that he has to manually reload, and he also doesn't have like he's got minimal sort of augmentation. So like any of those guys who die in the mission, like they can just like spin up a new like body, and then they just put their.
Oh, Togusa's the human guy, right? The human detective guy.
Togusa's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
He's the blonde one. He's the blonde one where it's like if he dies, he's actually gonna, and he's got a family.
You just reminded me. Sorry, go on.
No, yeah, go on.
You just reminded me of one of my. Bro, I feel like I'm just remembering sick episodes of shows that I like. Remember the episode of Ghost in the Shell? I don't know if it was Standalone Complex or the Second Gig is the second one, right? There's an episode. Who's the sniper guy? There's a sniper guy, right?
That is Saito, I believe.
You remember the episode where there's like a copy of him or something, and at the end of the episode, you don't know which one comes back to the team. Yeah. That was a sick episode. I remember feeling like I was watching CSI or some shit. I'm like, yo, this is anime. Like, this is peak anime. That was a sick episode. Oh man,
that show is like, yeah. I mean, Ghost in the Shell. I mean, cyberpunk in general is like my favorite sort of setting, or subgenre. Ghost in the Shell is one of my favorite anime of all time by far. Like, it kind of. Unfortunately, it's like as it sort of progressed past SAC, it just got progressively worse. Like I would say.
What, even in Second Gig? I thought Second Gig was.
No. I count Second Gig first and Second
Gig
got it. As the same. But like after that, you got Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence, you got SAC 2049, you got Arise. Arise is cool. Like, I recommend Arise to people where I'm just like, or if Ghost in the Shell was too navel gazing and too philosophical for you,
Yeah.
Arise cuts out most of that, and it's still like a good show. Like it's not, but it's not like to me the spirit of what made that show as good as it, or
Yeah.
that property as good as it should be. Like SAC 2049, the CGI one is literally just all action, and there's like no philosophical like anything,
Right, right.
nothing. It's just like 10 episodes of like, oh, it's like kind of
Yeah.
impulsive.
But is that series, is that even still production IG? For me, Ghost in the Shell and production IG is like intertwined. So if there's a Ghost in the Shell show that comes out tomorrow, but it's not production IG, I'm probably not going to watch it.
Right. Actually, that's a question.
In my mind, maybe wrongfully so, but the studio and Ghost in the Shell is like intertwined. Because like it is IG, it's because of them, like it's because of their work that made even the original 90s Ghost in the Shell movie, right? That's just because they're like a science studio in terms of animation. That what they were doing back then and even now is still considered some of the best in the industry.
Yeah,
Like that's why it was a big deal when they animated Attack on Titan season 1 and then they didn't return for, I think it was season 3. It was such a big deal.
Yeah, that was a. Oh right. I see. I didn't even realize that. Honestly, for the most part, I hear what you're saying in terms of that. Just as a note, because I took a look. Yeah, Production IG's done all of it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So I guess probably a bit of a shame that what I'm saying about the other stuff.
Huh.
I hear what you're saying in terms of things being sort of symbiotic with certain properties.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, for me, right, and this is something I actually thought of recently, right? This is somebody was mentioning something about it was something to do with one anime, and someone was like, oh, is this good? Basically on Twitter, I saw a clip of like a fight scene, yeah. And I was sitting there rolling my eyes and saying it was cool. It was a cool fight scene, but I was rolling my eyes with the whole like I said to a friend of mine, oh, like I think I'm starting to separate manga readers and anime watchers because it's like it feels like anime watchers these days it's just all vibes and aura like top 10 aura moments, right?
Oh, okay.
That's
But
straight into my soul. Thank you, guy.
yeah, bro, it's like I looked at the comments, right? And then like because it was like the scene was cool, and then
Which
someone
scene
goes,
was it? Which anime was it?
Oh, what was it? Something. The Wandering. No, I'll find it. Was it like Wandering Samurai or the Blind Samurai or something?
Is it the one with there's like a fire element guy?
Nah, it's the one with a kid. It's like it's a little kid with a katana, and he's like fighting this this older guy.
Is it Demon Slayer?
He's like a big. No. He's like, when I say kid, like a young kid. He couldn't have been older than like 5 or something like that. And then the guy is like a bald older like guy. I think he's like I think he murdered somebody's family or some shit, and like comes to this fight scene, and the kid's just sort of like laughing and like he's effectively playing with his food, right? He's beating the shit out of this guy, but he's playing with his food because he's like moving super quick. He's running rings around him, and he's like carving him up and stuff. And then the guy's like, "Oh, I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying. Oh," like, and then everyone like someone was like, "Oh man, this is how you do speed, right?" Oh, what a hype scene. But I checked the replies. And one person was like, "This is the only clip that anyone ever posted of the show. Like, what's up with that?" And someone was like, "Yeah, like the rest of it's like not like this. It's like blah blah." And then someone else goes, "Now that you've seen this clip, you don't have to watch the rest of the show, right?" I was just like, "Yeah, that sounds like kind of everything nowadays." Like people were showing for one point they were showing that Boruto fight, be like, "Oh,
the movie.
Oh my god, Naruto, it's back. We are so back. It's so good, right?" And then, like, I never heard anything again, right? It seems like that's all I ever see.
Yeah,
like, I just see hype moments in aura, and then someone goes, "Is the show good?" And they go, "No, it's not." Oh, and the thing I was gonna say actually that triggered me to this point was, someone said, "I haven't watched this. Is this good?" And he goes, "Oh, it's done by this studio, so of course it's good, lol."
Oh,
and
okay.
then the rest of the same tweet is, yeah, but like the rest of the story is just like shown in whatever. It's not very interesting,
Right.
But the fight is a great. I was just like, wow, like
Interesting.
for me, whenever I hear about studios, right, it's like the animation. You're gonna get a lot whatever, like an animation standard you're used to, which is great, right? But because I'm in it for both, right? But for me, it's like if the story is good and the animation at times is inconsistent, I'm more blind to that than I am like, the dips in quality with the story. But it feels like for the most part, a lot of people out there, they're just like, if the animation quality is still fantastic, then they don't really care. Like the thing I hear about One Punch Man is that season 3 or season 2, whatever it was, where the animation just dropped off a cliff and people were just like, this thing's garbage now. Right. It's like, is it garbage because it dropped off a cliff, or is it garbage because the story was just never good to begin with? Like, what is it?
Well, I think with certain with a show like One Punch Man, the animation being pinnacle is paramount, right? Because especially when you came off of season 1, like it's one thing for it to drop, it's another thing for it to nosedive from the heavens into fucking the land that the people in Fantastic Four, the movie, were living in, or whatever. That stupid, what was it called, the underground people or whatever, right? They went from literally the galaxy into that land. So that's one thing. And then, but to top that off with fighting, like the fights of the show being like the core DNA. Like I think it becomes quite meaningful when it happens to something like One Punch Man, but maybe it's not as meaningful for other shows.
I can agree that it's meaningful. I just think that it's more of a crystallization of the things that I just seem to see people just care about, which is like there's sometimes where I see people like quote tweet someone and they're going, bro, I always see just the fight scenes in this thing, but no one ever mentions the story. Is the story any good? Like, and it's maybe like 1 or 2 replies, like, no one cares.
Yeah. Like, doing a hot take. This might be a hot take.
Volcanic.
It probably will be between you two. It could you be the judge. I watch anime because I don't think the stories are good. That's why I read comics. If I want the stories, I'll read comics. If I just want action, I watch anime. I don't think anime has stories.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's mostly true. Like there are some. Yeah, I would say. I don't think that's a hot take. I actually think that rings true most of the time. I think the amount of animes that come out these days that genuinely have good stories are not as frequent as the ones that do. Whereas comics probably have a higher concentration of decent to pretty good stories.
So I think, like I think that you saying that is strengthening the point that I initially had actually. So I mean I agree with you because like as well, it's that I think that manga or comic readers and sort of the animation side of things should be separate because it seems like the people, for the most part, as in the most vocal crowd, value completely different things, right? I'm not saying that people who watch anime or visual stuff aren't people who enjoy the story as much, right? Don't enjoy the story, but I do think that a lot of people who like say, "Oh, this is like, look how amazing this is," it tends to be like the people who are like, "Oh, this is like a visual, like it's more about eye candy, right? Like this is a visual feast." But then it's like if they care about the story, it's not to say that they won't watch it. It's just that people are, for example, the people like Chainsaw Man, like the manga readers of Chainsaw Man versus the anime, like the watchers of Chainsaw Man, I feel like aren't completely separate because of the fact that if you ask me, Chainsaw Man is actually pretty covertly philosophical. But
do you read the manga for Chainsaw Man?
No, I've not read the manga at all. I've only watched the anime and I watched Reze. Reze arc. But I remember you saying something about how it's a hot mess by the end when you were reading at the time. This was
I tried to read it. I love the Chainsaw Man anime. It made me read the manga, and it's one of the few shows. Not to cut you off, it's one of the few shows or mangas where I'm like, I am so confused. I just can't read it. I can't read it anymore. But continue.
Is it done now?
I actually don't know. I don't know.
Because I saw something. I didn't know if it's like a fake quote or a real quote or something like that. But it was something about Chainsaw Man mangaka talks about ending. And he's like, oh well, if my ending doesn't upset people, then maybe I've not done a good job or something like that. I'm like, ooh.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure.
But the readings I hear from people when it comes to Chainsaw Man. I mean, first of all, Chainsaw Man, people are watching it. They're like, here's the fight scene, right?
Yeah.
And then when I hear people talking about Chainsaw Man, and I can see that they're manga readers, they'll be like, here's my take on like what this is analogous to, right? Like for example, they're talking about who's the black-haired. I was gonna call him the say again?
The one with the ponytail, like the guy on his team. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I was gonna call him the generic rival and protagonist, but he's not. But
Yeah.
I was stereotyping because of his hair color.
Yeah.
You know, black hair characters are always rivals. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. They were saying how I saw some like manga readers and stuff like that, and they were talking about how it's like he's a sort of metaphor for like the AIDS crisis or HIV and
What?
stuff like that. And I was just like, yeah,
Okay.
and you know it's funny. At first I was like, what? And then like I sort of thought about it. I was like, hey, this is an interesting reading. I'm not entirely like, you know what I'm saying? And it's mostly just to do with like the way that his powers work. Right? Well, is it specifically his powers or supposedly the contract? I guess I can't remember.
Yeah, he's got a contract with the wolf spirit thing.
And that limits his lifespan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and I think and basically that's what they were equating it to. So there's parts where have you watched Reze? I mean, you've read it.
I've read it.
Yeah. C4, have you watched Chainsaw Man?
I don't watch anime. Oh, I don't watch Chainsaw Man. I've seen it. I think I saw like the first episode.
Yeah, go on.
I was like kind of whatever. I'm more interested in JJK. That's what I'm watching for, like fightings. Yeah.
I've not seen that at all, but I didn't even know if it was any good. But yeah. But basically, it's just that there's just a part. It's just basically a fight scene where he's with a angel character, and basically like there's something that he does in order to like save. I think he saves either the angel character's life or he saves someone else's life, but it like shortens his life like pretty significantly. But basically, he doesn't actually say like I think the angel could see how long each person has left to live and stuff, and he says after the like fight like how long do I have left, and like angel doesn't even want to answer, just looks away and just like looks really solemn and stuff. And I was like, actually, that's why I was like, actually, maybe this sort of reading about, you know, sort of HIV analogy or like AIDS crisis analogy thing. Like at first you sort of hear it and think it's kind of waffle, or at least not waffle. I was like, I sort of tilt my head and like, well, what made you go with that? And then as I sort of sit with it longer, I'm like, well, you know what? Actually, it feels like it has a bit more weight. It might not be correct, right? But it feels like it has a bit more weight to it. You know?
Okay.
So that sounded like a reach. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think there's a lot of powers that invoke real life situations.
Yeah.
But to invoke the AIDS crisis, you lose your life. Like, doesn't Kaioken does that? No.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I agree. I think that's why it sounds like a reach to me as well, because there's a lot of power sets that you could make that reading. I don't know if Chainsaw Man does enough heavy lifting to make that be feel like it's more of the actual intent. But then some people say that, well, with art, does it need to be the intent of the writer for you to get that from it? I think there's a dance between the two. I don't know. That's a different topic though. But I agree with what you're saying.
You know what it sounds like when Chrome said that. I don't know if you might have missed the conversation I had with Charlie about Invincibles. And I was saying,
I muted it because I'm on season 2, so I was like, yeah, let me know. I kept hearing Mark, and I was like, I was like, oh no, they're talking about Invincible. I was like, what? Yeah. Mute.
Okay.
No spoilers. But a lot of the criticisms that Charlie had, I would be like, well, my bias, and that was me reaching to kind of like justify some of the actions. That what you just said sounds like me, like a fan trying to make it sound deeper than it is.
Yeah.
So like the whole train sequence. That's what it sounds like.
So I would say that part of what Charlie was saying about sort of intent and then interpretation. I mean, human beings are inherently quite, you know, self-serving, right? To whether it's a little or a lot, that they kind of everybody is. So maybe some people will see themselves.
Just speak patterns all the time.
Yeah, they'll see. They might see themselves. They might see, you know, something in regards to them, and maybe there's some people that affects more, and they're willing to look at something like that. But honestly, some things, it's like, you know, like modern art, right? Some of it might be, I mean, nothing's objectively garbage, but some of it might be kind of crappy. But it's like the interpretation, because it's so vague, the interpretation is super strong, because it's like it's asking you to do a lot of the work. And I would say maybe Chainsaw Man doesn't do something like that, but too often. But because I think, you know, anime is not known for subtlety, you know what I mean? Like, Like for example, RoboCop has a lot of like sort of readings to it where I was like, oh wow, I'd never thought about something like that, right? And that's like one of my favorite films of all time. I love RoboCop 1. Like it's literally you got an auteur director to make a science fiction movie or a cyberpunk science fiction movie, and he was like, cool, this is what I'm gonna do, right? And he just done a whole bunch of like really interesting shit, like the way RoboCop like walks around, yeah, it's like he walks around like a tank, right?
Yeah.
Because you know how like RoboCop, his body moves first and then his head moves second,
Yeah.
like the same way you might get like a sort of tank that sort of turns first, like with the whatever the tracks and everything like that, and then turns other stuff. It's like that kind of stuff. And then somebody was making a reading into it about like it was an analogy to like the Vietnam like war and stuff like that. And I was like, what? I sort of listened to him talk, and I was just like, actually, I could, okay, all right, yeah, I could stitch those two things together.
Yeah.
I see how you got to that point, and I see you can get to that point, and there was actually quite a lot there. And I was like, oh, this is really, really interesting. And that's like aside from the overt stuff with him sort of talking about privatization of the police force, which ended up becoming, you know, really present today. Like, you know, the way a lot of things just got super privatized, like and Chicago, Detroit, sorry, becoming bankrupt, which actually did eventually happen, and all those other types of things. But yeah. Either way, like I think there are some things from time to time that actually do sort of warrant those readings, and I think maybe Chainsaw Man, because of the fact that, like I'm saying, it's kind of covertly philosophical in certain places, and in other places, it's like
It's just
doing
ridiculous.
some level of
Like sometimes it's
Yeah.
like the reason why I find it, probably you were about to say this, but like, yeah, there are times where it's super philosophical, but then there's just moments where Denji is just talking about how he wants to see somebody's panties and he really wants to have sex and he wants to feel somebody's breasts. Like that aspect of Chainsaw Man really threw me off, because I think there's a lot of interesting things to explore, but then it's just constant. Like for every interesting step forward, there's a 2 steps back of I want to see boobs. It's like, oh, I don't know what is this show right now.
So I actually really liked that part. Like normally when it comes to that type of stuff, I don't really have an opinion. I don't really care. Like sometimes if it bogs it down, then it's like you're making this thing etchy for no reason. It's like, okay, you're cheapening what it is that I'm watching. But the reason why I liked it is because that's why I call it covertly philosophical, in the sense of some things aren't super deep that I'm gonna say, but it's still just like, oh, this is what it was in the servers, and this is what it's like. Denji to begin with is like, yeah, I want to see boobs, right? And then he goes and he's like, oh, the power's like, oh, if you do this, I'll let you fondle my breasts. And then he's like, oh yeah, let's do it, right? And then he gets to that point, and then he fondles her breast, and she's got like a push-up bra, and she's filling it out with various things. And he's like, and he's sort of like gone back now. He's like, oh man, like, and I think he does it twice. He gets another thing as well, and then I think he goes to like, I think Makima or someone like that, and he's just like, he's like, every time I have like some sort of like desire or aspiration, it always disappoints me in this type of way. Like, why? Like, I don't know how to deal with sort of expectation versus reality or whatever it is. Like, and like then he has to sort of grapple with those types of things. And I'm like, oh wow, like you started off with just like, oh, I want to touch breasts, and then afterwards it's like, here's the result of me touching breasts. Oh, how does this make me feel? And I'm like, oh wow, do you know what I mean? That's where initially it actually hooked me.
But then it does that. But because I remember that happening, but like after that, he oftentimes keeps doing it. So as if to say, it's like the breast thing happens, and then there's like a deeper questioning and exploration there that makes you think, oh wow, as this unravels, there's going to be more layers to this onion, right? But then like 2 scenes or 3 scenes later, another ecchi breast thing happened, and it makes you think, did you not? Is this not an outcome? Like, are we learning nothing, or is it ecchi, or are we actually being philosophical?
Right. Even in the film, in the Reze film, it's like there's parts where he's sort of chatting about breasts and he's imagining everyone in their underwear, even the angel who's actually a man. And I think he said something like, "Oh no, that's a dude," but obviously like presents like very feminine and very female looking. So play that for laughs, but for the most part, yeah, like it's I hear what you're saying. It's like they kind of want to eat their cake and have it too, right? They want to sort of do their whole ecchi thing, but they also want to do the philosophical thing.
Yeah.
And does it always marry together? If you keep hammering it home, then I guess not, right? It's like, you know, with anything, it's like you can make the
question.
Mhm.
I'll ask you a question real quick. I've got to shoot off in a minute.
Okay.
From what you've seen with Invincibles, do you think there's any philosophical undertones, or is it just punch real hard, smash up buildings?
Uh-oh.
I mean, just so you know, I watched the first half of season 2. Do you remember they did it in 2 halves?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
did the
fine.
first-
You only need- yeah.
I watched the
Yeah.
first half of season 2. Did I think so? I was mostly just seeing them punch real hard. I think there was maybe the things I just found the most like interesting was just the dynamic between Omni-Man and his family, especially by the end of season 1, and just what he saw and what he understood. And but I think the things he was saying, the thing is, obviously, I've not watched the rest of season 2. There could be reasons as to why he's saying or doing certain things, and I'm sure there probably are, especially because the fact that from what I'm seeing, he's in the rest of the show, so they're gonna at least have some level of interaction or justification. But yeah, I don't know. For the most part, I just saw it as punch real hard. I think the whole "your mother was like a pet to me" thing was like an insane line at the time, and but I think at the same time, that's again.
I forgot about that. That was
Yeah.
that was a line. That was a line.
Yeah, that was an insane line. Yeah.
Crazy business. You can't say that.
Yeah, but I was also like, wow, that's probably one of the most messed up lines I've heard in a while. Yeah, and then I was also like, yeah, but the guy lives like millions of years or whatever the hell, right? So by that point, there's no way you can really humanize anybody who's only going to live a fraction of your lifetime, because you're in your minds, you've probably gone through that level of pain so many times that you've desensitized yourself, or you choose to even just shut it out, because you can't look at anything as something that you truly like. Some people have it different ways, right? Some people actually look at this thing in completely different ways, but that's one way you could say is that if somebody's only going to live a fraction of the way you live, then like pets, honestly.
Yeah.
And how much can you really love like something like that, right?
That's what
Some
people
have
like about
different
Freerun
traits.
as well. Freerun kind of touches on that because she's basically an elf that can live for a lot longer, and the whole premise of the story is that she was the mage in the party that saved the world, basically. But all of her party members basically slowly die off way before her because she's an elf, and the whole story is about her learning about like valuing time and what people value, because it's just hard for her to see it because she's an elf, similar to Omni-Man.
I heard Freerun is like just she's racist or something like that. That's all I heard?
No, who'd you hear that from? Was that in your Black Twitter Spaces? Probably some FBA guy said, "Oh yeah, free." Well, did you know free Ren actually means to free the Ren, and the Ren is the Gullah Geechee term for the rendezvous point where they rendezvous the white man into the slave foundation. So, no, that's
I mean, listen. But my reading on elves in general in sort of lore are pretty racist.
True. That's very you're not wrong there for sure.
Yeah, but I didn't know if it was like, because I hadn't watched the show. How many episodes is it? I'm guessing
it's short. It's like one of the 12, Netflix, and then something like that. It's under 20. Like, yeah.
I'll give it a watch.
Yeah. But I don't know if you'll like it though, because you're not really super into fantasy stuff. But if you like the premise, Freerun is another show where the premise really sold it for me. But me being into fantasy is like helps as well.
Fantasy for me, I don't dislike fantasy. I just don't really care too much. Like for me, it's if the show is going to be good enough, if it's written well enough, if the story is good enough, then I'm for it, right? Like, but if it's just a case of if it's just generic fantasy setting, I'm not enough of a fan to engage in that. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, if generic cyberpunk, I'm enough of a fan to probably apologize enough and engage with it because of the fact that I love the setting that much. But if it's just well written, do you know what I mean? Like, I watched Game of Thrones from episode 1, and I don't really care for fantasy.
Yeah.
I saw Sean Bean on the cover, and something about when I watched the episode 1, I was like, no, this is gonna be a really, really, really good show. I can already tell this is gonna be a really good show. And I was right for 6 seasons.
Damn, you say 6? I say 4, boy. I'm a staunch season 4 ender. 5? Okay.
5 seasons. 5.
Okay.
But
that's fair.
five is when it hit the peak and then it started to slide down the mountain.
Right.
That's when it and then afterwards it was just like 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah,
But
we
the thing is,
don't
6
speak
is
of
like,
that.
okay, yeah.
We don't
The
invoke
rest-
the term Game of Thrones beyond season 6.
I hear you. Also, Tower Draga is a fantasy saying.
Okay,
I enjoy
okay.
Tower Draga. Aegis of Uruk. I recommend more or less everybody to always just watch episode 0 of Tower Draga because you don't really have to watch it and watch the rest of the show, but it's like a cool, like it's a funny parody episode of like just anime tropes and shit. Like I remember as a teenager, I just not a teenager, yeah, close to teenager. I loved it. Like at least that episode 0. The rest of the show is fine. It's okay.
Wait,
but, yeah.
Sipo, did he answer your Invincible question? Like, or
Yeah,
or is it-
punchy
oh,
show.
okay.
Yeah, punching.
Punching.
see.
Yeah.
'Cause,
I get it. It's hard to look past it. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'm a simp for superheroes in it, so
Yeah.
I always see
Did
the
you-
undertones, but I might be making it up.
Did you read it or did you watch it or did you do both?
I've watched it. I might read it. Read
Okay.
it, but I think the greater question has already been presented to me.
Wait,
I don't want to spoil it, obviously, because you're not. When you get to like season 2, I think that's when you kind of understand the concept. I feel season 2 kind of does that, and I think in the comics, because I started reading the Boys comics after I watched the show, and I was like, oh, there's no deeper question. You get different characters expressing the same sentiment, but the overall question of the Boys about power imbalance is the same is in the comics.
But I've heard the Boys
the
comics
Boys,
is
I'm actually gonna finish. I'm gonna because do you know what's funny? I said I wasn't gonna watch the Boys until I finish reading the Boys because I started like when I was a teenager and I just never finished it.
right.
But I think you're probably I'm sure you're right in terms of like there's no deeper. And everyone keeps saying it's like the Boys TV show is like
Yeah, I've been telling you. I remember every time you told me you want to read it first. Like I know you have your sequence of doing it, but like I did say I think you should just watch it, and I don't think watching it first will ruin your enjoyment of reading the comic because from what I've seen and been told, like it's quite different to the point where they're both enjoyable in and of themselves without them affecting your enjoyment of the other, perhaps. But I think the show is just so good.
Yeah, I hear that. And I think it's probably just the fact that at the time, I mean, they were made in 2 completely different times, right? From what I'm hearing, like the Boys TV show is just more very
Current.
sort of and more culturally relevant right now, more current event, more sort of pop culture than that was.
Yeah.
And it's not even and that at the time, from what I was reading, it didn't really. It wasn't really sort of parodying or sort of talking or having a commentary or more
like
anything.
bro, the Trump stuff, the Trump parallels, and even like some characters. What's his name? Ray A-Train. Some of the stuff that he experiences and the racial stuff, like especially you. It's just some of the spaces that you enter in, right? Like it will be super interesting, like pun intended with super and how they put the superhero spin on certain stuff. It's like to the point where if you were to watch The Boys 3 years from now, there might actually be some tangible aspects that will be lost because you didn't see it during the cultural relevance or the cultural time frame that it was aired in, you know.
You're not the first person I've heard say that. So I'll finish reading the thing. I mean, it won't take anyway.
Old comics like that. Like, I think there's a lot of old X-Men comics. For the time, made sense, and then you can map onto now. Like, I mean, even the whole mutant, it was relevant with the Black. And now would be like, I think there's just some timeless, always return back. I think the Boys had that to a T.
Well, go on, Chrome.
I was gonna say like another example of that is V for Vendetta. V for Vendetta, like the graphic novel and the film are 2 completely different properties in the sense that yes, they're the same about like character V and about revolutionary behavior and stuff, but one of them is much more about like anarchy, and the other one's a little different in terms of the way that the end result is presented, and also like it's two commentaries, basically completely different lived experiences and outcomes. Like so, V for Vendetta is effectively like what would happen if the Thatcher government became a fascist government and state, like the UK became a fascist state. And like V for Vendetta is much more like the film is much more of a Bush era like sort of thing. I think even Alan Moore hated it for that reason. He was like, it's a Bush era parable of from people too timid to criticize their own country like themselves, so they use like my property basically.
Yeah.
But it's like as a result you get two very different sort of takes on the same thing.
Yeah, I think yeah, I can see that as well. I think that what's interesting about The Boys is that like the currentness of it is more because The Boys are so on the nose, more so than like X-Men being an allegory to like racism and stuff. It's not on the nose. It's more like a spiritual there's a word for what the X-Men is trying to do in terms of like how it huh?
You beauties. I hate beauties.
Again, I could be biased. I think it is very on the nose. Like
Wait, the X-Men.
It's pretty on the nose.
I feel you can. I think anyone could look at Magneto and Xavier and go, "Oh yeah, Martin Luther, Malcolm X." Like I get it.
Yeah, but I don't.
maybe
I don't think that's
I'll be biased.
on the. When I say on the nose, I mean like I don't think that's on the nose. That's more like it wouldn't. It's especially not on the nose because we already know from the words of the creators that those two historical people were influences for Xavier and Magneto. So by definition, it's not on the nose because it's already. It's like intentionally baked in. Whereas with on the nose, it's more like cheekily, clearly poking fun or making a statement about something that is very obvious, but you're being coy about it. But you know, everybody knows what's happening. Like it's not. Like,
okay, I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying. There's a what was it called? I think it's God Loves Mutant Hate. That is literally every black riot, literally every black riot. But
right.
I see what you're saying because it's been told to us. It's not on the nose because we've been like pre-warned, sort of.
Yeah, like
well, I would say it's still. It depends on when it was told, right? So if you've been told after the fact, then it was technically on the nose in the sense of. If it not being on the nose, my take on not being on the nose, if you're saying it's because they're telling you that's directly what it's inspired by, would be like, I don't know, at the very start, like when as the finger's made in the like forward, they're like, oh, my inspirations are X, Y, Z, right? And then you read through it and you're like, okay, this is the part where he said is like X, Y, Z, right? But if you're just watching and consuming it and then you don't know and then afterwards somebody tells you, I would just say like, oh, like if somebody goes, hey, this feels like this, and they go, yeah, that's because it was that, right? I still feel like it's probably quite on the nose. I think the reading is like if you can draw the parallels very in a very obvious way without anybody sort of either having a wider discussion about it, then I would say that's pretty on it. But I think one thing I would say I think is on the nose is so X-Men obviously like I'm saying is like a racial allegory, but in X-Men 3, it was a sort of LGBT allegory at one point as well. And that was the parts where... So X-Men 3, they go to... I forget which kid's house it is, but it's when they're just basically trying to recruit or trying to find a bunch of like mutants. And then they go to like this kid's house, like a teenager with the parents. And then they're saying to the parents, like, yeah, so your kid's like a mutant.
Oh, yeah, they're coming out of the closet sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And then the mum like crouches down and goes, "Have you tried not being a mutant?"
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I was like, okay, that's pretty on the nose.
Yeah,
Do you know
well,
what
I would agree that's on the nose. But I think that's clearly on the nose because it's like a snapshot of a thing that actually happens, and they're just replacing the words with gay, with LGBT and mutant, and yeah, we know what's going on there. But I think, like, to me, it sounds like there's a conflation of something that's on the nose versus something that is inspired by real world events, because there's a difference, right? Like how, I guess the question I would have for you two is, at what point is something on the nose versus just being inspired by real world events, or are they pretty much the same? Because to me, it's a stark difference.
To me, they're the same, but I'm understanding how you're making a difference. Like, there is a difference because you can define the difference. To me, it wouldn't, like Chrome said, I can watch the piece of media and someone else could, right? And I could have the prior knowledge, but the person who doesn't have the prior knowledge could come to the same conclusion.
Wait, so
that to
that
me
would
makes it on the nose.
wait, so it makes it on the nose when say that again?
So the example was the Charles Xavier Magneto.
Yeah.
I know because I've heard like interviews that what they're based off of, right? But if my mate who's never read a comic ever went, oh, that sounds like, you know, Martin Luther King. He has a dream that he wants humans to live with humans in perfect harmony, and Magneto doesn't. He's trying to make a faction to rise up. Sounds like Malcolm X. He can come to that conclusion without knowing the knowledge I have. So that's what makes it on the nose to me, like what Chrome was saying.
I think
but you're saying there's a difference between the inspiration and it being topical.
Because I think maybe the issue I'm having is like on the nose seems to be like a delivery method of inspiration. On the nose, the delivery method seems to be more like typically when I see somebody say some X thing is on the nose, the delivery method is more like whimsical, like more like jovial and whimsical and kind of like silly. Like, yeah, we know what we're doing, you do too. It's kind of funny, isn't it? It's kind of like whimsical. Whereas something that is inspired.
The She-Hulk thing?
Huh?
Would you say like the She-Hulk series or the what was that Marvel movie with all the females in it?
When they did the
Miss Marvel.
The Marvels.
I wouldn't. I think the Marvel something like that is something else. Like that doesn't fall into the category of on the nose. Like it wouldn't be on the nose just because it's like a cheesy all girl superhero movie. It's more like so. For example, there's many scenes that are in The Boys where like clearly Homelander is doing stuff that Trump is doing or similar things, but like the creators and not even just the creators, but the way it's playing out, it's clear that like we're kind of being silly about this thing, but everybody knows what's happening. But the delivery method is kind of whimsical in nature, and the whimsicality of it is typically, or from my understanding of what on the nose would be. Even the term on the nose is supposed to elicit like a feeling of somebody tapping you on the nose, like he, like kind of being like literally he. Whereas, yeah.
Would you say South Park is that?
But South Park is parody, and I think parody can be on the nose, but not. It can also be parody without it being on the nose, because parody is, I think, similar but gets into different stuff. But
I think parody most,
or maybe it
on
is
the nose. But I hear it. I think on the nose is generally like it's just lacking in subtlety, right? Like it's not subtle.
Yeah,
and I would say that you can have something that's on the nose but not too on the nose. I think maybe it's on the nose is quite a broad term. Like even like I'm just looking something up now, right? And little or just exact, precise, or whatever, right? But I think on the nose generally, like when something is not subtle, it's on the nose. But when too on the nose is when I guess is more of a negative connotation, right? Than simply being on the nose. So it's like if something's too on the nose, it's just not subtle. They're not trying to hide it, and it's very very, very obvious. So like
what would you say Black Panther is then?
Black Panther?
Black Panther very I was very on the nose.
But wait, which part of it?
The character, like the character in general. Like, do you think he was just like? Is he on the nose? I guess he's not a parody.
I don't think
I just wanted to know what you would fall under.
I don't know. Maybe this will be an interesting discussion because it sounds like Chrome was about to say yes. I think no.
There you go.
Like I wouldn't. I just wouldn't.
He's not on the nose. The thing is that that he's gone through not a bunch of iterations, but he's gone through a bunch of generational like the first generation where he's been in stories. At the start, like they had the Black Panther comic and like Black Panther movie route. So he's a character of Black Panther, he's black and he fights like crime and injustice, right? And then they were just like the editors had told the creator of Black Panther, there's not enough white people in Black Panther comics. Put more white people in it. So he had them fighting the KKK. Do you know what I mean? So like, he was not a subtle character. And I think in the Black Panther movie, I also think that was pretty on the nose. Do you know what I mean? Like in terms of like the characters that were in it. It was, I mean, in general, it's a celebration of like sort of, you know, blackness and black excellence and all the rest of that. But also like the Killmonger's character was such a like obvious like.
C4, you might have to mute your mic while you're about because the sound is quite loud. If it's possible.
My bad.
Okay.
Yeah. He's such a sort of vessel for black American rage, right? That I just felt like it was, as a film, it was on the nose. That was what I was initially responding to what I thought was him talking about the film, but then he mentioned the character. So some of what I'm saying now isn't going to be as like sort of relevant to specifically the character. I still think the character isn't a particularly subtle character, but I think the films definitely are much more on the nose than you know, something else, right? So
interesting. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if we're maybe either our understanding of the terms are different or if I think because I don't know, like even okay, would you say, because one thing I loved about Black Panther was how it used the Black Panther character and the lore and Killmonger and T'Challa, it used those characters to touch on the discussion of Black Americans versus Black Africans, right? I wouldn't describe that as on the nose, because it doesn't have the whimsical he style. But I would describe it as like clearly Black Panther this movie, Black Panther, is partially being used as a way to explore this topic that is a very real thing, like a very real issue between Black Africans and Black Americans.
Right. So I just don't think that the term, I don't think on the nose has to be he whimsical style. I don't think it has to be limited to that. I think it's more that's why I think it's used more broadly, right? I think when people say something's too on the nose, I think that's when it becomes more of a, you know,
right,
whether it's a positive or negative, right? Well, usually two on the noses tends to be negative.
Yeah.
On the nose, you can have the whimsical he, right? Especially if it's in like a parody or a satirical work. I would say that in this one, the reason, so I think that exploration is fine, right? And I think on the nose, in the sense, it was the reason why I consider it to be on the nose, whether two on the nose or not, is because there's certain specific parts of it that are very much quite kind of spelled out in the sense of how, you know, he was abandoned by his father and left in America, which is essentially like them saying that, you know, the Africans didn't come back for them.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why like they're grappling with this whole, those two sides sort of fighting between like what their relationship is. The parts in the museum, right? The dialogue there. Also the parts at the end with Killmonger when he's just like, you know, bury me like with my ancestors in the you know, in the seas and whatnot. Right. With the rest of the slaves. And the fact that he did not let go of that rage at all, right? Even up to the very end. There was no sort of positive resolution. It was very much like, no, like this is how this is now, right? I thought all of that was great, but I do also think that was on the nose. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like that. So when I say on the nose, I don't necessarily think that it would just be like a, you know, a complete wink and a nudge. Sometimes you can get that, and sometimes you can still just get like, this is what we're talking about, right? And this is like very clearly what we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. So something to think about. Yeah, perhaps my understanding of on the nose is a bit limited.
It's possible you could be right, but I think this is what I've understood it to be for some time. You know, I'm always sort of looking back on certain things, and sort of, you know, revising it. But I know, in terms of just tropes and writing, that's what I understood that to be, right? Like, satire. If I was to, and I guess it's relative to whatever it is we're talking about, right? So satire is known for being quite subtle, right? Satire, sometimes you get satire that becomes so subtle that people can't tell the difference between reality and satire, right? They can't discern it. And I would say if you got some things that run the nose of satire, people might argue that it's too on the nose, right? But that's because maybe they're expecting something specific from satire. So maybe that's where it becomes a bit more of a discussion.
Yeah, I'm looking at some like the way it's defined on some sites. Seeing that the phrase "on the nose" occasionally appears in pop culture, often used to describe precision, accuracy, and straightforwardness, which would allude to like it not needing it to be he or whimsical, but just straight to the point, basically.
Yeah. Hey, what does TV tropes say? TV tropes might have like a sort of
TV
on the nose.
tropes on the nose.
Let's see.
Nose tropes.
No, random nosing. There's a trauma of the nose on the. Does it not have it? Let's see. That'd be quite interesting. Normally, it has everything.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it doesn't say it. Oh well, fair enough.
But yeah, I guess the straightforwardness is that does make sense. It's just I guess by that definition, like so many, I feel like many things in movies could be described as on the nose. Then maybe the issue I'm having is that I often see on the nose used in a negative way, perhaps towards what you were saying, where it's like used like it's too on the nose. Something is too on the nose.
Yeah.
And
but you know but you know what's the funny thing as well is that on the nose it can be quite relative to the viewer, right, and the consumer. Like I watched Weapons and I think it's like one of the sort of best it's one of the best films of the year. It's not the best. The best film of the year is One Battle After Another. That film's amazing. But it was a great film, and I'm not a huge horror fan, but like horror movies do tend to actually have something to say fairly often, actually, a lot more often than people might expect. And Weapons is a good film. I mean, it's a quote unquote horror film, but it's more of like a sort of mystery procedural film. And normally I watch the film or I consume the whatever, and I listen to like a review, and then I just basically compare and contrast my opinion versus theirs, and if I agree or disagree. But most of the time, when it comes to like readings of films, I feel like I tend to get it for the most part, right? This was like the first film in a long time, right, where I was listening to the long running podcast, listening to the / Filmcast, or the Filmcast now, and they had a take on it that was like I did not see that at all.
Wait,
and,
for which
and
film?
It wasn't even like Weapons.
Okay,
and it's not even like I didn't see it and like, oh, I don't agree. It was like I don't see it, and I'm literally I don't even live that experience for me to have even seen it. It was like they go and they're saying, oh, it's so obvious. The reading of the film is so obvious, right? And I'm just like, it's not. And I'll just say now, basically, like, is that it's just the people who are reviewing it are American, and I think you get it if you're American,
right?
And if you're not American, you wouldn't even. I don't even think it would cross your mind. You know what I mean? It's that type of reading where I'm like, oh wow, yeah, okay, I can see how you got to that. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's a good, regardless though. I think it's a great film, and but it's funny because they were like that. I think they were even saying this is like it's just on the nose, like, but it's like, and like you're saying, sometimes like often on the nose does get used negatively as well as positively, probably more so negatively these days. But I think one of them was like, yeah, it's just on the nose. I don't see how people missed it, basically. And I was like, oh well, I missed it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
But they weren't saying it was on the nose because it's bad. They said it was on the nose and it was great. It was an amazing sort of whatever, right? Yeah.
But I guess to that point, the on the noseness of The Boys is why I think it's good, because one of the reasons why I think it's good, because it usually doesn't go over the board with the on the noseness, and it serves its overall goal, which is quite clear. It's quite clear what that show is trying to get you to question and think about.
So it's funny that it's funny because I while I haven't seen the show, obviously, like I hadn't even really seen any clips at all on the timeline. All I see are just like memes, basically. I just see a couple memes. I see meme of Homelander in the cinema. I see the meme of him sort of walking down the corridor and hitting the wall. I've seen the bit where people are like cheering and he's sort of like looking confused or sort of like, oh yeah. But that's basically it. I've not really consumed it. But the one thing I did see is that recently is people saying The Boys is shit now, and then someone quote tweeting something saying these guys only just realized that they're being parodied, or
Yeah,
that,
yeah, I've
they're
seen
being
something like that, yeah.
satirized, and now that they get it, they hate it,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Which I thought was like, I was like, cool. So I can guess what this like show is gonna be,
Yeah.
sort of.
But I actually think it does a good job to people, because I did see that critique as well. But I think, holy shit, I just got one shot. I think The Boys is quite good at poking fun at both sides. I don't think it's like clearly just anti right wing propaganda. Like there's a whole I won't, let me not spoil anything, but there's it's definitely not.
I'll definitely watch soon, probably
Yeah.
by the end, maybe by the end of the year. I'll start to watch it. But yeah, it's
I was about
definitely.
to say, I just got back
Oh,
indoors.
welcome.
For Chrome, have you seen the or heard of the meme like a Homelander interview?
Nope. I don't know. Do you know what it is? I actually don't know.
I know, I haven't
Maybe
heard that
it's the
either.
strength of the algorithm. Maybe it's the strength of the algorithm, but I don't know how certain things I just like miss. Like I'm not engaging in it, and I just don't catch it. Maybe it's because I just don't engage on the tweets or something like that. I just haven't.
Well,
seen
I don't see a lot
any.
of The Boys memes either, but or even clips, but that's because a lot of it is probably too violent to like show. I don't know if those kind of clips make the rounds in the way that clips from other shows do, where the clips are not like fucking somebody's head getting exploded or something like that.
I hear that, but at the same time, Invincible got like the Omni-Man fight at the season 1 got shown everywhere. I saw that nonstop.
But the fight, or like, but all I saw was the think mark, like the think mark meme, which came from that fight. But I don't recall. But that could just be my algorithm, you know.
The fight in episode 1, that went
Episode 1, episode
That's
2.
the reason I found out about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because they were.
Yeah, that
like,
was
I
crazy.
remember sort of watching it because I think the show just like it was. I still have Amazon Prime, but I was like kept much more of an eye on it.
Yeah.
And it dropped, and I was just like, oh, what the hell? What's this? Do you know what I mean? And I watch it, and then the Omni-Man like sort of just like the episode 2, like that fight, or episode 1, and I was like, whoa, what the hell is this, right? And then I sort of non-stop kept seeing that clip like sort of on the TL, like, do you know what I mean? Because it was quite shocking that they probably thought this was like some show for teenagers, but then it was like much more violent than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Yeah, I was gonna say with the Homelander stuff, a lot of people were using that reference to like interviews with Trump because it's a case of
okay,
you know what Homelander's like. It was like, yeah, the interviewer clearly was careful what they said because they don't want to get their head exploded.
Oh yeah.
So people were saying if someone's doing like, I think they said it to like Joe Rogan a couple of times as well, where it's like, oh, he did a Homelander interview because there was things that we all wanted him to ask,
Right.
but you're never going to ask Homelander.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah. I see what you mean.
I don't even know what Homeland's like. I don't know any of the. I don't even know what any of the characters like in the show.
Bro, you're in a really good position. Like you are. I was saying to Sipo earlier about like wishing that there was a pill that you could take so you could forget an experience so you can experience it again like the first time. Like I'm actually envious that you haven't seen. Not only that you haven't seen it, but that you are able to avoid like so much of it, because when you watch it, there's so much to enjoy, especially that first season, man. Like, man.
My nephew said the same thing about Breath of the Wild, only he said something more grim than that. He was like, you could get dementia so he could forget and then play it again and
Damn.
enjoy it again. I was like, wow, that's grim.
It's savage, yeah.
Yeah, but no, for sure. I mean, listen, even One Piece, like I hadn't watched One Piece in like, oh god, I think since I caught up with it. Was it a year ago or 2 years ago? Either 2024, I think 2024. And before that, the last time I'd watched it was 2013, I think.
Yeah.
Like Fishman Islands and like the castle, the palace was flooding.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I'll get back to this, and I never did. And then like I was like, I kept saying to people over and over again, yeah, I'm gonna catch up. And then One Piece was out, so there was like a sort of condensations of it.
Right.
And I think I was gonna go and see somebody, and I was like, these guys. It was like a big dinner. And I was like, there's no way I'm gonna not get spoiled. I have to watch it like before. And then I like blitzed it, and yeah, literally like I didn't see Gear 5 or Gear 4 or Gear 5. I didn't see the
Snake Man.
I didn't see the Gear 5. I didn't see the any of the sort of Joy Boy related stuff. I didn't see anything.
Wait, how fast is
Until I
One
watched
Piece? How much time did that take to catch up? Like, what does it cover?
Ooh, I think it's like maybe 3 chapters to 1 episode or something like that.
Reach out, just-
or 2 to 3 episodes to one episode. The thing is, it starts off like being a bit rougher, but as they sort of get used to editing the thing properly, it becomes much more seamless.
Okay.
It's hard. I think it's hard for me to. I'd have to go and check actually. Let me check now and see what.
The fact that that even exists is it goes to show just how daunting it is
Yeah.
to get into that show.
100%, 100%. Let's see. Fan project that recuts the One Piece anime and endeavor to bring it more in line with the pacing of the original manga. Yeah. So it's more in pace of the manga.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
Removing
you're
filler
up to date now. Like you're neck and neck now.
No, but I'm
shit.
like, I basically they were leaving Wano. That's where. I am.
Okay. Oh, okay. Damn. All right.
How many episodes have I got now?
I don't know. I don't watch it. I just read it, and I
Okay,
can't
good.
watch it. It's too much.
Yeah, all I know is like they were just like I was at a party last month and like someone said One Piece, yeah, and I was like oh, One Piece, I'm up to like here, right?
Yeah.
And they go oh man, right now, and they didn't actually spoil anything. They just go, oh, you know this thing from back there, yeah, it gets explained. I'm like,
Right.
oh my god, it gets explained. Oh. And I'm thinking, like there's like a few other series where I'm like, oh, the mystery is gonna get either solved or it's gonna get progressed, and I'm losing my mind thinking, oh my god, they're actually gonna give me more story. Like that's how I feel about One Piece. They're just like, oh, yo, you know the 100-year void? Yeah. Oh, well, they're gonna start. Oh my god, they're gonna start to talk about it. I'm good. Like, and obviously I don't know like anything that's actually happening right now.
Right,
But
right.
people just keep saying like, I've got a group chat that I'm with friends, and it's actually technically about anime, but
Yeah.
and they drop the chapter in and they start talking for about a day and then they just stop
Yeah.
talking. So afterwards I can engage again. But they there's a lot of like oh, stuff gets explained, or oh my god, like they're starting to
Yeah.
tie this thing together, or put this thread together, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
this is
Right
sick.
now, it's very interesting what's going on right now. I would say quite interesting.
So I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to it, and I think, yeah, man, I think it's probably the king for a reason, man.
Yeah.
King for a reason.
I'm
So
still
fantastic.
like, this is like the age-old anime thing that happens in so many shows, but I still wish that I'm still in the camp that they just gave what they gave Luffy in terms of what he can now do and like what his fruit really is and stuff. It's like, oh, you guys are just too much, man. Even his latest gear transformation is just even
Oh,
a
he's
lot-
got another one again.
yeah.
Or you
it's-
talking about the one that I saw in the anime?
probably, yeah,
He's got another one.
the Looney Tunes one. Basically, it's a little bit, yeah. Even some diehard fans are like, okay, we are doing a bit much now, but as it is with anime, right? Like your main character can never be special enough. Apparently,
I really enjoyed his gear transformation, but I think that in general, once they started to go towards Haki, it was like the power creep began.
yeah,
Do you know what I'm saying? Because before you had quite clear strengths and weaknesses, and you had Paramecia and Logia types, and Logia types obviously. But I think once he introduced Logia types, he was like, okay, I'm kind of getting out my certain like characters from even being able to fight these guys. So now let's introduce Haki. And then once you start to introduce Haki, now it's like, okay, now you're sort of. Unfortunately, the meta is like, it's like you've just given everybody X Factor. So it's like, okay, well, it's not working, so I'll just do X Factor, right? And I'll start to just like smoke
Yeah.
everyone. And then they started to do the whole, okay, we'll get Haki to sort of behave with people's abilities, like it would like interact and stuff, which I thought was kind of cool. But the reality is, like, once in Wano, like you had the bit where Luffy's standing on a boat, and then there's all these other like sort of fleet of ships,
yeah,
and he's jumping from boat to boat, just like like I'm seeing literal like sort of DBZ level explosions.
Right.
I'm just like, yeah, this is power crept too far,
Yeah.
way too far, way too. It's a shame as well because he had like really clever ideas, like even the way Ender's Lobby, like the way that gets resolved is such common sense. You're just like, oh yeah, of course this would happen, right?
Right.
In the sort of big build up to the fight, like, of course that would happen. Even Water 7,
yeah,
and like the sort of conscious like choice for them to like give them bad matchups where they're just like one's fighting the other and he's like, oh, he goes, oh, these are your powers. If you were fighting that person,
Yeah.
like my teammate, you have a better time. And he was like, no, well, it doesn't matter because I need to beat who's in front of me. Also, Like I know I can beat you even with these limitations, right? And I was like, oh, that's it. Like that's a cool nod to the fact that like, yeah, you're intentionally putting him in bad matchups. Like a lot of really cool stuff. And I think the two things he still does to me that is still amazing is the geography of the fights.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's pretty unmatched. Like and like the fact that he can make everything so clear in terms of where someone is and who they're fighting, and what's going on. Even if like he does a little recaps from in between, like that's fine, right? And the story overall, like the sort of the world building, I feel like he's consistently maintained to be really good.
That's the strongest aspect of for me. It's just unrivaled world building in Shonen, at least. Like no one, I don't think anyone's touching the detail and the forward thinking. Even the retcons that he's done, most of them are like they don't feel like retcons, which is a sign of a successful retcon, right? He must have done retcons at some point, but they're quite nicely interwoven. Makes it seem like it was the plan all along.
Are there retcons that you can think of that I've seen?
Even just Luffy's fruit, right? Like there's no way that maybe not a retcon because like maybe Luffy's fruit is not a retcon, but it's definitely. To me, it's definitely like this was not what his fruit was meant to be at the beginning, but him adding that is not.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said I can agree with the fact that wasn't like I think it's like that all started to creep too much, and then he had to find ways to keep his character being extremely strong, right? But you know, I think for the most part, what he was sort of. The sense that he utilized like to create the characters' powers and how he utilized the powers, at least for the first like for most of the arcs, I think actually made a lot of sense and was pretty cool, right? Like the rubber, like just the way how far he's pushed like rubber in general, was really cool. Do you know what I mean? Even the whole like stretching. As far as you do, like the further you stretch out, the more like sort of force you're gonna exert, and the sort of even like gear second, I could allow it, right? Yeah. Maybe it was starting to get a bit okay, but I still allow it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I'll allow it.
Okay, it's like okay, I sort of get what you're saying, right? It's like, it's like a normal person couldn't really do that, but because he's like innards of rubber, it can like sort of at least withstand a bit more pressure. His heart can withstand a bit more pressure because of the fact that it's much more elastic, right? Okay, cool, right? But then once you started to DBZ, it was like okay, cool, man. Now we're unfortunately, that's Toriyama has done the blueprint, right? for every shonen, which is that everything's a job for your main character, and eventually you're just gonna, he's gonna just smoke everything. But luckily, One Piece doesn't allow the main team to be fodder, which is great, right? That's the one thing I will give it great props for, because everything else fell by the wayside. Naruto, everybody but Naruto, Sasuke are fodder.
But even though I don't think it's gone like the amount of environmental destruction has definitely increased, but I still don't. It hasn't gone like Naruto, where like tailed beast bombs were just basically ball versions of Kamehamehas. Like that definitely became the thing. Whereas in One Piece, people can destroy, like do powerful things, but it's still within the realm of what they are able to do. Like if Zoro destroys a lot, it's because he used his sword to cut something very, very big. Like it's still based in his foundation. Like Zoro is not going to do like a massive beam of destruction. Hopefully not, like a giant Getsuga Tensho or something, right? I think if it gets to that point, then that's like bad. But I think currently it's just expanded versions of what they're able to do. Minus Luffy to some extent, but I have a different problem with Luffy. But what I like about One Piece though, in terms of like, I like how it uses the lore and relationships between characters to do a bit of power scaling. Example, right? Remember when I think it was in Impel Down, and there's a legendary moment where
I thought you were talking about the train.
No, Impel Down, the Ace rescue Ace part. Right, to free him from jail, and then there's a part where Shanks's crew arrives, right, and Kizaru, I can't remember the details, but Kizaru was trying to like maybe get towards someone or get to Luffy or one of the main characters, and then Ben Beckman steps in front of Kizaru, and then Kizaru's like, Ben Beckman, and he puts his hands up like, I better stop moving because this is Ben Beckman. But we don't know, we don't know Ben Beckman. All we know, Kizaru can move at the speed of light. So for him to freeze and be like, oh shit, it's Ben Beckman. I better chill because it's Ben Beckman. And I'm like, yo, Ben Beckman must be sick. But we ain't seen Ben
100%.
Beckman do nothing. So I'm like, he does that so much. Like I like, and it just makes you wonder, like, oh, I wonder what he can do. Like that gun must be some hacky bullet gun, something that can mash up. Because you start doing bare headcanon from one line that somebody said. You know.
I think my favorite part was, well, one of my favorite parts was when they were on the train. I think against the ghost train or whatever it was, and well, I think they were just on a train and there was some kind of, I can't remember if it was an obstacle or if there was some type of whatever, but it was Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, and I think it was Luffy says to Zoro, he's like, Zoro, like, if me and you like do an attack together, how many pounds of force is that going to be?
Right.
296. And he's like, yeah, but that doesn't sound cool. Let's round it up to 300, and then we'll just do it, call it that attack. And he's like, yeah, 300-pound cannon, and they just fucking attack the thing and destroy it. And I was like, that's actually like a sick bit of interaction between the two, where it's just like, it was just, I just found it hilarious. Also, I think the I don't know, man, Zoro, I think Zoro and Sanji are starting to do, they don't do Kamehameha like waves, but they do like sort of blade beams and El Diablo sort of fireball, like sort of long arc. Do you know what I mean? I think they have gotten pretty far in terms of like their scaling, and I think they prepped a lot.
Yeah, that's true. The Zoro is definitely clearing a lot of space.
Oh yeah, like there's times where he's just up in the sky and he's up against something and he just shoots a blade beam and it's just like, it's just wiping out everything. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like it's pretty mad. I thought the thing that I always wanted to see more from, and I guess eventually they're gonna do it, like by the end again anyway, is the first time you saw Zoro, not Zoro, Sanji using knives, and then he was. Do you remember against the it was on the train? That was definitely on the. I think no, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's definitely on the train, where he was against. I don't know, some things with food anyway, right? So it justified why he was able to do it. But he says like, I only use my hands for cooking, right? It's like that's like the specific thing, and I don't want to sort of sully them doing anything else. That's why I always use my feet. But obviously he was insane when he was like ridiculous. Like he was like, at the time you could be like making cases for, oh wow, he really could actually be like legit, and the strongest out of all of them. It's just that he chooses to handicap himself with the legs.
Right.
And
that's a good point.
Yeah, I would like to see that one again. That would be kind of cool. But I don't know if they really would. Maybe they wouldn't bother and just sort of. Now, I mean, they've probably gone past that, right? With the way Haki works. Yeah. So who knows?
And they probably wouldn't want to mess with the identity between, because you already got Brook who uses a sword, and then Zoro, and then three-bladed straw hats. And, you know, I'm looking forward to. Do you know about the remake that is apparently in the works, like called The One Piece?
Yeah, and they're gonna just make it like it's gonna. I think maybe it's going to be seasonal, and they're going to have it be much better paced.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. Because I was saying to Sipo earlier that I have a hard time recommending One Piece to anyone because it's just too much of an ordeal. But I would recommend when that comes out to give that a shot if somebody was interested in trying it.
I agree. As much as I want to recommend One Piece, unless they've gone back and they've remade some of those episodes, some of it is a bit rough, like to go through. Like the music cuts about and jumps about. It just sounds like a lot. It's just a lot choppier and a lot cheaper than the latest stuff. The latest stuff I was watching in terms of One Piece, it was honestly seamless. Like I was just watching episodes and they just felt like regular episodes, etc. But what happened is that I caught up on One Piece and I still had like, God, what was it, like another 100 episodes or something like that to catch up on Wano, or probably 100 plus.
Yeah.
And when I switched from one to the other, it was night and day. Honestly, I was like, oh wow, like stuff's taking a lot longer to like resolve now than it did in One Piece, because One Piece is just much snappier.
Yeah.
But yeah. And One Piece I don't think was really even necessary until God, where would you say like it really started to slow down in One Piece?
In One Piece or One Piece?
One Piece. Because
slow down. Man, I was not fond of what's Gecko Moria's place? Not Impala.
Philip Bark.
Yeah, that was rough for me.
Man, like Philip Bark, bro.
Yeah, I was
not Thriller Bark.
I'm not feeling Thriller Bark. that slowed down.
Bro,
Honestly, that's the
that was
standout one
always
for me.
in my mind. That's still Philip bro, because that shit was not. It was just even though, like, to me, like, I always find like fighting colossi or giant characters just extremely boring, like really, really boring.
Yeah.
Like, I always find it boring. So like when he's like becoming a giant, whatever, and they're fighting, I'm just like, oh god,
Yeah. Trash.
all right, man.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, but I wasn't a fan of that. I think that's the main standout one for me. But I think I've been reading the manga ever since when did I stop watching the anime? I can't remember when it's probably around, it was around the whole Ace thing. I think after when I was watching the anime, I remember getting neck and neck with the anime when Ace stuff was going on. And then I'm like, well, I can't wait now, so let me just read the manga. That's when I jumped on. And then I
Right.
just returned to the
Okay.
anime to when I hear there's a big hoopla about some sick, because Toei, they've been like increasing the budget they're putting towards One Piece, and they now have a much higher frequency of well animated episodes. So I'll just tune in when there's like a big fuss about like a crazy scene between Garp or some mad fight scene between Kizaru and Luffy or whatever. I'll just tune in for that, and then just
Okay,
go
well, I
back to
guess
the
that means
manga.
that you've been watching those then, because I can tell you now, and you really can tell.
Yeah.
Like it's very apparent that they spent. If you watch the Wano arc,
Mhm.
it's like there's like long stretches of strings of episodes where it's basically film quality
Right.
for like a whole bunch of episodes, like
Yeah.
for like whole fights, for multiple fights, for multiple episodes, even when they're not fighting. It's like the budget, the lighting, the shading, everything like it. It's like you can watch it in a cinema and you'll be like, this deserves to be in a cinema. It looks like really, really good.
Yeah.
And animates really, really well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I was gonna say it's about time, but like I would love to know what conversations happened for them to now say, okay, it's worth it now. Because I mean,
Sales
is-
figures.
but One Piece has been the highest selling for how long now? Like I don't know, I don't know if it. I actually think apparently
I've
but
got another theory on it.
is
but
it the
yeah.
One Piece live action? Because I think that
Oh,
must have
no.
had an effect. Because apparently that exceeded expectations.
So I think sales is one, and I agree with you. It has obviously been the highest selling, but it's probably just been even more of an uptick. But I think the other thing as well, I think that One Piece is ending like probably pretty soon.
No, I agree. I think it's clearly in its last stretches, but when we say last stretches for One Piece, that could still mean like 3 to 4 years, and it probably has a. I do not see it ending within 2 years. I think three at minimum. Or at, yeah,
Hasn't someone mentioned something about it? How it might end in the next year or two, though.
not in the
I've heard something.
in the next year is to. I think that's crazy talk in the next year. I think
Right.
2 years max. I think in the next year, 2026, One Piece ending, absolutely not. With what's going on in the manga now, the only way that would end is if like Oda went through some health scare and he really wanted to
Yeah,
end it. Like that's the only way. Or
Bro, I can't-
if he just gets
yeah.
tired and he just wants to end it and he's like, fuck it, like time skip, and like we're done.
But I think like if you're willing, because the thing is as well, if you're willing to put that type of money into like the budget of the show and the fights,
Yeah.
obviously people are going to come to a level of expectation that they don't have to honor,
Yeah.
but it would make sense for them to sort of have a level of consistency where they honor it like at least semi-frequently. And I think they're probably willing to do that now if they know that this thing is probably ending soon. If they did that like 5 years ago, they'd be like, we can't maintain this, and we know we can't maintain this, right? So maybe that could be part of it. But I think yeah, I don't know. I kind of think it's probably ending soon. Like, but yeah, who knows, man? Like you're saying, it could go on for longer. My favorite part of Wano was literally that they just paused the middle of Wano and said, here's what's happening somewhere else like a week ago. And I was like, this is like 100 times better than what I'm really looking at, and
Yeah.
what I'm looking at is amazing. Are you taking it? I was like, to the point where it stopped the flashback, and I was like, how dare you stop the flashback? Like, go back to what I was watching.
Wait, was it the Oden flashback? Was it
Huh?
was it the Oden flashback? Which one was that? Which flashback was that?
I can't remember. I think it was. Oh god. Okay, so it was like near the and there's maybe 2/3 of it the way through.
Hmm.
And the wait, the who flashback? The
Odin,
the
the
oh Odin is
Yeah, yeah.
only for whatever. Yeah, no, not him.
Oh.
The one where they went to the government or somewhere. Basically, they had another plot. Sort of that the plot is progressing elsewhere, and this was a week before like what you're looking at started. I think they were like saying it was on the it was with the Marines or something like that. They
Yeah.
was like, I can't remember. Like, I'd have to actually go back and check this. But I remember just at the time being like, oh wow, like I can't wait to see this. And then they just like ended the flashback, and I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
like oh my god, like just drag me back to reality, right? With like, oh now I have to make do with just a great arc instead
Yeah.
of even an amazing like sort of whatever. Do you know, let me see what I was.
I
talking
would
about.
love to see Oda's notes to see like how he keeps track of everything and how many assistants he has in terms of story lore, because surely like Oda might be like, okay, in the next chapter this character is going to say this. Does he have like somebody that can say, oh, but actually that character can't say that because that would contradict what happened in chapter 752 or whatever? Like he must have some kind of crazy like library, because he doesn't seem like he's tripped over. Like I'm sure there's some plot holes somewhere if you are some like super duper fan or like novelist of One Piece or whatever, but I would just love to see like what his process is for keeping everything in his head.
Yeah, I would like to see that too. Actually, I do think. But I'd like to hear from most. I don't really understand. I don't know any of these guys' processes. I've never watched like I mean, it's not comparable really in the sense that it's different properties, but like I've seen like clips from Miyazaki from time to time and his quotes,
Yeah.
but I've never actually watched like a whole documentary of his entire process. It'd be quite interesting to see that from a mangaka. I don't know if they're very forthcoming with any of that, or if I just haven't paid attention.
Yeah, it's very you don't see any information about that really. Yeah, they're probably very
Sorry, let me go to
secretive
this.
about it.
I'm listening.
Yeah, no worries. No
I'm
worries.
gonna jump off. But I've got a question.
Yeah.
It's mostly for Chrome.
No, go for it.
The question is, bazooka to the temple. You have to pick one. You got to press this button, and it will either delete and erase all of Western superhero comics or all of anime and manga.
Oh no.
What are you getting rid of? But I'm gonna go into the chat. Wait for your answer.
Okay. Wait, is Chrome still here? I think he stepped away.
Oh yeah, he's on mute. Okay,
Okay.
you can answer. I think you're gonna say get rid of Western comics though.
Yeah, if bazooka to my head, yeah. Listen, get rid of.
Yeah.
Incinerate them, cast them into the fire. That's my
Blasphemy.
answer. Blasphemy. I guess your answer's the opposite, right? Well, it has to be, yeah.
It has to be. I'll be sad that I wouldn't be sad because I wouldn't know. But a world without Vegeta seems like a really whack world.
Yeah,
But
yeah. It's worth the
Yeah,
sacrifice.
it is. Yeah, like
Damn.
I can sort of live without Vegeta, but after like Silver Surfer, just ain't no way. Ain't no way.
So you like Silver Surfer more than Vegeta?
Yeah,
Damn, interesting.
only a little bit. Though.
Okay.
Only a little bit.
Okay.
A sliver.
Yeah, I guess.
I think
Mhm.
the how can I put it? I think there's more. I guess it's something you mentioned earlier. It's just gone on longer. So when you're talking about the One Piece world building, it's like, well, it's been on for longer. So the world building has had more time, more time to cook. Where Dragon Ball Z has been on for a long time, but Vegeta's arc is limited. Where Silver Surfer's been around for like decades.
Yeah.
The struggle with Galactus, I think, is a lot more interesting than the struggles that the Saiyans have, like even Vegeta.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I guess Chrome will have to be the tiebreaker whenever he gets back.
I think he's going to destroy comics, and I'm going to get mad. That's why I wanted to go into the chat.
You can start yelling at him.
He's going to pick incorrectly. I know he's going to pick incorrectly. And then he's going to try and justify it, and I'm just going to be
Yeah,
sad.
well, he might surprise you. I think it's like a 45-55 in favor of or 55% anime and then 45% he'll choose comics. I think it's closer than you might think. But I could be wrong.
Yeah,
But
that might soften the blow. Like, if he picks to get rid of comics, I'm
yeah,
gonna call him a Marvel versus
a
Taurus.
betrayer, a
blame
Taurus.
him.
Damn. Enjoy your stay.
Taurus. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
what was it? I think Max was talking about a couple of videos ago, and he said, "Oh, I graze fighting games because I've got to play other games."
Graze.
Like, yep, grazer.
Oh, damn, graze. You know, that's a next level word, boy. Graze in the surface. Oh no. Graze.
Yeah. I thought that's more disrespectful than
Yeah.
calling someone a tourist.
Yeah, no, graze.
Graze.
Graze is mad. Graze. That's funny. I want to ask you
I don't know
about
what
the drama with the. What's your take on the drama with the fighting game streamer award thing
Oh,
with Lily
did we not talk
Pichu?
about it?
No, we didn't talk about it.
Oh yeah, I know why, because I spoke about on Mike's thing.
Oh.
I basically said the issue is the awards itself,
Mhm.
because the awards is 70% public vote and
Yeah.
30% panel.
Oh, there is a panel. I thought it was all public vote.
No, there's a panel. There's a
Okay.
panel section.
I see.
Yeah. And I was saying I'm not against gatekeeping.
Yeah.
I'm against how some of it's done, but if we don't gatekeep, you could have bought Street Fighter 2 when it dropped and still say you're part of the fighting game community. I think that's silly.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we should gatekeep.
Right.
I don't think Lily should. She seems to like play in offline tournaments, do content. The issue I had with the award is that, well, you're not given a fighting game content creator the award. You're given a gamer. She could stream. Lily Pichu could
Yeah.
stream cup stacking
Yeah.
and get that many views. She's not a cup stacking streamer. Do you know what I mean?
True, yeah.
That's why
Cup
it
stack.
didn't make sense to me.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
You can
That's a
stream
good way
anything.
to. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And I agree with that
So
as
to
well.
me-
Like, but I also don't know when. So the committee part of it, did they give people a list of names to choose, and they're like, okay, here's 20 content creators, fighting game content creators, pick, vote, and then we're gonna make the final, whatever. Or was it anyone could just nominate any person, and whoever was in the top 4 were the nominees?
I think it was the latter.
Oh,
This
okay.
is what I looked at. I looked it up, and they said the 70% of the public vote people that they want to see in, then the panel choose out of the people like the highest numbers. And
Okay.
everyone being mad, I'll be like, cool. You know what we should do? We should test this stream awards as a collective. We should vote LTG in
Yeah.
or anyone else is top,
Right.
and we'll test them. We'll see if you're actually going by the people's votes. Because otherwise, we can just sit there and get mad about, oh, this person's not real FGC.
Right.
But did you vote them in? Did you vote the FGC person in?
Yeah. True.
No.
True.
So I hope Broski should have been on there.
Yeah.
I don't watch Broski, but Broski's got a massive influence.
Yeah, Broski.
Broski not
I think Brian F as well. Brian F. Like I don't. I think another issue with this is that like the kinds of people, the people that organize the fighting game of this award show, they're a particular part of the internet with a particular kind of audience, and I don't think the average FGC player or fighting game person, even fighting game people that watch streams, they don't watch people like Cutie Cinderella and Lily Pichu, and even to some degree Sajam, like because of the Sajam slam, Sajam has kind of crossed into that side of Twitch as well, and so I think that that's one of the problems where somebody like Brian F and somebody like Broski, they seem to have more hardcore fighting game viewership who probably won't even know that this nomination thing is happening, to even know to vote for their streamer. Because even Punk not being there, and I would imagine Punk's audience wouldn't really even know that this thing is happening to even go and vote for Punk. But then some people are saying, well, if the streamer really cared, they should have told their audience to go and do it. And I don't know.
Well, this is the thing. I agree, but then I'm like, how many times can we play ignorant? Like, the Stream Awards isn't new.
Yeah.
It's not like the first year. And I'm sure this comes up every time.
Yeah.
And for the same people to be like, oh, why are they there? And they're not voting. Because apparently Lily Pichu said, I didn't ask for people to vote for me.
Right.
Which I can believe. I can believe. But her community probably went, oh, look, our streamer played fighting games. Let's see if we can get her an award. I'm like, I'm not mad at them for that. Why not?
Yeah.
Uh,
But then it's a bit unfair because the size of her stream, like she's got like a whole podcast in Pokemon and stuff. She's like a very She's a huge streamer. Doesn't she have like 3 million? She's got like 3 million subs.
Silly, innit? It doesn't. This is what I mean. The award, the show's broken
Yeah.
because if you can stream fighting games on the side and get the same amount of views that you do when you play FPS,
Yeah.
to me, you're a streamer, not a fighting game streamer.
Right.
So give it to a fight. Sajam sometimes streams Rivals, but he's predominantly a fighting game streamer. So it makes sense in being it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the other three, well, I don't know about the other one, but SK and Lily Pichu are, in my opinion, they're there because they took part in the Sajam Slam,
Mm.
which is fair, I guess. But then people were moaning at Sajam is that, oh, you have the same people in the Sajam Slam.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'll pick the consistent people that won't flake. And I'm like, yep, you're going to pick streamers because streamers won't be like, oh, I'm taking a break for a week randomly.
Right,
like,
right.
you know they're going to stream.
Mm.
So, but yeah, overall, I think it's silly that anyone in the FGC cares. I don't know why they care.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, it would be cool to get the recognition to like the greater streaming audience. But yeah, I would rather Punk be there because then Punk does a better representation of a fighting game player in the fighting game community.
Right.
He's more real, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree, but I think ultimately you're right. Like it's a flaw of the system that's being used itself. You know, something like that. But I don't know when Chrome is coming back. But I do need to. I'm gonna call it. It's 12 a.m. Don't want to go too crazy with my not getting enough sleep. So, but yeah, man. Oh, man just returned.
It is, yeah, because I sat down with my tea, but
Oh.
yeah, I was gonna say anime and manga, but the problem is that it's two properties, two sort of mediums versus one, right? So it's tough to, because I had my first knee-jerk response was to say anime and manga, you can get out of here, but I don't know if I could necessarily do that versus just comics.
Okay, MCU and the cinematic universe. Cinema, literally.
I think even with the MCU, I don't think I hear it. I hear what you're saying. Actually, with that, that's probably quite a pretty good comparison. But I would still say it's really tough. I'm gonna have to sit on that one, fortunately.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it's gonna be.
No offense.
I thought it was gonna be quite close because yeah, if it's anime manga versus like comics and like comic property media, like movies, media, DC and Marvel, definitely closer for sure.
Yeah, I might have to get bazookaed.
Sacrifice himself to not answer.
I kind of respect that. I kind of respect taking the bullet. Taking the bullet if you can't pick. I actually thought you'd pick anime manga, but I'm pleased. There was a third option that I didn't think would be correct, but not picking is cool as well.
But that's not. You should force him to choose. I feel like not picking is not a choice. That's the only way this question can be interesting.
I hear it, but the problem is as well sometimes is that if you just make a choice because you're forced to make a choice, it's like, am I even doing it for the right reasons, right? Am I giving a good enough thing that I believe in?
Yeah.
And the answer is to me is no, actually. But I would say if you had to maybe choose, I don't know, fucking what Western comics, all of Western comics.
Yes.
All of Western comics. No Marvel, no DC, no
Image comics.
Invincible.
No Invincible. Yeah.
Detective Comics.
Yeah.
Never existed.
No
Stan Lee, bro.
Archie
No
comics.
Stan Lee.
No. What's that kid's name with the red and black stripe thing? Dirty Dennis.
Oh.
Dennis the Menace. No, Dennis the Menace.
No,
Sound like a porno, bro. Dirty Dennis.
I like Dirty Dennis. No, where's Wally? No, nothing.
That's where's what? Oh well, okay. Well then the decision's been made. No, where's Wally? No. He's got to stay. He's got to stay. In that case, anime man, you're out of here.
Damn, I said too much. I ruined
You
it.
did.
Man.
You tipped the scale too much.
Damn.
Or where's Waldo, as the Americans call
Yeah,
it.
true. Where's
Yeesh.
Waldo?
That's good.
Don't know about all that.
I can sit next to you in a Marvel conversation and be like, he's not a grazer. He's a real one.
It's hard for me to, because the thing is, I've grown up with both, obviously, right? But it's like, that's, man, Western comics, they were. I was rinsing them at one point. And there's a lot of really, really amazing ones. There's amazing stuff on both sides. But I think I've become so much more disillusioned with anime than I have with I guess comics and the MCU's definitely taking a dive. But man, yeah, I'd have to probably at this point say comics. But if you ask me again tomorrow, maybe I'd have a different answer.
Yeah.
Frankly, you know what I'm saying?
Speaking of tomorrow,
I feel like you could.
I must sleep so that I can teleport to tomorrow and have energy to face these demon children.
To teleport tomorrow. You know?
Teleport into that's like everyone becomes Nightcrawler when they sleep, basically. You know what I mean? That's the only way to get to the next day without seeing it. Instant translocation.
Even at Odin's sleep.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, you two, thanks for passing by. Fun chats. Maybe I'll upload some of the conversations and splice it into a video. And I guess we're gonna do another Marvel Mandem after the beta, right? Which will be soon.
Yep.
Cool.
You're not going to do one before, like the new mechanics.
We can, but you know what was in? I was thinking about it, and then I was like, okay, we could do it before, or we could sort of just bulk it all afterwards. But I mean, I suppose we could, right? We could do one before, one after, and then sort of do what Charlie was suggesting, which is not to sort of make it a 6-hour podcast. Even though I'm happy to talk literally forever. So maybe we could do that. And then have an initial thoughts, and then afterwards be like, cool. So we said this before. What do we think of it now? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm fine. I'm
down
fine
for
either
whatever.
way. Yeah.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind then. I'll sort of come to a decision soon and see what you guys are about. Yeah.
Sick. All right,
Cool,
man.
cool.
Thanks, gents. Catch you guys soon.
All right.
In a bit.
All right, peace.
Safe, man. Safe.
All right, that's it for me, streamer people. Thanks for whoever's still watching, and be back soon. Not sure exactly when, but not too long. Definitely not 6 months. Well, it wasn't 6 months before, but it was a long time before. But yeah, thanks for checking it out. If you're still there and you didn't click the like button, please do, because it helps. Yay, helpful. Helping is good. Helping is. There should be a rhyming word somewhere, but I can't think of it. Shut up. I'm going to sleep. All right. Peace out. Take care. Until next time. Peace.